Ba-dum-dum. Ba-dum-dum. Oh, this bit here. Delicioso. Yeah, start some riff-raff today. I went live earlier to stream, but we back tonight for some real conversation. But I can't wait till I get my goddamn retweet. About that time. Let everybody get up in here. What's I hear? Little patty milk. Well, it is Friday, so everybody might be out in them streets. No, Saturday, my bad. It is Saturday. So everybody might be running them streets. Trying to get their freak on. But I'm only really here because there's a lady on my other page that's upset at my video about DDG. So that's why the topic is what it is. Cause I don't know. You know, black people allergic to functioning shit. So yeah. I like that here. So reason why I got that topic up there is of course, now I made the video on my backup page. It's about that DDG shit and how he you know, he was on his stream crying about not being able to see the baby, shit like that. And you know, that was like the bat signal for the baby daddies to, you know, jump on the see, you know, bitter baby mama, nah, you know. And I'm like, if the problem is seeing your child, why do y'all fight so hard against just going to establish set visitation so you could just see your child whenever you want to? Right? I'm like, my bad, I had to finish this burger. So in my video, I'm like, if, you know, because he talking about, oh, Haley is, you know, manipulated, whatever, all that shit he was talking. And I'm like, bro, you have the means and the resources to take Shawty to court. You know what I'm saying? Why are you on the internet, on your stream, crying and complaining about not being able to see your child? And from what I heard, I don't keep up with the rapper shit or whatever, but it ain't hard to take Shawty to court. But they say that he got the child 72 hours out the week, so 3 days out the week. I believe that's what they say he had. So there's only 7 days in a week. So if you got 3 days and she got 4 days, you see your child. You know what I'm saying? So how are you talking about you don't see your child? You think you should be able to see your child whenever you feel like it? Like pull up the Shawty house and just see the baby whenever you feel like it? I don't think that's how that works. Would it be nice? Should you be able to? I guess. But at the end of the day, bro, like this is why I always talk about motherfucking family planning. But people don't like that. People don't like that. Why is it not doing whatever? What's going on with life?
Hey, Benny.
How you doing? What's good?
I'm all right. I like what you're saying, but unfortunately, that's the problem. Exactly what you just said. Because I've experienced it. It's they want it when they want it, and I'm not saying every man, right? Because there are really good men out there who will work, and they understand what good co-parenting looks like, right? And they're fair with it. But what happens is one of two things. They want to be able, like you said, to pull up when they want. That's inappropriate. If we're not dating anymore, we need a schedule and we need to stick to the schedule. Some people, they want photo opportunities after you done comb the hair, put them to sleep, fed them. Okay, now give them to me. No, that's not how that works. If you're a person and we're on a schedule, you need to be doing equal time homework. You need to be doing equal time to press their school uniforms. You need to be doing equal time combing their hair and tying it up at night. You need to be doing equal time and doing meal prep and bringing some meals over for you. You need to be doing all of that. But a lot of times what it is, people want it when they want it. And it's not that. When it's convenient, when they ain't going somewhere and doing something, or they're not sleepy, or they're not busy, being a mother, you're always, and I hate to say this word, but you're always inconvenienced, but we do it out of love for our children, right?
Yeah.
And so a man needs to understand that a lot. They're like, oh, we do it so effortlessly and so easily. Yes, we do it because we love our children. We be sleep deprived. We'll give them food out of our mouth, off our plates. Most mothers, not all. We make those sacrifices. So I think that's where the biggest thing comes in. We want to see the men make those same sacrifice. We'll say we're not going to go over here and go over there and do this, that, and the third. We'll say we'll take a hit and give it to our kids. But let's see some men do that. Not saying that there are none that don't. So before somebody come try to eat me up in the comments, no, I'm not saying that, but if we look at the statistics, most men, they want it when they want it. And even if you set up a order to say, well, you do every other week, mine used to call me, you think I got something, you think I can do? No, because I put it in my court order. We're not switching. You miss your weekend, you get her the next 2 weekends. We're going to alternate. We're not switching weekends. I made sure because I knew the type of person he was going to want to do that. No.
So I wanna that's what I wanna get to. You know
Hmm.
who you dealing with. You know who you had a baby with, right?
Hmm.
So you have to deal with that person accordingly.
Yeah, you have to deal with them
So
accordingly. And also, hold on, let me make sure I reiterate this. And this is for the women, right? My daughter's 20 and we went through it. I went through it. But guess what? I'm honest with my daughter. And I don't bash him. She knows on her own. She learned that he's not responsible, that he don't keep his word on her own, right? Just from him not getting her with the court order, right? And even the few times she would be there, she learned I take responsibility for who I laid down with. I laid down with a Ray Ray and a babe, whatever. And so I don't try to act like I'm the best person because who picked him? Me, right?
right.
So I make sure I let my daughter know my shortcomings on even choosing a person. And I apologize to her for having put her through that by my choices. And I think that's another big piece that's missing with women. And I'm going to be quiet so your other panelists can speak. But thank you so much. And I'm going to follow you.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
All right, can I?
So hold on real quick. But what that's what I was trying to get to. Cause I don't want like all the women to come up here and start talking about niggas with it. Like I want the fellas to come up and you know what I'm saying, give their piece because I want to challenge this narrative of a lot that I see a lot of our men. I say black men because that's all I give a fuck about. That oh well, why we got to get the courts involved or she a bitter like I don't got to do all that. But it's like at the end of the day, y'all not together no more. So you can't look at it like, oh, and then you know that woman. You know who you laid down and gave that baby to. You know her, the ins and outs of her. I would hope you do. You know what I'm saying? And even if you didn't, it was just some fling type shit. You don't know her. So at the end of the day, you always want to cover your own ass and protect yourself. If so, when I hear a lot of men complain that they don't get to see their kids and this and this and that, I know a lot of fathers. Now, I'm not saying it might be easy. I'm not saying it ain't gonna cost you no paper. I'm not saying it ain't gonna cost you some time or some days off work to get them court visits, to get that scheduled or whatever the case may be, to get them lawyers. But the men that I know that fought for their child or children against a manipulative, vindictive woman, they got their rights. They got their visitation, and there's nothing that woman can do about it. And when they do, what they try to do is get him in trouble. But if you a squared away man, you know what I'm saying, you ain't got to worry about that. But what prevents all of this from happening is marrying the woman you have children with. Because a ex-husband has far more rights than a baby daddy. And from there, go ahead, Unfiltered.
All right, so I actually was just having this conversation a little while ago, right?
Yeah.
And I had people stating that one dude say he's in 6 months he had to pay 60 grand on lawyers. My whole thing is majority of the times when you do have kids, paying 60 grand on a lawyer or going to court and doing all of these particular things can hinder the man. I don't think that nobody ever thinks about how the man feels in the situation, especially if the man is a good dude and he wants to be in the child's life and she's making them jump through hurdles. Um,
How many women are really doing that though?
Man, it had. Listen, I used to think the same way, right? One time I wrote Kevin Hart page before he was who he is now. He was up and coming, and I was talking about how he was doing his woman, and he responded back. I don't know if it was him or it was somebody else, but it's not always what it seems. And I used to always think, why man can't just be in their kid's life? But this is me looking in from the outside. And then when I actually grew up and I actually got a chance to see it for what it was, majority of the times it be women that are holding their kids back. They brainwashing their kids. You go to court and pay $20,000, $30,000 for an attorney to get access to your child, and then when you do get your child for those 8 days out of the month, the other 23 days, they're on the phone talking to their homegirls, letting your child hear how they feel about you, painting a picture, programming the child to hate you. The child sort of getting resentment towards you.
All
It's a
right,
lot of things that play into it.
I'm gonna have to stop. The type of man that you're describing was my father with my mother when they got divorced. My mother was a diagnosed schizophrenic, so he had to deal with the mental health part. Now back in the '90s, we didn't know what the fuck that was, but now we know that that's what she was going through. But she still was a very vindictive and manipulative woman who told like what you describing, brainwashing the kids to hate their father. That was me. That was me. But at the end of the day, my father still fought and my father still did what he had to do because he was the good man that y'all described to say that these men are. And if he had, I vividly remember my father going without. He would take, he had $20 to $40 and he had to stretch that till he got paid again. But he was, and even though we hated him, and I was the main one, had an attitude every time he picked us up on the weekend. Why am I going with this motherfucker? I don't want to be around him. Can't stand him. But he still that did not stop him from picking us up and doing his due diligence as a fucking father. Fast forward, he ends up getting full custody of us due to what the situation that transpired when we was children, and he was able to mend and explain and shift and do whatever he had to do to fix our relationship, the children's brainwashing. So if he can do that, I'm not trying to hear that from these dudes who don't even put in half the fucking effort.
Now, can I say something
And I was about to say, can I chime in?
on this?
We'll go from top to bottom. You got anything else, Filter?
Uh, Yeah, as I stated, like with the 60K and all of that, 20K, 30K, all of that can be going towards a child's college tuition. That can be going towards giving your
That's
child a
fine,
stepping
but
stone.
that's fine. But then don't complain about seeing your child. I'm
Okay,
just
so this is this.
so you want to have peace of mind and have some money in your pocket, or you want to be in your child life.
The thing the thing that I'm saying is it's not so much as the man complaining, because we have these topics and we talk about it, but it's the man getting called. They would actively call a man a deadbeat even though he's trying to be in his child's life. Everybody everybody don't got
I'm not calling nobody a deadbeat, and who give a fuck if somebody call you a deadbeat?
everybody don't got 60K, brother, to go spend on a lawyer. Furthermore, most majority of women only care about majority of women, they hate their baby daddies
Okay,
more than
okay,
they actually
but the
love their
point is, bro,
kids.
the point is, you gave that woman the child. You gave that woman didn't just change overnight. You knew what she was when you laid down and gave her that baby. Now she was toxic and going through your phone and doing all that extra shit, making you sick at night when you know what I'm saying, make you think she talking to other niggas. She was vindictive when y'all didn't have a child. She was manipulated when y'all didn't have a child, and you still gave her a baby. Now you upset. Like this is no different. And this is why I'm talking about this, because it's in my head, all I hear is excuses, bro. Like that's all I hear. Nobody's gonna stop me from seeing my child. And if again, if it's uncomfortable, if it costs me money, if I like, that's just what it is. If I want to see my child, if I don't, and I want my peace, I don't want to go through all that. Then I take a step back, and I cannot complain about not seeing my child. Is it now? Because if we was flipping this on the other end, which I've done, we've had this conversation before with these women who are complaining, my baby daddy don't do this, my baby daddy ain't shit, my baby daddy trifling, he don't even send no school money, no lunch money. Da, da, da. He was a bum when you gave before you had gave him a baby. He a bum after you give him a baby. You expecting a bum to change because y'all got a baby. I don't have no excuses. I'm not trying to hear that shit from them women. So why the fuck would I want to hear that shit from men? I'm just saying. And as a person who saw multiple men go through this and ultimately never stop any of this shit from seeing their children, I'm not trying to hear this shit from niggas who don't even put in half the fucking effort. I'm just saying.
So that's why I wanted to chime in there on what he was saying. You don't have to spend $60,000 for that. You can represent yourself. All it takes is a couple, maybe a few hours out of your day to research exactly what state you live in and what are the laws. In some states, and I keep hearing men talking about, oh, they don't care. It's seeing the comments about child support and all they care about is child support. There's a difference between a parenting plan and giving the mother child support, and then going through the child support agency. If you come up with a parenting plan and you guys come up with your own child support, the state does not get any of that money. All of that money goes directly to the parent. So that's why I say, if you're not married to somebody, yes, you do need to go ahead and legitimize yourself for your child, and then you can go and get to court and you can come up with a parenting plan and child support. The court is really just there to mediate, just in case you guys cannot figure it out. But you pay the court filing fee, and that's it. You don't have to pay 60,000 and 30,000. I'm watching somebody actively go through this right now. And you know what's crazy? And they're using Chat GTP to help them do every single thing, write down the parenting plan and everything. The only thing you have to do is go get it notarized, and then you file that into the court. When somebody doesn't do their part, then after that, the courts can get involved and enforce your parenting plan. You do not. So like you saying, Benny, all I'm hearing is a bunch of excuses, because at best I've seen this cost maybe $200 to $300. It does not cost 30,000. It does not cost 60. It costs that much if you don't want to, if you want to pay somebody else to do it, but you can do it yourself.
even cost that much to pay somebody else to do it because me and my son's father went to court, and well, he actually took me to court, and when after, and like Benny said, it's about taking that accountability, knowing like, okay, this is the person that I had a baby with, so whatever, regardless of whatever, I got to do what I have to do, and make it easy for my child. My son's father took me to court, even though we had a schedule. We were working. He wasn't giving me no money, and I didn't put him on child support because I didn't want to be the reason why. And I think it was I was more so scared and I was naive. But I didn't want to put him on child support. But he eventually ended up taking me to court because he was listening to all other people, whatever. And then we got into court, put himself on child support. Now he don't even pay child support. He don't even show up to see my son. My son goes with his mom when like on the weekends that he has to go. I don't complain about it because again, I was the one that laid down with the man. I had the baby, so it is what it is. I just do what I have to do to take care of my son. That's it.
My partner, first thing he did was run. Like the first thing he did was go. Like he knew the woman he had a child with. He knew. He knew what she like. He even like we done talked about this. Hey man, I fucked up. First thing he did was go down to the courthouse and put himself on child support and legitimize himself as a parent.
Nah,
He literally beat her. He went there first. So there's nothing else to argue about, to go back and forth with. Is already established.
That's one way of doing it. For as somebody who went to court, I went through about 3 or 4 lawyers, blew about 24,000 before I got smart and just realized like a little bit of research. Look up in your city and see if there's like a equal rights for divorced fathers. They got
But we
like
ain't talking about divorce.
no. Listen, so it's a place like the place is called Equal Rights for Divorced Fathers, but you don't necessarily have to have been married, and they'll look out and they'll help you with the paperwork. But like I think old girl said, she said you can use Chat GPT, and that's facts. You really can file your own paperwork. You pay the little filing fee down at the court. That's
And what
15
was
times
that?
more less expensive than getting an actual lawyer, and then you just fight for your
What was
kids, man.
the organization that you said again?
It's called Equal Rights for Divorced Fathers. So if there's anybody that lives in Nevada, that's one of the places that I used. And it's essentially you go in there, you talk to the paralegals, you tell them your story. They're gonna have you type up everything that y'all have got going on, all your assets and everything. They'll draft it for you, give it to you, and you pay whatever the fee is. I think I was paying maybe like $45-50 for that, and then I go and file to the court myself.
Okay.
but the thing about it is, to me, accountability is nothing to do with going to a courthouse. There's no courthouse in America that care about people our color. So to me, that's foolish. Accountability is the mother and daddy coming together with a solution to take care of their child.
I got what you're saying, bro. But that we talking about. So if it was that simple, then we shouldn't have nobody complaining. But in our community, everybody fucking complaining because number one, we don't want to get married. That's number one. So number two, everybody complaining. So so clearly everybody can't be an adult and be accountable and be responsible. So as a man, why not take the preventive measure to protect yourself?
Joint custody, not child support, because child support gives one parent more power than the other.
I'm not talking about whatever the case may be, whether it be putting yourself on child support so she don't, and then you owe back child support because you thought she was gonna be a good person, and all of a sudden she want to be vindictive, and now you owe back child support when you could have just been on child support. Or
no, not child support. You keep saying joint custody.
I'm saying all of this because this is all lumped up together.
No, they two different things.
Depending on your state, if you sign that birth certificate, you got rights.
Yes,
and I found that out in a funny way when they tried.
Man, even if you don't, just go and get a paternity test.
Yeah,
you can do this all by yourself. You don't have to wait for a court to mandate you to go get a paternity test.
Yes, I'm simply saying, if we're doing it in order, it's the right way. It's first doing it the human way with each other. The second way is putting yourself in joint custody. where no parent have more power than the other. And then the third is if somebody been a piece of crap, and hey, if you want to put them on that, then you go put them on that. That's it.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
I
the
wouldn't.
goal
But this is the
should
thing,
be.
well, in my state, you automatically got joint custody in North Carolina.
But somebody's got to have physical primary custody. So there's joint custody, and then there's physical primary custody. Once that kid gets to the school starting age, somebody has to have physical
I mean,
primary custody.
custodial parent, but the time is still equal, split it equal though.
It can be. It can be.
Because
If
I had
somebody's
my
going to school, they
I had my
like.
daughter when she was going to school, and I had her, and I was spending time with her, but her mother wanted her back, and I'm like, well, she's still spending time with me. I bring her back, what I'm saying, when it's appropriate. And yeah, she tried to call the law on me, tried to give me a kidnapping charge, and when the police pulled me over, they was like, y'all ain't went to court, got no custody agreement. Then
Thank you.
she can't say nothing to you. You can drive over with your baby. Go ahead.
That's my fucking point. That's it. That's what I was trying to get to. Because when everybody think they baby mama da. No, you want to cover your ass. Now, if you ain't have no paperwork because you didn't want to go to court, because if we want to hope everybody's a good person, you would have been fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is it
Hey,
so
Benny.
hard to want
Hey,
to
Benny.
protect your
This
own
this
ass?
and it's not even me trying to be on like some cliche type stuff, but this is the one time men be more emotional thinking than logical.
Bro,
And
it's that simple. It's
bruh,
that
just go
simple.
to court like if. And I'm
We
not
supposed to
if
be so logical, bro. But then we
listen,
start talking about this shit. Everybody getting their fucking feelings instead of just doing what you need to do.
listen, if you
So you
can.
don't like as a man, y'all so ego got all this. Like, so why not protect yourself? So can't no. Why would you want anybody else? Like, why would you want her to have all this control, all this power? You don't have no say, so you don't even know your fucking rights. So why not put yourself to protect yourself? So you're
Especially,
good. All your squares are crossed and dotted and T's and all that shit. Like, why is that? Why are we fighting against that so
listen.
bad? Why is it so many fucking excuses as to why you can't protect yourself?
I didn't say
Hey,
that. See,
especially in the beginning, like like say y'all broke up or whatever on terrible terms, and like the breakup is volatile, and y'all share kids. I'm telling you right now, like most women, I ain't gonna say all, most women are not gonna be rational about the breakup. They not gonna want you having no females around your kids or whatever it
Right.
is. And you might not even be that type of dude, but it's the fact that it's a possibility. Her whole situation has changed up. So instead of just sitting here going through it, where you gotta wait and hope for her to meet you at the exchange or be on time at the exchange or whatever it is, like the intangibles that always end up being a problem, just go to court, bro. I'm telling you, it'll save you so much heartache and trouble and long nights where you on the phone with your homeboy venting about your baby mama not letting you see your kids, bro. Just
All
go
you
to
gotta do
court.
is pull that paper out.
Just pull
Call
the
the
paper.
police. Call the police and pull the paper out, bro. You ain't gotta argue. You ain't gotta fight. You ain't gotta do it. Call the police, pull the paper out, and just wait. That's
but
all you gotta fucking do.
my point of what I said was not to not go to the courthouse. The point of what I said was don't do anything asinine that will risk you going to jail. Putting yourself on child support is the craziest thing you can do because you can have a risk of yourself going to jail. Because if you either lose your job, you get backed up somehow, life start happening. Now you could go to jail, lose your license, all that stuff can happen.
Okay,
All I
so
say was
how many men don't do that, and then all of a sudden they baby mama decides to put him on child support.
Now they gotta pay arrears.
Now you owe back child support, and
Brother,
you gotta pay what you got.
But that's why I say do joint custody, and none of that's gonna happen. That's what I'm telling you. You think joint custody is a bad thing? That don't make no sense to believe that child support is the answer.
What are you talking about?
It's not a bad thing at
But I'm
all.
saying the first thing is joint custody, not child support. That's my whole concept, brother. Say joint custody first.
Listen.
Custody.
Even with joint custody, even with joint custody, you can still have to pay child support. Just pay the child support. It ain't even.
Right, like why y'all like you don't want to get married to these bitches. That's the problem. And I say bitches not because I'm calling them that, because I don't know their names. Y'all get married to them. Y'all don't want to get married to them, right? Because black men are allergic to fucking marriage. It's just a piece of paper. We don't need the white man in our shit. But then when we start talking about like, it just is so fucking confusing. You don't want to pay child support. We got it. You don't have to worry about joint custody if y'all fucking married women y'all have kids with. But y'all want to do that.
Just say don't talk about nothing perfect, right? Now you talk about a perfect situation.
No, we don't even want to do the bare minimum. And then you talking about joint custody because I don't want to pay child support. Why are y'all so allergic to paying
I
child
never
support?
said I don't want to pay. I say I don't want to give no parent more power than the other. Period. And that's all child support does.
You can still pay child support. We have joint custody.
In Florida, if you get joint custody,
Okay,
50-50
it's
is
Florida,
no.
nigga. Everybody don't live in
But
Florida.
it's a lot of states when you get joint custody.
In Virginia, which is a commonwealth, that's not the case.
You still want to get joint custody. Child support isn't the point.
But at the end of the day, to avoid back child support, a woman, we're talking about men protecting themselves from vindictive women. She can y'all talk about all the time women can wake up and change their fucking mind. She can wake up and say, I want to put this nigga on child support because he moved on and he's happy with that woman and I want to fuck his shit up. And now all of a sudden, you owe back child support. Lord forbid you done progressed in your career and now you're going to be paying more child support. Like, what the fuck are we talking about, bruh? Hello? Like, and I'm not talking about shit I haven't seen.
We're talking about if you put yourself on 50 joint custody, you ain't paying no child support.
Oh my God. All right,
you ain't getting back pay child
have
support.
a good night, man. You in Florida, you still with Florida, bro. Stay with Florida. It's Florida anyway. See, this is what I'm talking about. We're talking about real shit. Mills just dropped how men can find information and help themselves, right? This is solution-based shit.
Yeah.
Like, this can help men. He just gave a program in his state that somebody can search and look for somewhere else and possibly help them in their situation. They talking about, hey man, get joint child, like, cause you don't need to pay child support. Like,
Hey, you know what's crazy? It's crazy when you represent yourself, you really start to learn like the ins and outs of your filings and whatnot. Like, you can stipulate whatever the heck it is that you want on that paper. I was going back and forth with my daughter's mom. I don't like to call her baby mom.
yeah.
But we was going back and forth. I was going back and forth with her lawyer in email. Like, nah, I don't like that. Let's change that. Let's change that wording on that. You can get any holiday. Man, if it was pick a rock up day, I was like, yep, let me get that day. You feel me? Like, you can get it stipulated in lieu of child support. Mother receives tax exemption every year. There's so much stuff that you can do.
Everything
if you
you
just do a little bit of
describing,
research.
most niggas ain't even took a step to even look any of that up, bro.
Yeah, because a lot of them just listen to the propaganda or listen to word of mouth. But man, I can't get my kids, so now you just think you can't get your kids without even going to figure it out. Like,
And I mean, but this logic can be applied to a lot of things. When I be on here talking about, military veteran benefits and shit, I ain't know I could do that because I done seen plenty niggas just sit on their ass, don't do nothing. We talking about life insurance. We talking about buying a car. Anytime we talking about people putting in some fucking effort so they can actually do something, this is, man. But all these niggas supposed to be, not everybody supposed to be so logical. Men just so logical. We just solution based. We got all the fucking answers. But here we got people arguing about solutions because they in their feelings because they don't want to pay child support.
And if people really wanted to see their kids, all they got to do is take them. Like, that's all the men got to do is just take them. Like, the law can't do anything.
I told you. Police chase me down the road.
Hey, somebody gonna get somebody
Police can't do nothing to you if your name on that birth certificate.
Nah, you can't just take them, man. You
can't just take them.
Bro, I took Benny, we in Louisiana, bro. Bro, I took my daughter and my baby mama didn't know where we was at. Just like, and she called the police and they was like, what we can do. His name on the birth certificate. I said, yeah, bitch, stop playing with me. Don't play with me.
Like, she gotta go file for custody. In most states, like,
and even if she do file for custody, they gonna have to show that I'm a bad parent, basically.
Like,
she not gonna have full custody.
Automatic custody. Like, nobody is taking your custody.
Also look up though, because it might be dependent on what Louisiana state what it is. Because it might be a mom state or a dad state or you got to look that stuff up too.
In Virginia is a mom state, so.
Bro, this is all about men not having taking responsibility, man. It's not hard. This shit ain't a rocket science. Like,
yeah,
all you got to do is do what you're supposed to do in the courts, handle that. But they don't want to have that responsibility because then they have to sit here and have a certain time when they have the kids. Like
And
that's
most
all it's
men don't want
about.
their
Like
kids all the time, so that's why they don't want to go to court.
the people that's going to court, they really want to be in their kids' life. It's that simple. It's not that hard, man.
The first thing any dude should do, single, and they have a kid,
Don't
and
say
they
it.
and they break up.
Don't
The
put
first thing, the
yourself on
first
child
thing,
support.
no, not I'm not saying just the first thing they need to do is go file for joint custody. Go file for joint custody, just so that you can get some type of visitation rights. Your visitation rights, most likely, because if the mom has the kids, you're gonna get 3 weekends out of the 4 of the month. And in doing this, bruh, you got quality time instead of quantity. And like you gonna get them weekend, bro. I don't know. It just makes sense to me.
Yeah,
Makes sense to me. You gonna get the kids during the fun time. I'm just telling you, like
I'm trying to find.
the
I'm trying to
quality
find a
time.
way right now to put my baby mama on child support. They don't fight as hard for these women. When my baby mama tried to put me on child support years ago, I was going to court with my daughter, and them people was trying to put me. I'm like, look, I got my daughter, and my baby mama didn't even show up. And I was like, so what happened that she didn't show up? They were like, nothing. And then I'm like, but what happened if I ain't show up? They were like, your ass would have been on child support. I'm like, damn. I'm like, that's crazy. She didn't
Does she
show up.
make more? Does she make more?
No, it's no. That's how. Like y'all said, Louisiana is a mom state, and I'm in Texas right
No.
now
So
trying to
so
file for child support.
I'm telling you, do some research, bro. Because even that's a thing. That's a thing where you could still have custody of your kids, but if you make more, you could still be paying child support, bro. I'm telling you, it get deep.
I
No, the
mean,
judge didn't say that, ma'am. The woman that was handing me the paper said that, ma'am. The judge didn't say that. You're right, but it was the bitch handing me the paper. She made me mad as hell. Your ass would have been on child support. Man.
Bro, I feel like having a joint custody doesn't stop you from having to pay child support
It
though.
don't.
Like
It.
my
What,
cousin,
what
he
is so
has
wrong with
like
paying child
50-50
support?
I
joint
don't know, bro.
custody and he still has to pay child support. So it doesn't stop you from
Listen,
having child
I
support.
am not. So me, I'm not on child support. My court order says, in lieu of child support, mother receives tax exemption, and I still send my daughter's mom money every month because she primarily has my daughter. Like, why would I not
Yeah,
give
that's right.
her? Why would I not give her more money when she has her more? It just don't. I don't care what she do with it. I know I'm giving it to her with the
So
intent in
why
mind that it's for my daughter, so it don't matter to me.
the
Like, just
question
give
the
her that.
question I
Give
the
her the
question
money.
the question I got for the fellas, because this seemed like the trigger word
Child
for
support.
a lot of black men is fucking child support.
It is. I ain't gonna lie. It's a
Why
trigger
is
for me.
child support such a fucking trigger word for y'all?
Because like I feel like with me being I believe I'm a great father, and
Right.
I was sending my baby mama child support whenever, like when I was in Louisiana, when I was in Houston and she was in Louisiana. That's my responsibility to send whatever that my baby mama need. But the minute she got a man and I stopped doing like everything, like I was paying her rent, I was giving her gas money, I was paying daycare and all that type of stuff. I was doing all that. As soon as she got a man, it's certain stuff that your man needs to take care of, like rent, bills, stuff like that. I'm still taking care of my daughter. And she was like, Mark, we're family. We supposed to know. I said, no, you got a fucking man.
See,
And then she tried to put
and that's why you should put yourself on child support, because that gives a it doesn't give her a way to put y'all in situations like that where you just doing. It's a set amount, and that's what you get. You like that's still your child. You still have to contribute to that child, but that's a set amount, that's baseline that you give her. So you can't argue, you can't fight. Boom, you got it. You know, and it's better as a man if you do it early when you probably ain't got as much as you did when you know what I'm saying, later on down the road. You know what I'm saying? And so she can't complain. She can't cry because you getting that 300, you getting that 500 every month. That's what you got. And when your daughter come with you or your kid come with you, you know what I'm saying? Like what but why does that? Because children cost more than what most niggas paying child support. You know what
yes,
I'm saying?
yes.
Whether you a good father, whether you're not, at the end of the day, if kids cost money, this is why we shouldn't be co-parenting. We should be under one house. But kids cost money. So if that child was with, if y'all was together under one roof, you'd be spending way more than $500, $300. So why does that get a lot of these men so upset when niggas bring up child support? Because most child support, I need to Google that. What's the national average for child?
I'm about to give a real nigga answer. Another reason niggas don't want to be on child support, such as myself, I'm gonna go ahead and be straight up. Just in case I don't got it that month, I'm not.
You know what I'm saying? But as long as you see, a lot of dudes don't want to admit that.
As long as I don't got it that month, I don't got to do shit. But like, I'm like, now the law saying I gotta do something, and if I don't, they gonna take my driver's license. I can't drive and shit.
But apparently all these niggas got vindictive baby mamas. So if she gonna go run out and put you on child support anyway,
it's gonna take some time.
And now you owe back child support.
Yeah.
I feel like Benny is right, bro. Like, if you're not on child support, you at the mama's mercy. So if she said today you gotta pay 300, tomorrow she might say, "Oh, I need 500." The next day she might say, "I need 1,000." But if you pay child support, whatever that child support is 300, you're gonna pay 300 every month.
So
that's it.
So
you're not at your baby mama's mercy.
The national average for a child support payment is $430.
God damn, that's
niggas spend more than that in Chick-fil-A and FanDuel.
That's DoorDash in a month.
Well, I can't gamble. I'm in Texas, so but Chick-fil-A, yeah, I'd have spent.
I'm spend more than that at Chick-fil-A and FanDuel, bro.
500 not a lot. I ain't gonna lie. 500 is a lot. We not finna say.
But think about this.
Guarantee you be gambling, bro. You gamble? Do you gamble?
No, I don't do none of that.
Oh boy, I was about to hit you with them parlays. I know you don't hit parlays.
I just like my kid. Like if your child. So if you pay child support, so say you paid that $430 every month. That's all you got to do. Technically, that's all you have to. That's all you are legally required to do.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to do no more, no less, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that child was with you in your house, bruh, $430, that's shit. I spend that. You know what I'm saying? Going to buy some clothes or buying some groceries for the kid. So it's like that's a lot, but it ain't a lot because kids cost a lot of money to raise.
And see, I'm glad that I got my daughter now. Once again, I ain't gonna lie, I pride myself on being a good ass daddy. So I'm a full-time dad. And like, it's kind of 50-50 with me because like I'm very frugal. I'm cheap than a motherfucker. So having a child is expensive. I'm not gonna lie, but like you just gotta know how to maneuver your money and save your money and stuff. And I'm a cheap ass dude. Like I'm literally like Julius from Everybody Hates Chris. That is me. So my daughter shop on Shein. We go to Wendy's and get a biggie bag, or I go get some chicken and cook. It's very affordable for me to have my daughter. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, the state have put me on child support before my baby mom took me off child support, and I just ain't like the fact they were taking money out of my check. Just like when you're in the army, and you live on base and they take the food allowance.
Yeah, garnish it.
Let me spend my own
garnish it
money.
from me, boy.
You know what I'm saying? Let me spend my own money. Don't just take my money. That was the one thing I ain't like.
And when my baby mama and another long story short, my baby mama came out here and took my daughter while I had my daughter within that span because she's supposed to be going to Alabama and bringing her right back. So she took her back to Oklahoma behind my back. And like I had to wait a couple months because I just started a job. I just couldn't go back and get her. And then whatever happened, a lot of bad stuff happened out there. So where I had to go get my daughter. But before all the stuff was happening, she got her car repossessed or repo, whatever one you call it. And she asked me for $2,000. I said, "Don't you got a whole nigga at the house? Why are you asking me for money?" And then she tried to pull that card again. Mark, we're family. I said, "No, bitch, you're not getting nothing from me." And so her friend called me and said, "Hey, Kenzie's trying to put you on child support because you're not trying to get her car back." I said, "Boy." So I be feeling for some of these men, bro. It's like, that's why niggas get mad when they hear child support, because it is like,
It's damn
So
near
so
like
that's a different conversation though. That's women need to be more held accountable for what they're using child support for. But that ain't what we talking about. But if that's the conversation y'all segue to, then I'm with that one too, because that is
Even
a
if we would,
conversation to have.
I don't give a fuck about that either. If we could segue into that, I still don't give a fuck because at the end of the day, if she whatever she's spending it on, I mean, shit.
It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter to me either. Like once it gets sent from my account and it's
Right.
gone, it is what it is. Like you got to deal with that in God.
Because
You
if
know what I
she
mean?
not using
So,
it for the child, if anything, that give you
but
better case to
no,
take.
what
You
I'm
know what
what
I'm
I'm
saying?
saying that what the conversation piece should be is women should be more accountable to what it is they are spending on. If they using that money for nails and stuff, like they shouldn't be doing that. You know what I mean? For nails, hair, for like cosmetic stuff. I'm not okay with that. But at the end of the day, once I send that money, I don't care. I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean?
I mean, if you if you lay down and gave a baby to a woman that'll take your child support money and buy some hair,
Exactly.
I mean, you
Yeah,
can't.
pick,
say
pick
about
better.
us.
Pick better.
But
Like
that's
you
still
can't. I
that's
mean,
still
the
it's
same
still a
way we tell these
conversation. It's
women,
still a
pick.
conversation to have though.
It ain't
If that's the
honestly
conversation to have,
like
if that's what everybody wants to talk about, then it is something that needs to be, you know what I
I don't
mean,
want to
brought
talk
up.
about that shit. I don't
But
want to talk
yeah,
about that shit because at the end of the day, we tell just like we tell these women, pick better niggas. You should have picked like if your baby mama would sit there and take your child. Cause, hell, my wife, baby daddy took the Christmas money we sent him and bought himself a PS4 at the time. I mean, I couldn't be like,
he
but
said that was for the entertainment. You feel
so
me?
you know what, so you know what it did. We sent that money. And then we bought. We took the L, and then we just bought their Christmas gifts and just got it mailed out there. It is what
Yeah.
it is, bro.
Yeah, to me, I don't care. It don't bother me at all. Once that money gets sent away, it's gone. That's the same way if I was to go to the casino or put in that money on that parlay. The moment that motherfucker on there, it's gone.
I mean, we
I don't
sent
like
the
I
money.
don't like taking L's. I don't like it. I don't like the way it feels.
Don't nobody like
Yeah.
taking L's. But shit.
I would have drove out there and took that PS4 back. I ain't gonna
I
lie.
mean, hey man, that's another
It is what it is.
man. That's a
Yeah.
story for another day. But
What
at the
y'all
end of
say?
the day,
God gonna get them or something? Let God handle it. Ain't that what the people say?
nah,
Yeah.
man. Hey, I just let him crash and
I
burn on.
believe karma gonna come back. You know what I mean? Somebody do something like that, karma come back on them. But
Yeah. People
that
tell
ain't for
me
me. That
every
ain't for
time I
me
talk
though.
about my baby mama, I be feeling like a woman sometimes. They be like, "You should have chose a better baby mama. You should have. That's who you laid down with." I said, "Damn, that's what we be telling the women." I'm like,
It is
It's the
though.
truth
I'm
Yeah,
finna
though.
be
that's
It's
quiet.
facts.
facts. It's the truth.
But and that's why I every time I talk about these type of things, bro, I always say, man, my biggest fear when I was like before I met my wife was being a baby daddy, bro. I was more afraid of being a baby daddy than actually catching a fucking disease. I
Me
felt
too.
like being a baby daddy was the disease, bro.
Yeah, it's ghetto. It's ghetto out here.
Because I saw, bro, I grew up seeing this shit. I said, my daddy, I mean, he was married to my mama, but she still did him dirty and drug him through the ringer. You know what I'm saying? Like I saw uncles, cousins, uncle, you know what I'm saying, other men in my family or friends or whatever get drugged through the mud. When I first got to Camp Lejeune, bro, just seeing other Marines get drunk through the mud by these women that they just had baby with, that shit scared the fuck out of me. How you say I hated $400 getting taken out of my check? I hate it. Man, I don't want nobody just taking my money. The fuck?
Yeah.
Because of what? Because I was very scared to be a baby daddy. I feel like a lot of niggas should be scared to be baby daddy,
Yeah.
but they ain't.
100%.
That's woman.
They
If a woman get pregnant around me, we gotta get married. I don't care. We get
Yeah.
married that same day. If you get married, if we get pregnant, we get married that night. We going to court.
I mean,
I
you know what I'm
refuse.
saying? But and that's ultimately how we did all this shit. Because like I said, you don't have to jump through hoops. If you an ex-husband, you ain't got to do all this extra shit. When you an ex-husband, you got rights.
Yeah.
You still have all your parental rights when you get
Yeah.
divorced. Now you might have to sort through finances and all that shit. That's why those women try to get a lot like the vindictive ex-wives try to get the men caught up.
Unpopular
Like
opinion is wearing
domestic.
protection, though. That's your best bet.
You said what?
Wearing
Sometimes that don't
protection,
even
that's your
work.
best bet. Just do that.
That don't even work half the time.
What, wearing protection don't work?
Yeah, and I had a pregnancy scare like 3 years ago. God, man, I almost cried.
But I don't know what the hell kind of y'all using. Hey,
Yeah, they
skin
got
didn't be
everything,
right for
bro.
about 8 years. I don't know what the hell y'all doing.
That joint right in the gas station.
I don't know what y'all talking about. Them
I
things
think
don't be
I be getting the flimsy ones. I don't know.
shit. Man, hey,
Yeah,
they
Sam won't
get
wait for
me
you to
wrong.
gotta be
grab no
careful with them
protection.
Plan
You need to
Bs,
move
Oh,
on.
Plan
man.
B do work. I keep a handful of them like some candy.
Depending on how much they weigh, they might gotta take 2.
When I found that out, my heart started beating fast. I'm like, damn. And women be thinking I'm playing. I'm like, hey, ma'am, you got to be on the 165 to mess with me because I ain't finna be buying 2 Plan Bs.
Oh, bro, hey, I ain't never get steered wrong by them skins, but I don't know what y'all using.
When you don't want kids, you
Y'all
gotta do what you gotta do, man.
shit, but I ain't never get steered. I ain't had no pregnancy
Why I
skin.
don't want to pay that $430? What's $10 of $430?
Oh no, hey, I ain't no baby daddy, so I can't answer that
And the
question.
kill is niggas will pay that price for a baller in the club, but don't want to pay for their kids to see them every weekend.
Yeah,
That's
I
wild.
don't do that club
Spend
shit. I
money on
don't,
what
I
they
don't
want to spend their
understand.
money on, man. Yeah.
But that's sad though. Like take a sacrifice to see your children, dog.
Yeah.
It ain't that deep at the end of the day.
It's not.
Yeah, I don't see how men just go around not seeing their kids. That's crazy to me. I don't understand it.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, how you doing?
Good, how are you all?
Hey, we just triggering these niggas by bringing up child support.
I just
I'm
wanted to
very
say
triggered.
this. I think the root cause of these issues overall in our community is the lack of sexual education and sexual discipline. Because having a child is absolutely a choice. It's not something that just happens like, oh, she randomly got pregnant. You have all these forms of contraception and then saying, oh, this and that happened. That's why they tell you to use multiple forms of contraception just in case. It's avoidable. So we have better sexual education, and then it starts with the parents. In our community, talking about sex is so taboo. Rather than teaching your
Facts.
kids properly about sex, they make it seem like the devil's gonna come get you, or something like that. So I think that's something that needs to be promoted more, rather than child support. You wouldn't pay child support if they were taught better about
Even if
preventing.
you want to talk, like, I mean, how much education do you really need? Like, you know, at the end of the we all here
Right
at
now.
minimum, we hear like how
You
baby.
absolutely need education because a
No,
lot of
no,
people
no,
don't
no, no.
know really anything about when it comes to sex.
I'm not saying we don't need the education, but we know right from like how babies get made. You know, it's like what you're doing. Like when you do it, you might not understand the full consequences of it, but you understand like when I stick this in here, and if
And
I
that's what
protect
sexual
myself.
education
No, I
is.
feel what she's saying though, because some dudes don't even know how to put the protection on right.
Exactly. Like it's not as simple as you think. When you looking at the full scheme of it, all of these unplanned pregnancies, there can't be proper education going on. If it
Justin
was that
Bieber,
simple,
I
we
think
wouldn't
it's
be
just
having these
carelessness.
baby daddy child support conversations.
I think it's carelessness.
I
but the
really,
niggas
but I'm
also
saying
know,
like
bro.
Yes, I
people.
did say sexual discipline. I mentioned that as well.
Niggas know when they doing that horizontal tango. They know what time
Yeah,
it is. They
at
know
least put a
they know
rubber
they're
band
not wearing no
around it or something to
protection,
keep it from
and they
falling
letting
down.
it fly inside. They know what it is. They just playing naive.
I'm trying. I get what you're saying, Ms. Nisha, but I'm talking about we talking about men right now. You know what I'm saying? When I discuss men and the shit we need to take accountability for, that's an excuse to me. Like saying we need better education is just giving them niggas an excuse to be like, I didn't know no better. Like I
Well,
wasn't
I
properly
think
told. Like you were, even if somebody educated you about how to put it on, you wasn't trying to use it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like speaking from a man, I'm speaking about men. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And that I don't. As far as women go, y'all can get all the education you want, but we know at a minimum what's gonna happen. You know when you sit there and get in between that, what can happen. You know what can stop that from happening.
Don't do it.
Don't do it or go get something. Now, the ins and outs of how to use it effectively, sure. But at minimum, they not even gonna try to figure out how to use it effectively because they ain't trying to use the shit.
And at the end of the day, on man time, if that woman tell you, "Hey, look, this junk came positive. I'm pregnant," Put your britches on, strap them up, and it's time to go to work. Get ready to find that
Bro,
child.
Yeah,
I
when that
see
girl told me she was pregnant, boy, my heart dropped to my drawers.
Hey, you
I just,
guys.
them dudes ain't trying. Man, them niggas ain't trying to use no goddamn rubber, bro. I'm telling you right now.
They don't want to use one, but you know what time it is, man.
Yeah, they know what
Most of
time.
them dudes grow up without no daddy. So why you want somebody to grow up without no daddy?
They know
Break
what
that
time
cycle.
it is.
You
yeah,
know what I say?
They know what
I
time it is,
say
but they kept sleeping. They slept in.
I feel
Go
like
ahead, man. Go ahead.
being a single mother is the punishment for lack of knowledge, and having to pay child support is a man's punishment for lack of knowledge, because everybody should know better, and people are in the relationships for the wrong reasons. And if people just stop and address why they are with people and quit being lustful and quit being lost in their desires and then have morals behind what they're doing, then we won't be in this situation. Because I do hear a lot of men crying about their kids. I hear it a lot, because I talk to a lot of guys. But the thing of it is, it don't start right there. It starts when you choose that woman.
They
And
only
so
start crying because they got to
it,
pay child support.
right, it don't start with your crying. It don't start with child support. It starts when you chose that woman. Because a lot of men say women control sex and men control marriage. But if y'all can control marriage, y'all can control who y'all put babies in too.
Bingo. That's why I'm not. That's why I'm not trying to hear none of that shit. All this shit that
Can
dudes.
I interrupt you really quick? I'm sorry. I just had something to say real quick.
Go ahead, man.
So I'm 24. I'm about to be 25 soon, and I come from a single parent household, and I'm also in college, and I have a degree in psychology. And a lot of times when we're discussing like why, because like what was the question again? Like as far as like baby mama, baby daddy stuff, like what was the question again?
Well, that was the prompt, but yeah.
So yeah, because like I was listening to y'all and I just got like so thrown about certain things. But if I'm being honest with you, the real problem is not just about contraception, but it starts with your mindset first and how you were raised and the environment that you grew up in. It's not just education, because even when I was a child and when I was a teenager, when I was in high school, there were people in my high school getting pregnant at 14, 15, 16, 17. And a lot of that, like the young lady said earlier, it does deal with education, but it also deals with your moral, your self-esteem, how you were raised, and what your values are. If you don't have like some sort of morality and values, and you don't have some sort of esteem about yourself, a lot of times, a lot of these girls getting pregnant, a lot of the times it's for the wrong reasons, and sometimes it's accidental, and it's a too late situation where it's like, damn, I didn't mean to get pregnant, but here I am, and I'm gonna just have to deal with the consequences of it. And that's not a good thing, but that's just like, for a lot of women, that's what it is. And if we're talking specifically in the Black community, I just feel like a lot of it is like unhealed traumas
How
and
can it
stuff
be
that needs to be
accidental
worked
though? I
on.
don't get that
yeah, I
part.
don't believe no kid is an
How could it
accident
get?
at all.
How could it be accident? I don't get that part. I really don't.
Even
You
if it
don't
wasn't,
I'm not
I
saying
don't feel
that
like it
it's
can
an
be an accident
accident.
because
Like,
you know what
I'm not
comes
saying
with
that it's an
you
accident.
know
I'm
what
saying
comes with
that some
sex.
people are, a lot of times we look at stuff from like, oh, they should know better. But there is a thing called emotional intelligence, and some people lack critical thinking skills. Some people lack emotional awareness to be like, damn, I could get pregnant. Even though we know that that's common sense not always so common to everybody. Some people don't think before they do things,
Because they
as we
don't
see in
listen.
America.
They
You don't
don't.
listen. If women come back together and start
Mhm.
showing our children values and morals, our
Yes,
children supposed to see us cooking together, helping
yes,
one another, being emotional
yes.
support.
Exactly, like you
We
said.
gave our power away when we start having these kids and signing them over with their birth certificate, and now they're wards of the state. And so the state is raising all of our children. And with that being said, we put them into school. We selling ourselves short on Section 8. A lot of men are irresponsible and going to jail because they don't want the full responsibility of their community. Women are complacent on government assistance and all of this stuff, and men are lacking the responsibility of their community, so they end up going to jail. I think that's a cop out too. All of it is a cop out because we don't want to be responsible. None of us want to come together, and we are prideful people.
I mean, couldn't you
Well,
since
essentially
I
we
don't.
say that
since we
it's
was talking about
laziness too?
We were talking about adults though, since we're talking about like mostly
Yeah,
men.
we going all the way to
But
kids and
see,
shit. We
Yeah.
talking about grown ass people.
if we talking about
We talking about
adults, a
grown
lot of the
ass
times it
niggas.
starts off in childhood. A lot of the things that people learn and people don't grow. Like I said, it's an emotional intelligence thing. It's not just an intellectual thing.
At the end of the,
You have to be able to realize a lot of times how many people have we seen where, like she was saying, like a lot of times people, they give their kids away. Okay, let's say they keep the child. How many kids come from broken homes and their parents are bitter because they made a mistake, or they had sex intentionally and they were not ready to raise children? A lot of that stuff is emotional intelligence and how people were raised and how they grew up in their environment as well.
Our people are selfish, and that's the bottom line. If we don't address the fact that we're selfish and prideful, we don't put our emotions to the side to think about the bigger picture. Because if Black women come back together, and start raising our children together and instilling morals and values into them, we'll be doing better. But we let the system raise them and then want our children to be loyal to us, want our men to be loyal to us. Everybody's going to be loyal to the system that raised them, because that's where they create separation in the school system. That's why they categorize us and send us all into different directions in life.
I
And
think honestly, it's not even just about Black people being selfish and prideful. Like, I'm not gonna speak for a whole population of Black people because everybody not the same. But I will say that everybody's situation is unique to its own, so we can't be so quick to be like, oh, like everybody's selfish, everybody's prideful, like in our community. But I do agree with you, like we do need to come together, but it's not just as simple as us saying we need to come together. It don't work like that.
but that can't
We need to stop having kids before marriage. That's the problem. We have kids before marriage. We have a sex.
We got way off topic.
that can't be.
y'all let the host talk, please. He's trying to get everybody attention.
I gotta mute everybody because everybody just we getting far away from what the fuck that I'm talking about. Because see, when we start going down these rabbit holes, y'all give men who are looking for an excuse a way out. When y'all start going down these fucking rabbit holes and it's the community and no. If we married the women we decide to have children with, if we had discipline in our fucking weenies and start like as a collective, we can sit here all day and say, well, we're all individuals. We all have unique situations. No, we don't. We don't. We're more alike than we are different. That's why you got all these men that get on here and talk about they shared experiences with these women. All these women can get on here and have their shared experience with these men, but then all of a sudden we're all just unique when we start holding people accountable. Now we're all unique. Now we all got different experiences. But it's not that hard to just be accountable. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Like, we continue to give ways out for these niggas who just want to, like, not be accountable for the shit that they're doing. And we got to stop giving them ways out for just not wanting to be accountable the same way that we try to sit here and hold our women accountable. If you valued yourself as Black men, you would not just be out here shooting up and having babies with anybody. We don't value marriage and one household families as a collective in our community. We make baby mama and baby daddy culture acceptable. We make that shit the normal. So it makes those children that you would describe and feel okay with just doing it because we don't have no structure. We don't have no value. There's nothing that lets them know that that's wrong. This is okay in our community as a collective. Because I was just talking about this. The men, like, the marriage race with the men. I'm like, when I talk about the fucking snow bunny chases, I know you got a white baby mama, Mark. But and I'm like, y'all point the finger at Black women and say, oh, well, y'all ain't married. Y'all the least married. They don't want y'all. But we're the least married men. So as a collective, Black people don't value and we don't require marriage, but we are just but we still having kids. We still having kids though. So we can come up with all these pseudo intellectual arguments, but the basics is we don't value marriage. And that's where it all stems from. Even on my video about the DDG shit, I got women and men in my comments, grown ass Black women and men arguing with me about every time I have these type of conversations, it's just a piece of paper. Why we got to get the government involved?
Yeah, and that's not true.
Why we
That's
got to
not
get
true.
why we got to get the white man involved? Like, obviously somebody got to get involved. That's why. That's like if it's like they try to diminish, they diminish what it is. But then if it's just a piece of paper, why can't you require the bare minimum before you start your family?
Yeah,
and that's why you should be accountable, even if you make the mistake of becoming a single mother or if you get on child support. Be accountable, because a lot of us don't know and come from broken homes, so that's not an excuse. And so you look at the situation, evaluate it, and just be accountable and don't make the mistake again. Simple as that.
I said, y'all just heard me describe I said I married a single mother who got a deadbeat baby daddy.
Yeah,
she understood.
Yeah.
Like you don't gotta walk around with a scarlet letter on your chest. Like you understand what you did. You made a mistake. You take accountability and you move on. You move forward.
Yeah. And I think some people have a hard time doing that though, because, and I'm not saying like that as an excuse, but some people really do need like professional help, because
people be
you can
bitter.
tell somebody that and they'll still like be like, oh, like I coming up with all these different reasons as to why like it should be normalized to be a baby daddy or a baby mama, or like why that's okay. And I have to talk to so many people on the regular, like just even in my friend circle, about the stuff that they allowed for men to do to them. And I have a friend who has more than one child with a deadbeat baby daddy, and he's terrible. He's a terrible dude, and he takes no accountability. And I have to tell her all the time, like, do not go back to this dude. Like, he obviously is not a good man. He don't want to take care of his kids. He off in a whole nother relationship with other women.
That's the crazy
just leave
thing.
him alone and just
The crazy part is them deadbeats will take care of another woman again.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like that's no, like for real. Like you feel where I'm coming from.
I think
Like,
or it would also be crazy when them dudes spin the block on the same woman, have another one with them. Like you don't take care of the first one. Why you having a second and third?
Yes, it's
you a wild
honestly
nigga,
like
bro.
it's a mental illness for real, bro. Like people need to get help. Like that, sexual discipline is a real thing. And like I said, I'm 25, not to put my business out there, but I have not been sexually active ever in my life. And that is like a decision I made personally for myself to remain like just to myself out the way. Like I'm just not into that. And I don't shame no woman who is sexually active or man, but it's just all about being smart and just thinking.
It's that
and it's about accountability regardless, even if you are in a situation, because it's like we sit up here, we talk about the women, oh, she's living off the check. What about those of us? Somebody in the comments said she became a molecular biologist off of this. Okay, some of us had to look off of our situation. Okay, it became a point to where it's like, okay, I got to do something different. I became a nurse. So your $400, $500, $300 means nothing to me. And I did that without a partner. So it's about accountability. You know what I'm saying? It's
Man,
about
that child support punishment excuse is nonsense.
What if a man has acknowledged his mistake that he has made and he's willing to step up and be a good father? So should a woman let go of her bitterness and just let that man be in the child's life?
Let his actions show for itself.
Well, I think
sometimes men do that and women still continue to be bitter because they just want to move on and forget about the whole thing.
That's not everybody's story. That's
not everybody's story. I would gladly
asking what y'all think about that
baby gladly story. Especially with my schedule, but it's like, hey,
hold on. So what was your question? And then you said,
I said, if a man decides that he wants to step up and do better, or he is being a good father to the child, like, should they give the woman the incentive to stop being bitter? Because women have to learn how to let things go sometimes, and they go too far. Because once a woman once a woman move on, they tend to just bury that man, in the back of their mind and be like,
hold on. So the question is, should a woman, if a man wants to be a better, like be active, be better as a father, should the woman allow him?
Yes.
Okay. Because
without the bitterness attached to it, because they both made a mistake. She can't hold herself at a higher standard if she
what that got to do with
she laid down with that man.
All right. Hold on. Let me answer the question. So it can be hard, and like if he was a piece of shit, and all of a sudden he wants, like I I've always took the stance that as long as it's not, I feel like as a woman, because again, I speak from a person who's married to a person who has this type of fucking baby daddy. I always told her, because I had it done to me as a child by my mother towards my father, right? He wasn't a piece of shit, but she was bitter and used to put stuff in our head, brain, all that shit, right? So I told my wife, like, look, once they get to school age, you know, you don't want to come in between that parent, whether it be a woman or a man, because they'd be mothers too. You don't want to be the reason, like, you don't want to be the reason that child can point to and say, you're the reason why me and so I always told her, like, look, and it used to eat her up, but I'm like, look, I'm telling you, this is gonna pay off. It might hurt, it might suck now. I'm like, that's our job. We're the parents, right? When he disappoints them, when he makes those false promises or he lets them down, that's our job. We gotta pick them back up. You know what I'm saying? But they have to see that. They have to build that relationship, whether it's good or bad, with him. So they can never use us as the reason why they have a failed relationship. Because what happens is, if you try to always step in and be the barrier, be protective, that child will then be 9 times out of 10 is
gonna resent you.
Right? Because no matter how good you was trying, like they don't know that part. They don't care. All they know is mommy or daddy kept me away from mommy or daddy. That's all they know.
Can I push on that? What about a man that has not did anything wrong to the child, but he went outside the relationship or the relationship
with the child?
I feel like I don't have nothing
That's
to do with the
something,
child.
and that's not saying that man is that he's right for doing what he did. That's not us excusing his behavior either, because that's another level of accountability as well. Because in order for y'all to have a good co-parenting relationship, he needs to come to you as a man and you know, be apologetic and show that action of like him changing as a man and being like, hey, I know I messed up, I know I made a mistake, but you know, our child is bigger than my mistakes, and I want to have this relationship with my child, and I don't want my child having a grudge towards you as a mother or towards me as a father for not being in his life or her life. So I ain't
gonna lie, that man, if somebody cheat, you ain't gotta apologize. Shit, that ain't got only person.
They ain't got nothing to do with
you, them kids. That's you and his relationship.
No, that's what I'm saying. Because like you know, we say that, but women aren't like men. Like how a man think is not how a woman thinks. So you have to go to women differently than you can with a man. So it's like to you it might be ABC 1 2 3, but to a woman it don't work like that.
I'm saying, like you can
go back to a man don't think how a woman think, and a man always comes to a woman level to try to have understanding. So women need to learn how.
It gets to the point where it's like it's not even about us. Sometimes it's like, you know what? I can't even worry about his side as a father because I got my own issues as a mother. I ain't nobody daddy. I'm not about to worry about that. I got my own issues. I have to be a mother to this child. And I feel like so many times we get so wrapped up in what he's doing, what he's not doing. And at the end of the day, like I said, I've been in the healthcare field for a long time. So it's like I see how it goes. So it's like I take hands off. You know, it's here if you want it. Hey, because at the end of the day, I've mothered my children. I've done my job. So it's like, hey, the thing we forget is we're willing and we're able right now. There's a circle and a cycle of life. What are you going to input? And you, as women, we have to let it go. Hey, I'm the mother. Let me do my part. Let me leave my children open to receive from their fathers. Let it be, because
I want to push on that idea though, because even earlier when you were talking about, you know, the fact that if you don't allow them in, you know, to come in and come out as they please, then your child might bear resentment from you. You're still parenting through a lens of fear. And I feel like when you really look at and this is just, I'm speaking from my experience, like I had to work through some resentment with my own mother around the fact that she allowed my father to just be inconsistent and consistently allowed him to do whatever he wanted to me. And it shaped how I viewed men and how I view relationships and what I thought love was. You learn at a very young age, someone can love you and they don't have to treat you right. And so for myself, I don't think that for me, I feel like it's harmful to allow that type of behavior for a child. And I think there's a huge difference between being bitter and implementing boundaries. I feel like there is absolutely nothing that would ever keep me from my child. And so if her father were the primary parent, or whatever, in all these situations are, I'm going to do whatever it takes legally. I'm going to do whatever it takes to make sure that I have a relationship with my child. And I feel like any accountable.
So you said that your mother allowed, like what I just explained, to let you go through the disappointment and experience and see for yourself the relationship with your father, correct?
Yeah.
And you had resentment towards your mother.
Yeah. Like and not.
So when you was a child and growing up and going through these things, was your mother there to like comfort, explain, and like parent you through what you were experiencing, or she just let you be disappointed and then, oh well?
She comforted me, but my mother was also one who never spoke bad about my dad. She was never someone, well, things happen. Well, your dad loves you. And I think, like trying to, and then so many mothers do this, by the way. I have a friend whose mom was writing her daddy name on the birthday and Christmas gifts, just trying to save face. And so I think like sometimes we can be doing things, out of fear. And I think sometimes
either way is fear. But like if she would have kept you from that, you still would have resented her.
I don't know that I would have resented her. I mean that's true. Maybe I would resent her. Like and let's say that's the case, right? I resent her and I'm wondering why he's not around and it's your fault. But at the same time, right? At the same time, I'm not dealing with abandonment issues, or I'm not dealing with you're dealing with them, but in a different way.
But
and I
it's
think
still abandonment though. It's still disappointing. It's still because now you left questioning, well, what if, or why didn't, and this and that.
I mean, and then you meet your dad and you realize that, and you grow up and become an adult and you realize if somebody wanted to, they would. Like at the end of the day, that was the moral of the story. But I also just wonder, like, damn, why did you let him just do, like, you had zero boundaries when it came to me? You
Can I
had
say
zero.
something?
That's a
'Cause I
conversation
actually
for
had
your
this
mom.
situation to where when I grew up, my daddy and his wife told me a story of how they tried to come get me. He was just sitting outside of my mama's house crying, and he was gonna come take me, but then he realized that the child deserves to be with the mom because it's the mom. And then he never missed a birthday, never missed a holiday, but she used to tell us to be quiet when he comes sometimes. And so in the kind of household I was in, it's like she would have.
I want to bring this back.
We are.
She ain't the only chick that or person, and it's dudes like this too. That like what was your mother supposed to do?
I just feel like there are boundaries in place.
You say you want her to have boundaries for you. Like what? Like what does that look like for you?
I think what it looks like is, hey, and like, because this all started from the question of if a dad wants to come back around, should the mom let him? So that's where this all spun out of. And so in a situation like that, when a dad is coming back around and he's showing consistent behaviors and actions, and, whether that's once a month, whether that's twice a month, whatever it is, it's consistent and it's intentional. If a father is doing that, I think, hey, that's great. Like, let it be. But if someone is coming around and making false promises, if they're coming around and they're showing a lot of inconsistent behaviors, they're, saying they're going to come and they don't, like all the things that deadbeats do. If that's happening, at what point do you say like, hey, this isn't okay and you can't continue to treat her like this? So if you are going to come around, here are the parameters in which you can come around. And if you can't stay within those parameters, then you cannot come around, or you're going to have to go through a judge to come around. Because this isn't.
So, but this is my point, right? So whether he say he gets a judge, like because now we getting down hypothetical. The point, the thing is like it's a lose for your mother, because either way, you're gonna have resentment either way. You're gonna have like so either I let you go through it on your own, and that like because if you step in and you put these boundaries and you stop them and you do all that stuff, again, the children then blame you as the why they don't know their dad.
I
You know what
just
I'm saying? Like
as a
how
mother
like
myself, there's nothing.
so I would much rather my child go through it because that's still that boy or that girl's dad. That's all they know. That's
Right.
my daddy, and you are stopping me from seeing my daddy. That's all they give a fuck about. So, like,
But so do you feel like that's stopping somebody to say like, hey, you gotta, hey, you can't, it's a school night, you can't continuously drop your child off at 12 a.m. and if this is what you're going to be doing, like, or you can't, like, I'm just saying, this is the type of shit deadbeats do though. And so like in the comments, somebody just said, well, you give me parameters and I'm gone. I should be able to do, and my thing is, if you are, if you
hold on. So
go back to that point, man.
So if he has, so that's not being a deadbeat. That's
Right, and then there comes to a point to where I tell my children, hey, there are parameters and limits, and there's going to become a point to where you're gonna be angry with me, but there are things that I'm going to stand 10 toes down on for you because you are my child.
And you see how you said that you tell your kids that, like, communication and like I said, just like that emotional expression, that's a level of emotional intelligence. You're expressing yourself and making that aware to your children because children don't know better.
Explaining though, I said like from speaking from my own experience, like when their father would let them down, disappoint them, wouldn't show up. Like that was me and my wife's job to parent them through that and explain and break
Absolutely.
and and be like, look, I mean, hey, your daddy didn't show up. It is what it is.
You're still loved and still cared for by
if you got, and then
rest of
as
the
they got
family.
older, I never kept like they got
Absolutely.
phones. It gets to the point where I'm like, hey, you want to call your dad? You want to talk to your dad? I don't want to talk to him. Like, what I gotta talk to him for? You my daddy. You know what I'm saying? Like they grew up and like they saw how they
Right.
You let them shoot
They
themselves
shape
in the
their
foot.
own perspective. You
Right.
were in
You let them
control
shoot
of that
themselves in the foot.
perspective.
They came like
You don't have to sacrifice yourself.
Like kids aren't stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
they're not.
Very much intelligent.
so my oldest two, they came to that conclusion on their own. Again, me and my wife had, like when they was younger, we definitely had to, pick them up, guide them if they needed help, therapy, whatever. We did all of that. But ultimately, by the time they're teenagers now, but shit, I've been raising them since they was 2 and 3. They teenagers now, and they got to the point now where like I'm like, we supposed to be going back home this summer. I'm from Louisiana. He lived like an hour and a half where I'm from. I'm like, hey, y'all want to go spend the summer with y'all dad? It's like, no. I was like, it's to the point like, damn, like y'all want, like we gonna be there. You want to see your dad? No, I don't got nothing. But before, when my wife was trying to stop them from seeing him, it was like he would use that and be like, your mama trying to keep me away from you.
Right.
And now they over there throwing their resentment at me like, you trying to keep me from my daddy. You the reason why I can't see my dad. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, nigga, I would hope I want you to go over there with your daddy so we can get the summer off. Nigga, what the fuck?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But they came to that on their own. We didn't have no, but again, this, as the parent on the other end, it's going to suck seeing your child hurt, not, but you, if
that's
you
just the
don't
crux you
guide
have to
them
bear.
through that's the important part. You have to guide them through that.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
Absolutely.
And the only time, and this is just an exception because some people really do be batshit crazy out here. And the only time I would say, like, like I don't have kids personally myself, but just from like being around my sister who, she has 2 daughters, 2 little girls, and they're my nieces, but I have like those motherly instincts when I'm around them, and I'm like very overprotective of them. And if I was in a relationship with somebody and they were giving me like red flags that they were dangerous, that's the only time I would, that's the only time. But like outside of that, if they're not a danger and, they're trying to, be in the child's life, I would never keep my child personally from seeing their father if he's not a danger to me or to the children. You know what I'm saying? But I don't believe in, using your children as like a monopoly to piss off your baby's father and stuff like that. Exactly. I wouldn't weaponize my children like, oh no, you can't see your kids because I'm mad that you moved on because even if you cheat on me or whatever the case was, it's like I won't use my kids in that way because that's not right for me as a woman or a parent. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? That's not
sure.
fair for the kids either. So
Can y'all take a second real quick? Because I've just been seeing some of the comments and just kind of hearing some of y'all's feedback. I want to know how y'all are defining like a deadbeat. A deadbeat is a dad who just chooses not to be around.
Oh,
Right
I
or
can,
wrong?
I can
It's not even
describe them
about
because I know
deadbeat.
one.
It's
I can
about
tell you.
boundaries versus
Baby silly,
prevention.
man.
You know, you have a boundary, okay, you can't show up to my house at this time. That's a boundary. Oh, I'm not going to let you see my child at this certain time. That's a prevention. I don't, it's not about titles or whatever. It's about, is this a boundary or is this a prevention? And
mhm.
sometimes as women, we have to check ourselves, am I
Mhm.
placing a boundary or am I preventing, and that will let you know, like, hey, okay, you trying to be funny or you're really trying to, be in the child's life.
Yeah,
Right.
Right.
I can tell you what a deadbeat. I got
But
a brother that's a deadbeat, and her baby daddy
Yeah.
is a deadbeat. I can tell
Yep.
you what a deadbeat
but
is.
you like, okay, so because a lot of deadbeats, and this isn't all of them. I understand, like, these are all hypotheticals, it's case by case, whatever. But a lot of deadbeats have like whatever their reasons are, right? Like, oh, I work a lot. Oh, I don't have a place. I don't have a car. I don't have, whatever their reason is, they have a reason why they say they're not around.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering if, like, what y'all's thoughts are just around those as excuses. And then when they come around and it's like, well, I want to get the kid. I ain't got nowhere for them to go. So we going to be kicking it at my girlfriend's. Or I want to get the kid, but I'm going to have to drop her off at my mama's house for the next, 2 days, not really spend time with him. Or I want to get the kid, but I ain't got no money. So I don't got a car seat, clothes, diapers, nothing. Like, what is the responsibility? Where's the accountability there if that's a desire of the parent, but it's also not like best case scenario for the child?
So I know, well, to answer one of the questions that you said in the beginning, I'll say for me, like what defines a deadbeat personally for myself, I'm not speaking for everybody. That's just a quick disclaimer. For me personally, I feel like an adult who is a parent who is emotionally immature, emotionally unavailable, a person who does not have the child's best interest. And I think that's probably about it, because I know for me personally, like having a father who was a deadbeat, for me, I think I saw a lot of like him just making promises and not fulfilling those promises.
Hmm.
Also, there was like a lot of emotional immaturity on his end to where it was like he always had an excuse for something. It's like he wanted to be treated like a man, and he wanted to be, seen as this fatherly figure, but he didn't step up to the plate to be considered a fatherly figure. He was like operating from an immature place. Like you said earlier, it's like, oh, I want to see the kids, but I don't have a home, or I don't have my own place to take my kids at, like that sort of thing. That's like, how?
Could I say something?
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
At what point are we going to look at ourselves as men and women and we ask ourselves, the person that we had the kid with, did we think that they were going to be a productive parent? Because like we all talk about men and women about what they don't do and this and that, but like in order for you, and that's why a lot of people make the same mistakes and keep having deadbeat parents with other kids, because no one steps back to take the accountability for the things that we do. Like, I get all of that about deadbeat fathers, and there are mothers out there that are deadbeats too. Like, I know a woman, I know a female who lost full custody of her child. She was as a deadbeat. But at what point do we look at these individuals and say, "Oh yeah, this person right here was going to be a great parent"?
Well, this is why I always tell people family planning is important. Like, we think again.
I mean, here we are after the fact, though. So it's like, all you can do is take accountability. I could have, and this is coming from somebody who didn't have parents. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't have, both of my parents was like deuces. You know what I'm saying? So, you just take your situation, and it's like you do what you got to do to make it better.
Yeah.
I can't worry about him. I got too much of my situation to figure out. Okay, if he wants to sit over here and sleep on the air mattress, well, baby boy, when you come home, you got the biggest bedroom in the house.
But this is my point though. This is why we have, like, this is why a lot of this happens, is because we like, oh, well, it happened, so now we gotta fix it.
Again, yes, like I said, I am a facet of I didn't have parents at all. So, I know I'm hearing, oh my dad this, oh my dad that. Like there are people out here. I had nothing. I'm not expected to like looking at my life now. I'm not expected to be who I am and where I am. So let's get to reality. You know what I'm saying? Because thank goodness there are people out here who, hey, let's sit down. I am now breaking the generational curses for my children. You know what I'm saying? So
But it is
reality is harsh.
No, reality is we family planning. That's reality.
Shout out to those who
and that needs
shout
to
out
be
to those who had those opportunities.
But that's what I'm saying.
I
Like,
wish.
but the problem is you keep speaking from your individual. Like, you are the exception. That's
absolutely.
That's not. You know what I'm saying?
You saying like the majority of people, like not just like a minority group of people, basically.
Well, just generally speaking, most people aren't parentless. Like, so you was you was an orphan.
Who, me or
Asani?
Yes. Grew up in the foster care system. No mom, no dad, none of that. Like just off on the world on my own.
Okay.
And you like I said, like that comes from looking at accountability. Okay, I'm a single parent. Why did I become a single parent? Okay, I'm out here looking for love in the wrong places. This felt good at the time. So I can take accountability for that. So it's like that's where my perspective comes from. I can't worry about you, baby boy. I gotta boss up and make my situation better for my child. I can't go from no parents to one parent. Like, no, baby, I teach my daughter, like, I want you to be married. I want you to go to college. You know what I'm saying? Even in our hurt and even in our pain, we can use that energy into our children. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I say, like, do what you want to do. This is what I want for you.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about what you do, sir. Hey, if you're trying to be there for my daughter, great. Hey, you might be sleeping on an air mattress. Hey, go over there and sleep with on the air mattress with your dad. But over here, son, you have the example. You live in a 3-story townhome. You saw your mother just last year, September, graduate nursing school. I want you to go to college. My children sat in the classroom with me. You feel me? It's about change. It's about changing the narrative. We gotta get about accountability. We gotta stop. Oh, what about this? What about that? Look inside. Look at the reason why. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I understand where you're coming from, but you have to speak when you're speaking on a topic to the majority. You have to speak from a place from majority. Not everybody can necessarily relate to our individual personal experiences.
We can all learn from each other.
Yeah, that's true. Like we can't, maybe they can't relate, but there's always a lesson to be learned in everybody's story.
Because everybody's situation is different. Everybody's
That's very true.
But
Just like my story is different from hers. Like I came from a single
yours.
parent household and I didn't grow up in the foster care system, but I have a friend who grew up in the foster care system and we're very close, and I have seen the effects that's had on her and how she has to fight to not become a statistic and to not fall victim.
It's already
of,
labeled.
Exactly, because as soon as you enter the foster care system nowadays, they're immediately getting girls on birth control off the rip. Like if you're at that age to where you can get pregnant and you can reproduce, they're immediately putting you on birth control because of the statistics. Exactly.
Isn't that what we're talking about?
Exactly, because like she said, a lot of girls are looking for love because they don't
in the
come
wrong
from
places.
that.
Absolutely.
In the wrong places. They run away, they get pregnant, they sometimes they go to older men because they're trying to escape their circumstances. Everybody's circumstance is unique, and like he said, like you can't look at it from an individual like sort of perspective, but we still have to see the lessons and stuff. And like he said, it's about family planning, and a lot of people they're not being taught family planning because of their situations or their environments. So you have to take that into consideration.
At some point, and I'm not completely disagreeing with everything you said, but at some point, when you get to a certain age, you have to realize that you are a product of the environment that you create. So every single decision that is made after you're an adult is on you. You got to be accountable to what you have done in the life that you create.
Like I don't want anybody to get that confused. Like I'm not excusing like adult like decisions that adults make in adulthood, but just saying like everybody has a precursor and everybody has a starting point You know what I'm saying? Like they have learned behaviors and things that they learned. Like he said, people
Yeah,
normalize baby mama and baby daddy culture
that's what I'm saying.
because
You
that's
have to
something
get
that's
to a point where
normalized, and you
you,
have to unlearn that. But sometimes people don't know, and they don't know better, and sometimes they have to learn the hard way in order to learn. Some people
Absolutely.
don't learn just from you telling them word of mouth. Sometimes
that,
they have to learn
that's
from making.
introspection. You gotta do the internal work to realize that though. Like you have to go and if you know what you keep in the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and getting the same result. So like until you take that introspection and be like, look, my life keeps going a certain way. Where's the common denominator? It's always you. So until you want to change
Mm-hmm.
it, you'll go through the exact same thing over and
Can
over and
I
over
interrupt
again.
for a moment? I have a completely different situation. I see people say that's why you should be married. I was married for 7 years. We were together for 10. He was an amazing father while we were together. He cheated. I left. I divorced him. He hasn't seen these, well, he's seen them because his father and his sisters get the boys on a regular basis. This man is a lunatic.
Mm.
He will
But
tell everybody
that
under the
that
sun.
wasn't that wasn't why. What's the point of you bringing up?
My thing is because people always say, "Oh, you should be married," and what does that change if you
Yeah,
still in?
No, that's just that's
hold on, hold on,
specific
hold on,
to
hold on,
your.
hold on. Well, the reason why, okay, first of all, it sucks that your marriage didn't work, but we were talking about the reason why I brought up that you should be married is so as men, so you can have actual rights as a
Mm-hmm.
parent if it were to get to that point instead of being a fucking baby daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do agree on that part. The thing is, I never restricted his visitation. He just chose not to.
But my point is, he still has more rights as an ex-husband than a baby daddy.
I
Facts.
think I
Thanks.
think it depends on circumstances. I have sole custody of my children. He has no rights to
But
my
but
children.
he would if he wanted to, he would have been able to challenge all that shit.
Yes.
Yes.
He has
Mm-hmm.
equal rights as a
Yeah.
parent, as an
Yep.
ex-husband, than he would be
Yep.
as a baby daddy.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Now, whether he decides to take that on, that's different. But he has the equal rights as your ex-husband than your baby daddy. If he,
Mm-hmm.
And that,
that's why that's why we're talking about marriage. I'm not
and
saying
that,
marriage automatically makes your relationship work, but it's a damn sure it works more than often not.
And I,
It's a path to success more so than being a baby mama or a baby daddy.
but it goes
and
back to accountability, which is what we were talking about before, and basically why a man should take his baby mama to court if he wants to see his child. I think if you want to see your kid, there are certain ways to do that. And like you just said, when you have married someone, you have certain rights. Whether or not you exercise them is a different story, but you have certain rights. And so you're being accountable. That's getting married is a part of family planning in that sense, because you're guaranteeing that your children are going to be legitimized. The children that come from that marriage will be legitimate, and you will have access to them if you want it. And so, I got to hop, but I do appreciate you for using your platform to really hold both men and women accountable. I think that we have gotten into, not holding men accountable and making women kind of bearing the burden
Yeah, I
of
agree
all
with that.
things when it comes
Most of
Yeah.
these
to.
platforms, all you see is them blame the woman.
Like,
Yeah,
I
and,
mean,
it- and it's
I've had my life talking about women, but when we start talking about, at the end of the day, I'm sick of these niggas crying and complaining. Like, it's one thing to see women cry and complain. That's what y'all gonna do. When I see grown ass men, grown black fucking men, always whining, crying, and complaining, it's everybody else's fault. They always got an excuse. Like, I didn't see these type of dudes. Well, I ain't gonna say I see. I didn't pay attention to these type of dudes. Because
But it's so
those
frequent.
dudes, I don't pay attention. Like in real life, I don't see these niggas. They're not real men to me. I don't deal with men who always got a fucking excuse. I hate that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not how I was raised. I don't do that. So when I got on TikTok, that's when I started seeing or interacting with these type of dudes. And that's one thing that I can't stand is a crying ass, grown ass man. Is like I said, my brother's like that. My wife's baby daddy is like that, and I despise these niggas. That's my brother, and I can't stand him. I want to spit on him. That's how bad I can't stand him. Because it's worse for them. Because I'm like, bro, we grew up together. How did you turn out like this? You are a piece of shit.
Social
Crazy.
media brings
But
them
it's
out.
exactly what you said earlier. A man who does not value himself does not value his seed. And I think like your seed, that's even when it's still in you, right? If you can't control your nut, if you're not worried about where you putting it, where you're fertilizing, whatever, like you don't value yourself. Your children are a reflection of you. And that's why men can leave their kids and go take care of another one, because that child isn't a reflection of them.
So what does that say about the woman that's willing to lay down with a man she know that doesn't have the qualities of a father?
Yeah, she should
We're not saying that
but
women are perfect.
but
Let's
the
not
system
construe
holds her
things.
accountable. She has to raise that child. I mean, and not all do. I know there are the outliers, but 9 times out of 10, the women that I know, at the end of the day, they, you know what? I made a mistake. I laid down with this person. I'm gonna take care of my child. I'm gonna do what I need to do.
If she accepts the role of being a single mother, that's her accountability.
Right.
She has to go throughout life being a single fucking mother, because that shit's hard. My wife left for it, and I was like, bring your ass home. I got married so I wouldn't have to be this. And she had to go for work. Being a single parent is hard.
It's hard as hell, especially in this economy.
Is man, if we out here and we smashing unprotected and we busting and all of this extra stuff, bro, you can't be mad at it like when it happened to you.
Why do you think these women be so angry, bro? Because they don't have no break. That's her accountability. Them fucking that, bro. That's why you get me married, because you get a break. Hey, you know, if you're in a functioning relationship, you take hey baby, you got the kids today. I need a break. I'm playing my game. Okay. Oh, hey, you get the kids today. I'm about to watch fucking Harry Potter all goddamn day in the bed. Like, you know what I'm saying? You get a break. But if I had to do this shit on my own, boy,
I've always said if they held fathers to 50-50 custody, regardless, like once paternity is established, regardless, you have to take care of your kids. You have to have them half the time. We would see way less single mothers. We would see way less broken families and homes. We would see way less like slip ups and mishaps and, you know, unplanned pregnancies, because you would be a little bit more responsible with your seed if you knew you had to be accountable. But you have a choice because you don't have to carry the baby.
That's not true.
I don't believe that either.
So I want to say that's not true. I was married and we got a divorce and I didn't care about none of that. And so they told me that or visitation, it don't go hand to hand. I'm from Indiana, right? So meaning that if I get child support, it doesn't determine if he get visitation. So if I neglect getting child support, it doesn't determine visitation. Right? Okay, I have full custody of my child and he has visitation, right? That's how it is, because they deem me the more, I don't know, functioning parent at the time. Yeah. And so we did the part where we made our own agreement, right? We made our own agreement, right? And so when it got to the point for his turn to get the child and this and that and whatnot, he wasn't getting the child. So, you know, I would book my vacation or my time off and whatever based around him when it's his time to get the child. He was not getting the child. I spent so much money in the court system. I think I took him to court like 4 times. I spent over every time I took him to court, I spent like $25K because I needed an attorney each time. And for them to keep giving him slap after slap, wrist after wrist, and things of that nature. Just like I saw someone in the comment, my child's father owes $10K. Here's the thing. They won't throw him in jail. They think that if him staying out is much beneficial of him paying that debt down than him being in jail and racking it up, right? But here's the thing. He doesn't get our child for visitation, and I'm tired of going to court for it, right? But if I withhold visitation, I can go to jail. He doesn't go to jail because he's on child support. But if I withhold visitation, I can go to jail and lose everything. Yes, we were married. We got a divorce, and that's how it was. So I'm telling you, sometimes it doesn't work how you think it will. And I wrote in the chat that if you do go to court, it opens up another can of worms, meaning that I have a job position in Arizona. I live in Indiana. I had to ask the court permission, even though I'm the only one that takes care of our child. I had to ask the court permission and also his father permission to move.
Do you feel like if the courts
But that
enforced
was
all
your
of that
husband.
though?
That was your ex-husband, though, right?
So here's the thing: when he denied it, I took it to court.
No, I'm saying
And
but y'all were married, though, right?
yes, we were married.
Yeah, that's why we brought.
I only have one child. We were married. But here's the thing: baby daddy or not, they told me that all visitation is the same. Whether he was my husband or not, all visitation is the same.
Do you feel like if the courts had enforced the visitation, if they had actually put him in jail rather than giving him the slap on the wrist, if this was common practice, right? If men out there knew, hey, if I don't pay my child support, if I don't see my kid, I'm going to jail. You don't feel like that would affect the rates of like unplanned pregnancies?
To be honest, I know there are some people, because when I asked my pastor, he said, when he was behind a long time ago, before he became a pastor and this and that, he said they had threatened to throw him in jail. But it goes back to his point, a deadbeat person, a person that don't have value, a person that don't have anything to lose and stuff. He is one of those persons because they threatened to take his driver's license. He don't have a driver's license, right? Yeah, I know, right? They threatened to take his like his W-2s and things of that nature, what is that called? And whatever. So he would stop jobs and get paid under the table so they couldn't garnish his wages.
Yeah.
Right? They had nothing to take from him. Nothing to take from him but to put him in jail and whatever. And the only thing that the court settled for was that for child support, he's able to pay an extra $10 a week.
Yeah.
And that was it. That was
like
it.
that in Maryland too.
Quick question. So you said when y'all got divorced, y'all came. So if you would have went to court and just had it legalized at that time, what would have happened?
So when I got an attorney, he said it's best for us to come up with our own thing. So it was fine, but we ended up going to court because he wasn't held in his bargain with the visitation. And so I was complaining and crying to the court. Basically, I want to say, and I know it may sound silly, I think I want to say it's my fault, right? Because I'm sitting here thinking that the court is going to help me and whatever and make him do right by me. But really, they are all like, I'm looking at the big picture, and we know that he's this, we know that he's a deadbeat and stuff, but you chose him. And we believe that a child needs his father.
Right. So you was trying to force. So not saying like.
I'm trying to force that. No. I was trying to force the help.
Yeah. Okay.
I was trying to force the help, but it ended up biting me because they threw our agreement out the window.
Wow.
And, they threw our agreement out the window and said, "This is what we feel is best for the child." So they called it what is it called? I forgot, but we had to redo our visitation and all of that. I forgot what it's called when you file for it, but yeah. But anyways, I lost out of a lot of money and whatever. Here's the thing: I had an attorney. He didn't. Every time we went,
so
in my mind, I lost with an attorney.
If anything, your story kind of proves my point. That is, these men who claim that they want to see their kids, if they just take these motherfuckers to court, they get to see their kids.
No, he does want to see his child, but he wants it this way.
No, I'm saying, but you was trying to force him to come get these kids when he was supposed to. You know what I'm saying? But you got dudes out here talking about, well, they won't even let me see the kids, and you was like, nah, you need to come see these fucking kids.
Right.
Like paying money to make.
So it has. I will say it has been like that. It has been like that. Like I think at one point he kind of like picked up Molly's. I was like, hell nah, you ain't having my child around that. You know what I'm saying? So I withhold visitation. So I will say that if it's something that I think, I will say, and I'm not perfect. I will say.
Oh my bad. Go ahead.
No, but I will say if it's time that I think like this is not what I want my son to view or be around, that I think is like, oh hell no, then I will say that like I'm not perfect, but I have withhold visitation. I have. But now, in our decree, I have the right to. But now
Yeah,
in our
he
decree,
shit
I have
like
the right
that.
to.
Then I plant some in his car and call the police. Be like, hey, hey,
No, you
man.
know what? But it's really not that serious because I mean it's serious. But once a child gets to a certain point, they start saying like, you know what? I don't even want to be around this parent like that.
And that's
Yeah.
what I was
They
talking
start
about.
catching on. They start smelling the BS.
That's what I was
You know what
talking
I'm
about.
saying? Like empty promises, or I'm at dad's house. I'm like, how you at your dad's house and you're calling me all the time? I don't want to talk to
Right.
you.
That's why I'm telling
Exactly.
you, these kids ain't stupid, bro.
Yes.
These kids
Exactly.
pick up on a lot more than we think. And when you let these kids like think for themselves, and you know, like I said earlier, you guide them now. They don't let them freely willy nilly, but
Right.
they'll pick up on the ain't shit parent. And if you doing it, you know what I'm saying, you doing right, you putting in work, you doing what you're supposed to do. These kids, they'll see it.
That's
They'll see
true. They
Yeah.
smart.
I kind of wanted to jump in a little bit. First of all, hey everybody, Benny, thank you for allowing me up. My situation is kind of like Valerie's, but I also have a sister in a similar situation.
God damn,
So
y'all going through it with these ex-husbands, huh?
yeah, so when I first got divorced, I got married really young at 19. He was in the military. We left.
Oh Lord, you ain't gotta say no more. I understand.
Yeah, we left, but we ended up moving back because he got kicked out, basically.
Yeah.
So we stayed together. We had been together since I was like 16. And once we got divorced, I was about 22, 23. So I left with my two boys. And in the beginning, we set up the order, right? Just like Valerie, we set our own visitation schedule because I was working for the prison. So I was working like 4 days on, 4 days off. I was like, hey, split. You keep them when I go to work. I get them when I'm off. Easy peasy. But we also put in a standardized visitation schedule for Texas, which is first, third, and the fifth, holidays, summers, all that stuff, just in case shit don't work out. So during that process, he started to become absent. There was no child support. I think the only thing he was supposed to pay me was like 110 because I carried the insurance every month. Mind you, they're 14 and 13. They were like 2 and 3. I've only gotten 3 payments, but it is what it is. So at one point, I would be like, hey, the boys waiting on you. What time you coming? Oh, I'll be there at this time. He stopped coming. And that goes into what the young lady was saying. All I could do as a mom was kind of not coddle, but explain things to them, come up as a parent, try to protect them, come up, say, hey, oh, he got busy, or hey, he was here. It was never my job as a mom to fully just say, oh, no, I'm going to keep him, or no, I'm going to keep him because I was upset at the dissolution of why we got divorced in the first place. So after a while, I remember one time he came to pick him up. He hadn't seen him in like 3 months. He put him in a car and I said, hey, can I talk to you for a second? He was like, yeah. I was like, hey, it seems like you got a lot going on. I don't know particularly what it is. You don't have to tell me the details. However, if you need to step away to get yourself together and see what you got going on, go ahead and do that. And I got them. My sister has kids with a guy, and when they broke up, he basically broke up with the kids. He was one of them. He was a great daddy when he was in the house, but when they broke up, he broke up with them. And she had this thing like a year ago where she was like, I'm gonna go over there, I'm gonna pull up, I'm gonna bring him over there. Well, I don't really know either at his brother's house or his mom's house, but I'm gonna go find him. Then he would have like 3-4 different girls he'd be with, or every time the kids would go, they'll come back and say, oh, a different girl was there. And she was like, well, I'm going to make him see him because I need a break. And I had to tell her as a woman, you knew what type of dude that was when you got with him. When you had them kids, you knew what type of dude he was. At the end of y'all relationship, you saw the changes. That's your responsibility to protect your children. Don't let him come over there and tell him stuff. If you know he going to come up missing, protect them to a certain extent. Let them form their own opinion. Watch what you say about him around them. Same thing I did. I didn't say bad things about their dad. And as time has gone, they don't want to see them. My boys, their dad came back around. I gave him that space to take that time so he could go out and get himself together, do whatever he wanted to do, and I took care of that responsibility. Like you say, as adults, we have to take accountability for the people that we choose to have children with. Yeah, I was married, cool, whatever. However, it was certain things about that man that I should have expected as a mom. I was young. I was 22. I'm 35 now. I was like, don't have my baby over there. Don't do this. Don't do that. We can't control as parents what they do when them kids get in the car and hit the corner. We can't control as parents when that other person goes show up. In Texas, same thing like Valerie. I worked for the police. I was a 911 dispatcher for a long time. The mom will go to jail for not showing up to drop their kid off to their daddy. If that daddy don't show up on them scheduled visitation, it's nothing they're going to do him. In Texas, I'll push it even a little further. The baby daddy comes to pick up the kid, right? He's on a birth certificate. There's no child support order. If that daddy put that kid in the car and leave and don't bring that kid back, that's called parenting, not kidnapping in Texas.
Yeah.
If that is on a birth certificate, there's nothing you can do. When our girl was like, man, I'm mad at my mom because I'm resentful because she let him do me that. What was she supposed to do as a mother? Because like you said, if she'd have got mad, she'd have been mad if mama would have kept her away. Then she'd be like, well, you ain't give me the opportunity. But she gave you the opportunity. Now you're still mad at your mama. And as a mother, she's a mother. So I didn't understand that. And she got down. I hate she got down, but I really wanted clarity as to what was she expecting her mom to do. In my
that was Kayla. Kayla she's still on panel.
I mean, what is, as a parent, what are you supposed to do? I feel like as a parent, my job is to be there, support you, cover you, pray over you, and just kind of guide you through that situation. My job is not to stop that person. My ex-husband did some foul stuff to me. I have never not once stepped in because that has nothing to do with me and his relationship. I mean, his relationship with his children, that's between me and him, which we've grown now. We're both older. We've gotten to a better place. But whatever happened with us never had an effect on what me and him did as far as when it came to parenting our children together. Like I said, other little stuff, him dibbling and dabbling and running the streets a little bit. Hey, go ahead and step away if that's what you need to do. If you gotta call and check on them, I'll send you some pictures. Going on. When you get ready, you come back. I'd rather you not drag them with you. I'd rather even walk up to you and say, hey, as my co-parent, I need you to work on that. So you'll be able to show up as the best version of you to be a parent for our children. You know, I feel like you said, grown people making decisions, they go do what they want to do. Everybody need to choose better when it comes to having kids. I agree with you for saying being married first. Being married first can cut down a lot of all this baby mama, baby daddy drama, because I still don't understand the mindset like you coming on TikTok is where being married is more of a commitment than having a kid. Because you can walk away from a marriage, but you can't walk. That's a lifelong commitment, having a child. That don't make sense to me. But that's what I came up here to say. You know, I just hope as a community we can kind of, at least not with us, but when it comes to our children and raising our children up, that we can put those morals and values in place, have those uncomfortable conversations about sex where our children aren't going out there learning from their friends at school about sex. They're being misinformed. Kind of open it up, talk to our kids about marriage. You know, I'm all for those things, even though right now I'm single, but I still want that for myself. I still want those things for my children. I want to be able to set them up better than I was set up growing up in the house with a single bitter baby mama. My mama was a single bitter baby mama. I didn't want that for me. Everything in my life I structured so that my children wouldn't have no parts of anything that I had to go through. I grew up in the hood. My kids ain't seen the hood. Even with me being single, I'm a full-time college student. I work I'm a regional manager for a tech company. I'm doing all these things to structure and build myself up, and I'm talking to my kids. I'm having conversations with them because now that they're teenagers, they're at an age where everything I tell them now, I only got a couple of more years to set the tone for my boys when they walk out my house. I'm talking to their dad. We're having conversations together with them to get them set up. So when they go out there and they run into a nice young lady that they meet, that they will be ready and know what to do properly. Now, if they do it, that's on them. As long as I'm doing my part as a mama to make sure I'm not raising no YNs. They can't even say the end. They still can't say lie over here, and they 15 and 14. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing my best to make sure that my kids know that there's still power in a Black family. I don't want them running around here with baby mamas. I tell them now, I've been telling them since they was 12 and 11. Don't bring no babies up in here. If you want to live your life, you want to travel, you want to go to college, you want to have all these different experiences, don't bring no babies up in here.
See, you gotta scare them.
I show them pictures of STDs.
My daddy told me, like, look, you got a baby, your life is over.
That's what I told them. Your life over, mama outside.
He like, you see, I used to have, that nigga told me, shut up. I used to have $20 to stretch 2 weeks till I got paid again. You want to live like that? I said, no, sir. He said, then don't be having no motherfucking kids. I said, okay. He said, you better not just be out here just having kids with anybody. You see how Felicia do me? That's the woman he ended up having my other sister with. You see how she run me through the motherfucking movie? I said, yep. And that's all I need to hear.
I told my sons, you think you're tired now, getting up for school at 6 o'clock? Wait till you up in here with that newborn baby, getting both of y'all ready to go to daycare and school, because I'm not doing it.
Man, better tell them. Shit, but yeah, you got anything else, Jay?
Nah, I'm good. Thank you. I appreciate you for having me up.
Nah, anytime. Who's it? See, before I let Chad go, because Chad gonna have me up here until goddamn 2 o'clock in the morning. So before Chad go, goddamn rap. You go ahead and go. You got something? What up, man?
Yeah. All right. I want to say I appreciate. I think her name is Jay-Z. I can't see the rest of her name. I appreciate her perspective, and I appreciate your honesty around the matter, because a lot of folks are dishonest about what's going on around this matter. Yeah. Now, I agree with everything. I agree with most things you said, but what I want y'all to understand, right? You're mentioning states like Texas, in which I wish the northern states were a bit more strict in matters like this. So, for example, you mentioned the visitation. I know Texas, for example, I'm in New York. In Texas, someone doesn't pay their rent for a month, the marshals are coming. In New York, it's a completely different situation. I got a tenant that it took me 3 years to get this tenant out. And the judge kept giving them chances. Very similar to custody and visitation. People say like, oh, you want to see a kid, just go to court. Yeah, that sounds good. However, a lot of the time, you're not going to get a judge that's kind. You understand what I'm saying? When you go to these places, unfortunately, in my experience, it's a lot of Blacks and Hispanics in that situation that just can't work it out for whatever reason. And sometimes these situations could take...
Hold on real quick. We talking about child support or just like visitation and shit?
Visitation, yeah.
Okay.
Visitation. Sometimes these matters could take... Sometimes, like, okay, let's say someone doesn't agree on a particular holiday, whatever. Sometimes these matters could take as soon as 6 months, especially within the pandemic. Even though they were doing like virtual court cases, some people wasn't getting court cases for a whole year, 9-10 months. You understand what I'm saying? So one, it's a lot of that going on, a delay. On top of that, let's say you don't want to get a public defender, right? Because 9 times out of 10, the public defender is inept. The public defender is in cahoots with the judge, so on and so forth. So you say, you know what? Let me take my little extra bread and get a lawyer on retainer. Okay. I don't know what it is for other states, but I know in New York, to get a good lawyer, you paying upwards of 8 racks. So let's round that up. Let's say 10 racks to get a good lawyer. So now by the time you go and pay this lawyer, yo, that 10 racks could have went to the kids. That 10 racks could have went to the kids. Now, now the young lady situation, Jay, if you got a guy like that, if you're dealing with a guy like that, it sucks. It sucks for the mother who can't get a break. It sucks for the kids who's growing up without their dad, so on and so forth. However, there are good men that want to see their children. There are good men that try to go the route with not going to court. And before, I didn't understand it until because I used to say, well, why don't guys just go to court? Why didn't my biological father just go to court? Because the man who raised me, I call him dad, right? He's not my biological father, but it was always that void of not having my biological father in my life. And probably a few years ago, we reconnected. And in talking to him, he was just like, yo, he was like, your mom and I was good. Your mom and I was good. I got into a relationship. Then she started moving weird. And how I looked at it was, yeah, I could have went to court, but we didn't have a court session. We didn't have a court case. We didn't have a referee when we was making you. So why do I need to go to court now just to come and see you? I don't 100% agree with him, but when I see the way that the court system drags black men, especially black and brown men, especially through the system, and basically helps perpetuate the alienation of their children, I understand why certain men choose not to fight. Not saying it's the right choice, but I think a brother like you, right, Benny? You have enough people on your platform, on whatever platform, TikTok, I've seen your videos on YouTube, et cetera, et cetera. You have a person like you has enough followers to help put this to an end.
So so you say you in New York, correct?
Yeah.
And have you gone to court?
Yeah.
Are you
when my eldest was born,
are you the custodial or the non-custodial parent? I'm looking at you.
I'm both. I'm in a situation where I'm both. Custody of my eldest. And
so what situation are you talking about where you having a problem? Or even are you even having a problem? Or are you just talking about other people you know?
No. I'm talking about both. I'm talking about all across the board.
Because I just Googled like New York's visitation for non-custodial parents, and you get every other weekend plus 2 visits midweek.
For sure, but that's not what I'm talking about. And not everyone. I'm telling you, not everyone is getting 2 days in the middle of the week. 9 times out of 10, you're getting every other week. So you see how the woman just said in Texas, if the mother doesn't bring the child for their visit, she'll get arrested. That's not the case in New York. You call the cops for that matter, the cops are going to tell you, well, sir, you're going to have to go to court. Bump what Google says. I'm telling you, as a New Yorker, born and bred, it's not as simple as what Google is saying.
See that y'all getting y'all fucking feelings. Y'all don't shut the fuck up.
Nah, I'm not in my feelings, bro. You telling me what
Google? Then shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Thank you. New York, if you go to court, the court will order the for a non-custodial parent, the common schedule in New York to a non-custodial parent is every other weekend plus 1 to 2 visits midweek. That's just the general fucking New York. That's what a judge can award.
And what I'm telling you is that doesn't happen all the time. You're reading Googles. It's someone who's lived it and seen their brethren live it, telling you it doesn't always go down like that. And even if it does go down like that, it's time. It is time. It's not just.
So what is time if it's your child? Put the fucking time in. That's my point. If you want to see your child,
what do you mean? What is time? Time is extra alienation. No, by the time you get contact with that child, you no longer recognize that child because they've been poisoned. This is a regular thing. God bless you for not going through it, but this is an actual reality for many men.
No. I saw my father go through it, which is why I didn't want to go through it. Which is why
And I just
this is
commended you for
why
not going through it. But this is the
no, but
reality
it's
for
not. No,
many
it's not
men.
no, that was your reality because you were irresponsible. So that was
That's a
your
reality.
reality.
Whether that's neither here nor there. That's a
No,
reality for many men.
that's the problem.
That's a reality for many. Just like you just Google New York, Google the stats on that.
It is
Google the stats on that.
No. See,
Google the stats on that.
This is why I don't like talking to y'all New York niggas, because y'all know how to shut the fuck up. And y'all just get the fucking yapping and fucking yapping. It is here nor there because that is what you chose. That is what you chose. And now you talking about that's the reality. No, that is your reality that you chose. So now you have to suffer those consequences. But at the end of the day, if what is the time that you have to put in to get to your child if that's what you want to do? My father was a man who lost out years and got his children poisoned by the woman. But at the end of the day, when he got full custody of us, he had to drain the poison from our fucking brains and be a father because that's what he wanted to do, because he wanted to be with his children. What the fuck is poison? If you want your children, you be there for your children. What's the problem? You can unmute yourself, sir. Nothing? All right. You gonna unmute yourself? All right. I ain't got nothing to say. Like that is you looking at Google, nigga. This is New York law. What are we talking about?
Hey, yo, Benny, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Hey, yo, so I agree wholeheartedly. So the thing that a lot of brothers don't understand, you can get the minimum just for showing up, regardless of what
Right,
state you're in.
that's the minimum per New York law.
When we say I don't want to fight because I don't want to go to court, it's crazy to me because literally, if you show up, the attorney or not, you'll get awarded whatever the state minimum is just for showing up to court. So I think it's bull when people come up here talking something. Well, I don't want to fight. Yeah, regardless, if it takes you a year to get that in place, who cares if it takes you a year? Get it in place for the sake of being able to see your child. All these excuses of I can't, I'm not fighting, I'm not doing this. When you just literally, because I've seen it, I've experienced, when you just show up to court, you'll get whatever that state minimum is. Now, if you want more time, you might have to go through mediation.
Right,
You might have to fight. That's fine. But to get the minimum of your state, you literally have to walk into court and be like, I'm the dad, I'm on the birth certificate. It don't take all this extra stuff. And we talking about, I don't want to go through the system. That's your sole fault. That's your child one, that's your seed. If you're not fighting to be in your child's life, it might be the situation where you might be getting alienated. Cool, whatever that might be, you still need to put up that fight. Giving up should never be an option when we're talking about our children. That shit is wild to me, and that shit is crazy that you got people up here talking something. I didn't want to go to the court because I just didn't want to fight. So what? Show up and be like, I'm the dad, I'll get the medium. That don't make no sense.
You talking about poison, the kids get poisoned, bro. Again, I was one of those kids who mother sat there and told you, daddy ain't shit, your daddy this, your daddy that, your dad. And guess what? My daddy still showed up every other weekend in that gold Kia Optima and pulled up, and I was sitting in the backseat mad than a motherfucker. I don't want to be with this nigga. Mad as hell at CC's Pizza, mad as fuck eating that damn pizza. And he sat there and sat there and looked at me the whole fucking time. But he was there with his kids.
Yeah.
It didn't fucking matter because he was there with his fucking kids.
Yeah, we gotta get this mindset of not fighting. Like I get it. Everybody's situation is different. Where some of y'all might not have to go to court because y'all got something in place, or y'all got decent baby M's or baby moms and baby dads. Like that's cool. But if you are in a situation where you have to fight or you have to go to court, literally you don't have to spend all this money on a lawyer because you can't afford it. Show up to court. You'll get the minimum, and then you can move from there. At least get the base in place, and then fight from there. It's that simple. I don't know why we making this like, oh, depend on what. It doesn't matter what state you go to. If you show up, every state has a minimum for what a non-custodial parent will get. If you show up, you'll get the minimum, period. Every state, yes, it might be more geared towards a mom, whatever, but every state states that it's the benefit for both parents to be in that child's life. So when non-custodial parents show up,
you're gonna get at least whatever that state's minimum is. Period. So all this, I don't want to fight BS. We gotta cut that out. We gotta stop that. Period.
All right, Chad, man, go ahead, bro. What's up, man? You hear this bullshit?
Right. What's up? So to answer the question, should a man take his baby mama to court if he wants to see his child? Absolutely. Because he has to. Because the term baby mama means that they're not married. Marriage is a legal contract. When you have a child in marriage with your wife, that's your child. According to, you have legal status to that child. When you have a child with some random and you have a baby mama, we know the baby is hers because it came out of her. We don't know that that is your child. So you have to legally petition the court to establish legal paternity because you are not under a legal contract of marriage. So it's not even that you have to fight. It's not even a quote unquote fight. You just have to do this to prove that it's your fucking baby. It's standard. It's not harder for it. It's standard. You made that choice when you decided to have, that's why they call it an illegitimate child. The child is not illegal. It's not legally yours. So that's standard practices. So it's not in the court systems. First of all it's created by men. It's not sexually biased towards women or anything like that. If you look at every single person that's complaining, even with the last guy, if you just let them talk, they will tell you why the situation didn't work out for them. Oftentimes, it's just because they did not have the initiative to just establish paternity, establish legal paternity with that child. Like, you have to go to court to do that. So if you have a baby mama, you just need to get used to that. And then again, you're going to get all the state minimums and all the other stuff. Like, it's not biased towards the mother. A lot of times it's just that the other parent does not do what they're supposed to do. Their living situation is not stable. Like, let's call a thing a thing. Like, it just is what it is. You have to, how can I put this without sounding, I don't want to offend nobody. Hold on.
I don't give a fuck.
It's like most of the time people they don't give a fuck about them kids. Let's call it a day. Like,
they don't.
They just don't give a fuck about them kids. They just like if you listen to the last person that was talking, I listened to the entire time. Basically, his dad didn't give a fuck about him and he don't give a fuck about his kids. That's just what it was. Your dad didn't come and do all that stuff because you wasn't worth the work that it took. He just saw scheduling an appointment to go stand in front of a judge. Having you in his life wasn't worth it because I got a new bitch. I'm just making some new kids. Like,
I can make a new you.
I can make a new you any day. I don't give a fuck about you like that. Let's call it what it is. Like, a lot of times your parent didn't come get you because they didn't give a fuck about you. They just really did it. Like, people need to admit that and just be okay with that. Like, there's no such thing as it was too hard or anything like that. Like, the other parent is not richer than you. You made this baby with somebody who was probably your equivalent. Y'all are just as poor as y'all got y'all money. She ain't got all this money to get this fancy lawyer and she flying the kids to Guam and shit. Like, she can't do all that. Y'all's across town, 2 zip codes over. You just don't want to go see them fucking kids. You be hoping you don't run into them at the store. Like, it's just like, let's just call it a thing. Like, people need to feel that. Like, and then when you are the non-custodial parent, because again, until you have established paternity and you can prove to the court that this is your kid and you have legal rights to it, when you're the non-custodial parent, and then the whole, we have an agreement, that doesn't matter. So anybody that is complaining about their own personal agreements, nothing matters until you establish paternity with the court to legitimize that child. Nothing that has happened before that it even matters. Y'all trying to co-parent on your own agreement. Nobody cares about none of that. That doesn't matter. The only thing is the legality of it. Did you have this child in marriage? Then it is a legal child. If you did not have this child in marriage, it is illegitimate. And until you legitimize that child, nothing that y'all is talking about matters. So save the grievances. Nobody don't really give a fuck about that.
So TA, I seen your comment. You said you petitioned to the court for a year until they took you serious. Speak on that real quick.
Yes. So basically, man, like when I petitioned the court without a lawyer, on the time for
time and for joint physical custody or joint legal custody just to have the ability to speak on behalf of my child's medical care and his mental space. Because at the time they were trying to give him ADD medication, and I wanted to do it more of a herbalistic or based off of natural way by taking out the sugars and actually feeding them the right way. You know what I mean? So when I petitioned the court and it was just me by myself going in there, they didn't even let us go to the judge. It was first put between a mediator.
Yeah,
And
that's normally how I go first.
and the mediator just looked at her, and then she instantly went to trying to say, okay, are you doing this? Are you doing that? No matter what I said, they didn't want to hear it.
When you say
And then-
petition the court, had you already petitioned the court to establish paternity though?
Yeah, I was already married to her, and then I divorced.
Okay, got you.
Oh
Okay,
no.
got you. So y'all were just going through like custody and things like that. Because when it's your legitimized child, you can do whatever you want when that child's with you. Like,
And then this was the kicker on that. So what she did was she moved. So now without having an address, even though they give it to you on the form of a paperwork saying that yes, you have the right to this and this, that, and the other, but if you can't find the individual or the person doesn't live there, then now it's like, what do you do? But then like, okay, now when it comes to now I need you to penalize her or bring her forward within this situation. Nobody has any like. It's
well,
like,
when she moved, did she move across state line?
No, she was still in the city, but she didn't live at the address that they were using. But
Were you
then
paying child support?
and then they put it on me to find her.
But why are you paying child support?
Yeah.
Well, if you're paying child support, they know where she is.
See, and that's the thing. They could not find her.
What the fuck?
Right, they know where she is.
So let me tell you this. So since they could not find her for like the first 6 months, they couldn't find her. I kept petitioning. And then they telling me they was like, well, if you can find her, so then I find out where she lives from other people, and then I'm submitting that information. So then their new petition will have the new address. Now, if she doesn't respond and then she doesn't show up, then I kept having more situations and stalling out the time frame of me being able to communicate or be present in my child's life.
Okay, if this were now, if it's becoming this difficult, what was the reason why you didn't just petition the court for full custody and just take your kid from her? Because it sounds like if she is as difficult as this sounds, she doesn't need to be with this unstable woman. This unstable.
So that's what I did eventually. And my kids are grown now, but I kept petitioning, and then when it came to a point where I was able to get full custody, and I petitioned for full custody. First, I petitioned for joint legal custody just to have a say in what was going on medically. And then it was like petitioning for full custody to take them out of a situation that I felt like was not conducive to them being.
But the thing, like what you're describing is what I'm telling men to do. Like, cause you gave a fuck about your kids.
Exactly.
So you didn't give a fuck about how long it took. You didn't give a fuck about how much money it took or whatever you had to do because you wanted to be with your you gave a fuck about them.
Exactly.
And that's my point. That's all. So these dudes getting mad about child support, getting mad about visitation, they're going to court. You did what you had to do. It might have took a year, might have took 6 months, but now look where you at. You got full fucking custody of your kids because you gave a fuck about you had before they was grown because you wanted them.
Facts.
And then you just proved my fucking point to all these niggas in here crying.
I know. I rock with you, man. I rock with you.
Like that's what I'm talking about. And you was divorced, so like you just prove my fucking point, bro. If y'all want to argue, be like, well, he did that. Y'all niggas ain't even trying, but you already you not even trying, but you gonna be like, well, just because it worked for him, nigga, you ain't even tried.
Now it is difficult.
Of course it's difficult. I never said it was easy.
Yeah, because when it came to the lawyers, like when I was petitioning the court, the petition used to be $20. Then they increased the petition to $100, and I was still submitting petitions. Then when I was showing up to the mediation and I wasn't getting anywhere, I had to get a lawyer.
Now,
Then
my
the
question,
lawyer fee started going into
but during
the
divorce,
first fee was like $8,000.
during your divorce proceedings, did y'all ironed out custody during the divorce proceeding, correct? And
At first she had sole custody.
And then how long after your divorce proceedings, after you ironed out custody from divorce proceedings, did you notice that it wasn't working and you needed to alter it again?
As soon as I stopped giving her any other attention, so it was like it had to been like within like the next 3 or 4 months. That's like emotion. Like I feel like, man, the emotional connection between the two parents gets in the way of the actual children's well-being.
Absolutely. A lot of times it gets in the way of the way each parent even sees the situation.
Exactly. And that's the problem. It's like if we can think logically, or if we can talk about the best interest of the child without having our emotions tied to it, it would be a perfect world. You know what I mean? But that's where the dilemma lies. Is like that's the reason why a lot of times I feel like the court has to get involved. Like I would have loved to did the situation with my ex, just between me and her. And actually I gave her, I said, I'll give you $200 a week per kid. That's I did that off top just to do it. But then when it became the situation about me being able to see and have the time with my child, then we had to go to a court system to get a structured paperwork and all.
You are literally just
right
a living example of exactly what I was telling these niggas earlier.
Right.
Because I'm like, the reason you go to court, put your ego to the fucking side. The reason you go is so you can have in black and white this piece of fucking paper, the bare minimum. So you have something established. Now, whether you want more, less, that's a fight for another day. But at least you have something in documentation. So when emotions get involved and egos and all that shit get involved, you go to this paper that's legalized by the fucking courts, or you gonna go to jail.
Now, exactly.
I don't have to fight with you. I don't have to fight. I don't have to argue. This is the amount of money you get. This is when I see my kids, bring them out. You don't have to argue. You don't got to go back and forth. People don't want to get the courts involved because they still want to bicker back and forth. They still give a fuck about that person, whether they still love them, still care about them, or just want to control
they
them,
don't,
or manipulate them. That's why niggas don't want to get the courts involved.
And then they don't want to get they don't want to get the courts involved as well because they don't want to have to be committed to that schedule.
Exactly.
Because now that the court's involved, you have to be committed. So now if you do not meet this schedule, now you can be punished for this. They want to be able to just come and go as they please.
You gotta show up at this time. You gotta get them at this time. You gotta pay this amount of money.
Yeah.
But let me stress this though. They it's a lot of programs that are out there that will help a single dad, whether you're the custodial, non-custodial. Like if you're the non-custodial parent, it's a program that they won't tell you about called NCP, non-custodial parent program. Now, non-custodial parent program will help if that father's car is rough, if something's wrong. If something is wrong with that father's car and he can't make it to his child, they'll actually give him up to $1,200 to help fix his vehicle to get him there. If you need money, if they'll even pay for mileage to go pick up your child for like 3 months. This is a program that's available to you every year for a certain time period to help you get closer to your children or get to your children. Even if you need work clothes, they'll have a voucher for like $250 that will help in that process.
What's the program again for the fellas that might just be out there?
Non-custodial parent program.
There's tons of, and the thing about it, the system is not. It would be illegal for the system to be biased towards women. It's the same across the board. Men just don't do. Men can get on Section 8. Men can get on food stamps. Men can have that baby. You know, it's the same thing. Men can live. Men can do everything that they complain about women having. All these benefits that they claim that single mothers have. Men can get all of those same things. They just don't want that fucking kid. You gotta carry that fucking kid. That's why if you keep that fucking kid, then you can have that Section 8. You can have those food stamps. You can have all the things that you claim that make her life easy.
I can share my opinion.
You don't want
real quick,
hold on.
Too about my situation.
Well, on a grand are we doing like on a grand scheme, not necessarily individuals, right, Benny? It was just like
you said what?
I thought we're sharing like on a just general things, not necessarily like
what I was speaking on is going to be general, because I'm not unique. everybody, goes through the same thing. But I have noticed if the father or the male takes the initiative, it's a lot more favorable rather than the mother going to the court and then they rolling their eyes or another man not trying to take care of their child and stuff like that. I got a lot of things my way when I was going through the same thing where my mother, the child of my mother wasn't, trying to let me see my child. So I took the step to start the court process, and it worked out great for me. So I think that's what he just needs to do at this point. And there's nothing wrong with sharing his grievances online.
Most of this question is who get there first.
Yeah, but it also is.
Yeah.
Like, who get there first?
Yeah, that is true. Who gets there first? But I mean, a lot of people don't want to go through the court because we got the government in our business. We need to have it just between us. And
but there's programs.
But you
there's
have to go
programs
through
where
the
you
court.
can choose your own mediator.
You have to go through the court. It's not your child.
My son's dad and I, we went through the court and we chose our own mediators, which was his mom and my mom, because every time we would exchange our son, we would get into it. So we had our moms and both of our moms meet up to exchange our son through a program through the Illinois courts system. So there's programs out there. You just have to be willing to fight.
But you have to go through the court because it is not your child.
Yeah.
If you are not married, it's an illegitimate
Yeah,
child.
we did that.
You have to,
We
not
also-
you.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
you.
yeah,
I get what you mean.
yeah,
I'm
absolutely
talking
right.
about him. I'm talking about him.
But
If you have a
there's- but
child
even-
that's
I'm
not
saying-
No,
married,
you're absolutely right. Because I wasn't married, so I
Right,
totally
you
agree.
have to do that.
And they told me that too. And I went to the court. I was trying to avoid it, but I was giving her like $400 a month, and she was like, "What you
No,
doing
don't
with this
get no
chunk
money
change?"
without
But none
And
of
I
that
was just giving her
matters.
that
Yeah,
just
because
to
that's not
take
your
care of my
child.
And I was like, "No, what?"
It's-
But I was like, "No, forget that."
It is
So
not
I'm
your
gonna put
child
it
until
through
you
the court
legally
and write.
legitimize your child.
But have y'all noticed, like, one of the biggest pieces to this puzzle is the fact that a lot of the information, like a lot of us we don't understand or know what to do. I mean, it's a lot. I'm just speaking from a lot of the brothers that I've met and talked to. I've had to sit there and give them information and show them things because they just don't.
But it's set
know
up so that you
what
don't have to know. If you just be married, we all know that you have to get married before you have kids. And then if you go, and then if
talk
you,
about when you're
go,
dealing with the system.
And that's what I'm saying. If you get married before you have kids, you have to go to court for a divorce. So that will be handled during that process. You don't have to be a legal expert if you just do things the right way. Like, that's just the way it is, because it's set up to where you don't have to be a legal expert. You got to go to court to get married. You got to go to court for a divorce. During that divorce, they're going to handle that at that time. But we refuse to do things the right way. So then you got to become a legal expert because you got to, you know what I'm saying? Because you didn't do shit right the first time.
But
it's set up.
but you're speaking like if it's a perfect world. It's not a
fair.
perfect world. You know what I mean? Like,
But these are consequences. Nobody's saying it's a perfect world. These are the consequences. These are the consequences of a choice. And we know this already. We've seen our parents go through it. We know this already. Like, we cannot sit here and say that we're stupid and we don't understand this. We know what we should have done. We just, for whatever reason, think that we're going to do it better than other people who have done it a million times and it has not worked out for them. We're going to say, you know what? I'm going to have a baby with this random person because it's going to work out for me. Like, we know that it don't work.
Yeah.
There's nothing really to say. Me personally, I hear your viewpoint. You know what I mean? But the dilemma that I have with it is that life happens and people have children.
Life does not.
I say life happens.
Hold on. How does life happen when creating another life? Please help me understand. Life just happened and a whole baby just came.
Because you can be happily engaged. I was engaged to my ex. We was engaged, having a baby, but then things happen, and then the relationship went south.
Hold on. Engaged is not married.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're right. But we was taking that process, that step. Things was good, then things started going south.
That means you did it out of order. You should have waited till y'all got married, then had your kid. That was a choice. That was a choice.
That was a choice, and I was young and dumb, and I'm not disagreeing with you. But let's not act like marriage is just a
It's not.
100%, guaranteed to
That's it.
avoid the BS drama.
No. We not talking about it being a guarantee that things will work out. We are saying that you don't like that is how you avoid the shit that y'all niggas go through with these baby mamas. This is how you have. This is how you have. You don't have to jump through legal hurdles and hoops because when you get married, you go through the court. Like Chad said, when you get divorced, you gotta go through the court. So you don't have to do all this extra shit. Y'all have to come to the table and come to a conclusion.
Quick
And,
point.
and I'm agreeing with you because that's what I did with my wife now. Me and my wife, when we got together, we said, look, we're not doing no kids, whatever, unless we're married. We just had our baby boy. We were married. So I'm agreeing with you what you're saying. I'm just for the conversation. I'm just kind of coming from a nurse perspective from my own experiences. But I agree with you.
The reason I'm not doing that is because that give these niggas a way to use that as an excuse as to why they in the situation.
May I speak?
Fair enough.
That's why.
May I speak?
Damn, man. Damn. Can we get to you, ma'am? God damn.
15 minutes to talk before I gotta get.
Excuse said what?
I said I got like 15 minutes before I gotta get back. I just want to drop a point.
God damn, you ain't gotta be rude now. Good
I wasn't
Lord.
being rude. I just didn't know. Okay. Thank you.
God,
All right. So
go ahead.
Real quick.
What you got to say?
Real
Go ahead,
quick.
get it out.
I'm gonna say this real quick because I have a feeling that I'm a little older than most of the people on here, and I've been both married and unmarried having a child.
How old are you?
Marriage
How
doesn't
old
change.
How old are you, ma'am?
34.
You ain't that much older than me. I'm 33.
I'm 37.
Go okay.
I'm 39.
But I've been through both. I've been married to a man and had a child, and I've been unmarried and had a child. Marriage doesn't necessarily save you from having to go through the back and forth of custody court. The only thing that really saves you from that is having a solid friendship and understanding with the person you had a kid with. Because how should I say this? I think some of y'all underestimate how petty people can be. Even if you knew them for years. Like, y'all don't understand how in my personal experience, the divorce was worse than dealing with the baby daddy.
So how is dealing with the baby daddy?
So you know how we discuss how children gives you access to women's lives and power over their lives? A lot of times when that power is being removed in the form of a divorce, people get really nasty and evil.
How is your experience with your baby daddy?
Baby daddy or husband? Which one?
You just said you had an ex-husband.
I know. I didn't know which angle you wanted me to come from because y'all are speaking on marriage versus unmarried people, and I want to. It's two different experiences. The only thing I can say with my marriage is that because we were married for a long enough time, that I understood him as a person. I knew his family. There were a lot of things we were able to mediate and communicate, like that I wasn't able to do with my baby daddy. And I don't think that necessarily had to do with the fact that I married him. It's just the fact that I knew him for 15 years and we were real friends. There was a commitment to us doing the best thing for each other and for our child. That didn't really have to do with the marriage license. It's just the fact that he was in my life long enough. That's the relationship we had. My baby daddy, I didn't necessarily have that. So yeah, we had to do a lot of mediation and back and forth because just truthfully speaking, we didn't know each other that well before we got pregnant. I just want to put that there. Like, don't put marriage up on the pedestal like it's suddenly going to solve all your issues. It doesn't.
It is though. But it is because you literally.
It wasn't the marriage, it was the friendship and the relationship we had. We have a mutual respect for one another, not necessarily because we were married. That's why that was more peaceful for us to go through.
Yeah, it's the structure.
It was more.
I get what you're saying from the question that you have on the screen. The structure of marriage is the best way because, like he said, it's you go through the court system from the beginning to the end, and it gives you a certain level of rights when it comes to the court system versus being a baby father and going through the situation, like based off of the topic.
In my experience, the only difference is establishing paternity, and that's the first thing you do when you step in the court. And the only reason you would have to go through and establish paternity in court is if you weren't there to sign the birth certificate.
Boss man, thank you for letting me come up, man. I'm gonna get up off of here.
Yeah, man, appreciate you, big dog.
Good dog.
Yeah, it was.
You got anything else, Miss Ray? That's what you was marking up to get up and tell us to prove our point.
No, I wasn't trying to prove your point. I had more things to say, but I mean, if you want me to keep going,
yeah. I mean,
but
I
was hearing y'all go on and on and on about marriage. I was like, but marriage doesn't necessarily change the whole co-parenting process post-divorce. It's kind of the same either way. It doesn't make it better. It doesn't.
But you admitted that the custody process was easier during the divorce versus the baby daddy, and that's because
not necessarily the custody process. The mediation was easier because we had been knowing each other longer and we were friends. It
was established because it was required for the divorce. The mediation that's part of the divorce.
That's part of anything, whether you married or not.
No, because people don't. You gotta. People have kids with anybody, and they gotta go to the court and do all of that. But in order to become divorced, you gotta go through that part. So as I'm saying,
you don't have to mediate in court. You can mediate amongst yourselves if y'all get along. That's the point I was making. I didn't have to go in front of a court-ordered mediator.
Is required.
That's it, because we were friends. We could talk on the phone about it.
It doesn't matter. It was still completed. It had to be completed in order for you to be divorced.
No, it didn't. We didn't have to go to court to mediate.
Not saying that you have to go. I'm saying that process, whatever. If y'all agree, you know what I'm saying. That process, it was talked about and it had to be discussed before you were divorced. Versus you have a baby with somebody, a baby daddy. That's just you have to start it at the court. You know what I'm saying? Like, and you don't necessarily have that. So people are trying to co-parent without any legal standing on it.
In an ideal situation, yes, but in some cases, people just get divorced and disappear. It's not necessarily everybody divorcing don't necessarily sit out at the table and hash their issues out.
Of course, because marriage is not guaranteed. Nothing in this world is guaranteed. Not even the God that we worship is guaranteed. We don't know. Okay, like nothing is guaranteed. So it's just the fact that when you divorce someone, after you have been married to them, there's a process. Custody is handled in a part of that process. It is standard part of that part. That's what we're saying. Versus if you just have a baby with somebody, custody is not always handled. It's going to be an issue. It's going to be more difficult to do it when you've never been married to someone. That's all we're saying.
Okay, so let's put it this way. Marriage, like a legal, like it doesn't necessarily ensure that y'all gonna have a straightforward co-parenting process coming out of it. But it really doesn't necessarily put you at an advantage. That's the point. It doesn't put you at an advantage. It doesn't. You're still gonna have to go through the process the same way. The only difference is like if you establish paternity when she had that baby, then you don't have to go through that part. But when it comes down to breaking down visitation,
she got to go. I see why she divorced the baby mama. Jesus Christ, she don't shut the fuck up. She don't listen. That shit was making my fuck. You did all that to get up here to prove my fucking point. Interrupting everybody to prove my fucking point. Oh my God.
She even said that the divorce was easier. She said that. That's the whole point.
Like, it's okay if like, oh God, my head hurt. This is why I stopped going live every fucking day, because I'll be making my fucking head hurt. Like, the argument isn't, oh, well, married. Like, this is my thing. This is my thing with niggas, right? Because this is a us thing. Because white people will get fucking married 50 times. They'll get divorced and get married again next week. Like, they be having a wife for another husband waiting. You know what I'm saying? It's us, bro. Like, nobody. Why is it always, well, marriage ain't no guarantee for nothing? It's not. Nothing is a fucking guarantee. But hitting that fucking dirt. But goddamn, why don't we want to set ourselves up for the best possible chance for success? That's the part. Like, why do we fight structure so fucking much? Like, you got on it. The girl was fighting to get on the fucking live. Was argumentative to get on the live. Argumentative the entire time of the live. I see why you are where you are. Just like the other nigga, just get to talk. You let them talk. You figure out why they are where they are. God damn, bro. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's not a guarantee. But this is the only thing y'all apply this fucking logic to is getting married to somebody.
Facts.
Don't apply this logic to nothing else in fucking life. We'll take a chance and take a risk on any other fucking thing in this fucking world. Talk about marriage. Oh no, it's no guarantee.
Right. And it increase, like you said, Benny, it increases your odds. It gives you the best chance of success because you know why? When you marry somebody, you are going to invest in them. And she gives this whole soliloquy on, this is my friend, and that's part of when you marry somebody. Of course, you're going to marry somebody who you get along with.
Marriage. He was your friend. That led to marriage. And then and even after the marriage, it was a peaceful transition because y'all were friends and married versus your baby fucking daddy, who you just fucked and had a baby with. And didn't know him.
Right. It's like that is the reason the marriage is like all of these things add up.
If she could have just had the friendship with the baby daddy without marriage, you would have had it. So if marriage wasn't no guarantee, why didn't you build a friendship and get to know your baby daddy? Because there was no requirement to get to know that nigga.
Right.
Was that something you would do?
What? Who was that? Hello? They dropped?
No, I think it was Bobby. Was that Bobby?
Hey, bro, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, man. So
hold on, we got. Oh, go ahead, bro. We got somebody.
You good, bro? You good? Hey, man. So I was reading. I came in a little late, but I heard the whole marriage will make it easier type shit and all that other stuff. I got a point, man. Not a point, but I got my perspective. Okay. So I was married for about 7 years, and we was together before that for 3 years. And I was reading it, it say, should you take your baby mama to court? I feel like, me personally, I feel like you shouldn't have to. But between the 10 years we was together, I thought I knew my ex-wife and stuff. It was good. We had ups and downs, this and that and the third. But when it came down to divorce, we got a divorce. It was straight. She wanted to divorce me. She wanted other shit, When it came down to the kids, we had 2 kids. They both 15 and 11 now. Yeah. And I think we got divorced like 3 years ago. And when we first got divorced, it was cool, kids wasn't an issue. We got divorced. It was 50-50. We live in the same area, so we was doing our thing. But a couple of months down the road, as people start moving on, again, like you say, you got to know your person. You think you know your person. Sometimes it all depends. I thought I knew her, but once I started, moving on, getting over the divorce, stuff like that, I got me a new girlfriend and stuff. The moment I got a new girlfriend, everything switched. She's talking about, you can't have the kids around there, this and that and third. But mind you, she left me for another dude, which is cool with me. You know what I'm saying? If love go down, love go down. It ain't got nothing to do with the kids. That's just between us. She left me for another dude. I ain't never said, you can't have the kids around him, this and that and the third. But when I got me a new girlfriend, it got switched. She tried to keep my kids from me, this and that and third. I love my kids. And then
what
that's
happened?
why I took her to court. So I took her to court because she wasn't trying to let me see my kids. I don't feel like I should have had to.
You didn't.
But
you didn't have to. Like when you went through divorce, y'all had already set the agreement through the divorce, and you said that it was all good until you got another girl, and then she said because you have another girl, at least according to your story, because of that she was trying to keep your kids in order. She can't do that. Those are your kids.
That's true.
Those are your legitimate kids.
Technically, she can't. You're right, but I can't force somebody to give my kids out their house. You know what I'm saying? If I go to her house and I cause a scene,
you already had, because during the divorce you already had a custody agreement. So if she's not honoring that custody agreement, you can absolutely call the police.
Exactly.
There's already something there.
And that's true. If that's the case. But that's the thing. The only way I could prove it is if I went to court. I can't. If you tell the cops, we got 50-50. So when you get an absolute divorce, it's not necessarily a court agreement upon the kids. An absolute divorce is an automatic 50-50.
Right. So y'all didn't have so pretty much during y'all divorce, y'all just figured, we could do custody on our own. Y'all didn't write that out.
Like I said, it was cool with the kids, You know
that's the thing, But most through divorce, you want to get that written down to a lot of people. They say, I could do it. We could do it on our own. But like you said, we already know people change. You want it, but at least during that divorce proceeding, that's a part of the process. And people can opt out of that by saying, no, we can do it on our own. But at least that's a standard part of the process. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of the point. When if it was done during the divorce proceeding, then that legal thing would have already been established, and you would not have had to take her to court because it was already on paper.
I think when we talk about custody too, it's like you have to do it as a means to protect yourself. Because like Chad just said, people do change. So regardless if somebody changes, if I already have that custody in paper and black and white, ain't nothing you can do to keep me from my child. You can say it all you want. I got black and white, I'll hold you contempt of court, and then I'll get full custody on top of that. So I get that people like, I shouldn't do it, we shouldn't have to. You do need to, as it means to just simply protect yourself.
Yeah, I feel like I agree now because I feel like you should. Because, you know, me, you know, when I first got out of the divorce, I'm not going to say it was me being naive, but like I said, you know, when it came to the kids, it was good. When it came to like other partners, it was a little hectic. But the kids was always good. She always brought the kids back. She always came back. But then, you know, like I said, after a while, that shit changed up.
Was y'all still fucking?
That shit was crazy, you know. I
Was
was
y'all
like,
still
all right,
fucking?
I gotta go to court
Out of
now.
curiosity, was y'all still fucking?
Hell no, hell no.
Okay, all right. You know, I don't know if I believe that.
Nah, man, you gotta believe it, bro. I ain't gonna hold you.
Hold on, because we actually Miss Ma'am, I don't know your name. Say divorce and family lawyer.
Yes,
Yeah.
I've been practicing law for over 10 years.
What's her name, though, man?
Jessica.
Okay, Jessica. Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah. Y'all always be, but every time we have conversations, some actual people always pop up. So, what you been? How long you been in the live?
Over 10 years.
No. In the live.
Oh, in the live for about 20 minutes. So I've seen and heard some crazy comments. I want to debunk a couple of things. Number one, don't get legal advice from people online. You need to go and double check their credentials. Number two, depending on the state that you are in, the establishment of paternity may be presumed under certain circumstances. So even if you aren't married to that person, you may presumed to be that person's father or mother based on the circumstances. For example, Texas is a place where you as a father, you have to establish paternity in court. In other states like Maryland and in DC, just by signing the birth certificate and other situations, you may be established as the father, and you don't have to go to court to establish paternity. You can start out by trying to establish custody. I have litigated so many divorces and so many custody cases, and some of the worst situations involve divorces because a lot of times the mother or one of the parents was the default person caring day to day, and they feel possessive over that position as the caregiver. And so when it's time for them to split up, they want to tell the judge all the ways that the other parent didn't do shit. Like, oh, he was always working or she was always traveling. Although that was the agreement while they were together and now you're separated, they don't want to let that go. And they won't acknowledge that the other parent is just as capable. If you aren't able to see your child, you should go to court. You shouldn't have to, but you should. And I haven't had a father go to court and not get almost exactly what he asked for unless he was a drug addict or had sexually abused that child. That's the only situations, and I can count on one hand when that happened. And even still, when there were convictions of these types of things, the father still got access. So the parents, and it's funny to me how Black people will find courts when it is helpful for them, but we will also avoid court when it comes to kids sometimes. I have represented Black men in civil cases where they're trying to get money because somebody took money from them or they want to sue someone for assaulting them or something like that. And then I find out they have a custody situation and they don't want to go to court. Oh, I don't want the court in my business. So it just shows, like someone else said, it's because they don't care. You don't care to put in the effort to see the child. It's a lot easier to say the court is preventing me or the mother is preventing me or the judge is this and that. But you may be in a state where the laws are so favorable to you and you've just missed out. And someone else also made the point that the laws are largely made by men. Historically, the legal field is a male-dominated field. So if you as a man are availing yourself of the legal process, you are availing yourself of a process that was built with you in mind. And a lot of the laws that were geared towards women, like for example, in Maryland, there used to be a tender years doctrine that said the mom is more suitable when the kid is young. That law was abolished in 97, but that's when a lot of our parents may have been going through custody battles. So they already are biased and they may be passing on that biased point of view. Dads don't go in and just get every other weekend.
That's just not happening anymore. They're going in and they're getting 50-50 and 2-2-3 and 2-2-5-5 and half of the year. But that's only if you care to go in and fight. And custody is just like any other case. It's going to take a long time. And if you're not willing to invest the time for a year, maybe 2, because that's how long it just takes, then you're right. You're not going to have a good outcome. But you should absolutely go to court if it's something that's important to you.
So do you primarily work, because there's some in the comments, you primarily work with black men or white men?
I primarily work with people of color.
Okay. And you say, in your stance from your experience in 10 years of practicing law, I see you in the DMV too. I'm in 756. But that they get what they want for the most part.
Absolutely. There's a particular county in Maryland. If I'm representing a black man and he has a choice between that county and DC, because DC defaults to shared, I'm like, let's go to that county, because I know those black judges are going to look at him and be like, okay, so what's the problem? Why can't he get what he's asking for?
Hey, so I agree with her on that because I'm in North Carolina. And like I said, she took the kids or whatever. The moment I went to court, they asked her, like, hey, why isn't he able to see his children? She didn't have a valid reason. You know, the whole girlfriend shit didn't stick. So what the judge ended up doing, they gave me 51% and they gave her 49%. And the judge said the reason why he did that was because so I can have a little bit more leniency, because I never wanted to take the kids from her. And she, like I said, she took the kids. So I was like, that's not what I want. I don't want to feel like the guy that's like has everything. I don't want to have the kids over her. So they gave her 49. They gave me 50.
Is that Kodak?
Yeah, this Kodak.
Oh shit. Yeah, what up, yo?
What's going on?
You can get him back.
But yeah, so that's what I was saying. I didn't plan on going to court, but that's just how it ended up. And if you fight for it, they see it. We both in the military. Me and my ex-wife in the military, and we both stationed in the same place. So it kind of worked out easy for us.
But you in Lejeune?
You said the zoo?
I said you at Lejeune?
Nah, you know he.
No. Fort Bragg.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like I said, I didn't have it was a hard trial, getting to court. But once I got there, they was very understanding of, like, especially if the female didn't have a reason. She didn't have a legit reason. It was just like, oh, I don't want other people around my daughter, da da da. Like, we're both wrong. We should be able to do our part and be able to live like that. So the judge was like, nah. And on top of that, it was a black male. It was a black male that did our first trial. He did our hearing, and then when we went back, they switched the judge. It was a white female, and she was the one who ordered the 51-49.
Hey, boy, I tell you one thing, boy. White women do side with black men. I tell you that, boy.
Hey, whichever one works. I'm just saying. I'm glad it worked out. Now we good. That was 3 years ago. We good. Like, the kids come and go. You know what I'm saying? But it sucked. Me personally, I feel like it sucked that I had to take it to court over some petty bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
it is what it is now. I do it again if I have to. But in general, just going back to your question, I feel like, me personally, I feel like it sucked that we had to go there. That's just me.
Gotta go.
I did comment the saying it doesn't work because he had an ex-wife. It doesn't matter. Like, the most.
You didn't read that right. It says your situation worked because you have an ex-wife, not a baby mama.
So are you saying baby mama in terms of the attitude or perspective of the woman, or the fact that they weren't married?
The fact that they weren't. A baby mama and an ex-wife are not the same because they were not married. An ex-wife, that's just different.
The courts don't treat them differently.
Mama, just last year.
No, it's different because it takes more to marry someone than it does to just knock them up. That's what I'm saying. Like, a baby mama, if you could just have a baby with somebody, that's just nothing. Most people, baby mama don't mean nothing to them. But most people's wives mean a little bit more. The steps that it takes to make a wife means you have done the building, you have built that relationship. Your situation is going to be built differently. That's what I mean. It's not the same.
Got you. But my point overall is the reason I think that I won is because I did the right thing all along. I had a baby mom. My son is actually here with me. I won primary custody. I found out that they were living in a weird situation, basically out of a car.
Yeah.
And
he was told to hide things from me. I was picking him up at what I thought was their house, and he finally broke down and told me for months they were living in the car, and she wanted to keep him. I had to go fight because I wanted him. She kept him out of school for half a year, and I got him. But what I will tell you is, even though we weren't married, I do have a daughter who's in college now, and I had child support. When he was born, we were together 4 years, and we split. I paid her the same money without a court order for my son, who Chris is right here now. I paid for him the same thing my daughter got. So although, Chad, you're correct, I wasn't legitimized as the father, but facts and circumstances does matter in terms of how I was treating him before. And I think that mattered because I paid directly to the school. So I had record of what I paid over the years. I didn't hand the mother cash. I paid the school directly. And it's, again, expensive school. It's a Montessori school. So I was able to show that I had done these things for years and years and years consistently. And to be honest with you, it was from start to finish, from legitimization and emergency hearings and all of that stuff, 7 months, January of last year. And I have one child support. She doesn't pay it. But the fact of the matter is he has a place to stay. And at the end of the day, if you've done the right thing in the first place, you don't have to be scared of the courts. I think many are scared of the courts because there's things that they try to hide, because when you go to court, you got discovery, and there's things you got to turn over that you may not have been disclosing in the first place. If you've been doing what you should be doing, you shouldn't be afraid of the courts. And so you can say it goes to the women, but I think a lot of times it's because the fathers don't do what they're supposed to in the first place.
You know, it's just crazy. It's crazy how all these dudes in my comments are like, "Oh man, you just don't understand, bro." But all the men that keep coming up keep saying they got visitation, they went to court, they saw that they got their kids. I'm just saying, bro, it's a big difference between the niggas who give a fuck about their kids and the motherfuckers who got all these excuses. I'm just saying.
Anybody got it, I can swat it down. I just went through it, went it clean and clear. I had everything laid out.
And what state you in?
I'm in Georgia.
Oh, I mean, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. All these men are coming up, but then you had that one motherfucker from New York, because you know how these New York people always are, and they just super special and just don't, you just don't understand, bruh. It's just crazy how all these men coming up here and got they fucking kid. That's just crazy to me.
It tells you another thing. Remember during the election, they were talking, even though it's BS. How do you have the mindset? Remember, they said, "Well, Trump said a father ain't gonna pay child support," something like that. Why is that even an issue?
It's a false statement anyway. The fact
it was fake, but the fact that you clung to that.
Yeah, that they clung to it. That's what's embarrassing. They clung.
That's what I said earlier. That child support is a trigger word for these niggas.
Exactly. Of all the fake stuff, notice the gravitation towards that.
Like,
let me just say, I appreciate y'all. Let me come on here and express myself. I'm about to hop off. I'm gonna keep watching though.
Yeah, anytime, man, anytime.
I'm gonna follow you, big dog. I appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir. Anytime, bro. It's just crazy to me that you say child support and it's just, oh man, you fuck spending time, fuck all, but you say like Buddy earlier. He said, I respect Buddy earlier. Kept it a buck. He said, man, I just didn't want them taking that money out of my check. Let me do what I want to do with my money.
No.
About it is like child support is there because oftentimes, because pretty much the legal system had to step in and force the person to, you know what I'm saying, to be a financially contributing father in some way, shape, form, or fashion. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, oftentimes these kids are oftentimes, in addition to being on child support, they're often on Medicaid, they're on WIC, they're on food stamp, they're on a lot of government things so the government is paying for your kid too. The tax dollars are paying for your kid too. So the government is going to be involved. Like when you have a kid and that woman has to be on Medicaid, food stamps, or whatever she has to be on because she now has this child that she cannot fully pay for because it takes two people to make it, and the government has to foot that bill. So of course the government is gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like the government has full right to do what they're doing because they're paying for the kid. They're helping her.
You winning if you pay child support. I'm on both sides of this thing. And the reality is what you have to do day to day, and I think Benny mentioned it earlier, what I have to do with my son day to day, because she moved to New York. She randomly shows up, she's not here. You have to do everything. When I look at it the other side, when my ex needed something, she got it. Because I knew you're not doing this much. You don't have to worry about it when they're sick and running to the hospital and all that stuff. So complaining about that, you have no clue, nor have you couldn't have been involved in any serious way to sit there and argue about the little bit that $400. It's crazy. I pay $1,000 a month for both.
Child support is cheaper to pay child support than it is to like deal with the child. Everybody knows that. It's cheaper to just pay child support than to deal with the child. Like you can literally have a studio apartment with an air mattress on the floor and eat off of paper plates. And you can live right across the street from your job, and you can get drunk after work every day, and you can, you know what I'm saying, go out every weekend, and you can just deal with that kid whenever you got to deal with it. But she got to get a 2-3 bedroom in the school district that's equidistant between her job and the school, so that when they call her because that kid's sick, she can come get them and not worry about being fired. She got to wake up in the middle of the night, you know what I'm saying, because the baby done peed on her, you know what I'm saying, with this snotty nose and all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? You didn't got to deal with none of that. Pay the fee.
I'm blessed enough to work from home so I can deal with those things. But those who don't, that's a challenge. And unless, as a dad, you stepped in and done those things, you don't have a clue as to what you're talking about.
But these dudes, they know that these men know this. That's the thing. That's why they don't want them kids. So it's easier to sit back and argue about visitation and come up with all these excuses. She bitter. Oh, child support. That's the excuse because they can't just say, bro, I don't want to deal with that kid all every day. I really don't. I like my freedom to be able to pop in, play dad, pop out, drop the kid off. Like instead of just being honest and saying that, because then they don't want nobody to look at them sideways, look at them funny. Yeah, nah, man, it's just you don't understand, bro. Like, bro, I'm not trying to hear that shit. I'm not trying to hear that shit. I'm just not. I know the truth because I see it. Because as a married person, like being a parent is hard. Even with a partner, bro, this shit is hard. This shit ain't easy. Mm-hmm. So, shit, if I already told my wife, we get divorced, you getting these kids, I'll pay that child support. You can have whatever, set them out, I'll pay it. I don't want all these motherfucking kids by man, hell no. I don't wish single parenthood on nobody. Fuck that. This shit is hard, bro.
But again, it's different as I'm older and established and got a lot of stuff put away. But for somebody's real young in their 20s and
but it ain't even just the money, bro. Like when my wife had to go away for work for like a week. Everybody know when she went to San Diego and was living her best life out there for work, and I'm having to be like my children's 100. Like they have 100% of my attention at all times. I have no free time. I don't get to say, hey, go to your mama. Everything is on me. Like that is exhausting to have, to have to do that every day on your own. I would not wish that on anybody. That shit is terrible. Even when we got when she got, or she had, we were separated for a little bit because she had to get orders to Maryland and I was still down here in Norfolk. It was about an 8-month period before it was about 6 months before she got orders back down here. But I kept my oldest two and she kept the baby because my middle son was just born. So she kept the baby up there and I had my oldest two. And bro, getting it, like I went from in a 1-bedroom, just me and them. And I had to take them to school, make them breakfast, fucking do everything. Take them to doctor's appointments, schedule doctor's appointments. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't even the money. The money wasn't the problem. It's just like, bro, having them children's undivided attention and be their everything for 6 months was horrible. So I can only imagine being that all the time. Who wants to do that? Because it never ends. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying I didn't want to be a parent, but that's a lot. It's rough, and I don't think people openly admit how hard it really is because of our egos, and we don't want to sound like bad people. But that shit is rough. So being a parent is tough. Being a single parent, fuck that. Fuck that. Like, shoot, people out here, I don't need no man. I don't need, I choose shit. Choosing to be a single parent is fucking insanity. That is insanity to me.
As a single parent myself, who recently just separated from, the father of my child,
Y'all married?
just on anyone. Yeah, we're in the middle of a divorce right now, but
Well, that's a little different. You an ex-wife. You ain't no baby mama.
I feel like I am. Sometimes I joke about it, but thankfully he's a really good father. He does what he needs to do when he's supposed to. I don't have to ask for it. But I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. It's very hard. It's very draining. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. But I wouldn't wish it on anybody. I agree with you totally, Benny.
Well, I ain't got too much of shit. You be like, oh, you a horrible parent. I don't give a fuck. These kids get taken care of very well. But a single parent, shit, that's why I got married. So I ain't, but you need some help. You need some help, man. Dude, this shit is rough.
And even Junior, you just said like, he's a great father. He does what he needs to do. And all that kind of goes back into because that's your ex-husband. It's like I definitely empathize and I understand, everything that you're going through, but it would be so much the whole baby mama, baby daddy situation. I couldn't imagine that because I see it every day. Like when people have kids with people that they don't care about, it's the worst.
Right. I don't give a fuck about you. Like it was cool. We had some vibes. We had a baby. Oh shit, but I really don't like you. You know what I'm saying? Like if me and my old lady got divorced today, like I would do right by, my kids because I'm gonna do right by my kids. But I still like whatever would have transpired between us. Like at the end of the day, we still had a, 13-year relationship, married for 10 years. That you can't just throw that away. You know what I'm saying? Like up until we got divorced, it was we did this shit successfully. You know what I'm saying? Like we did this. You know what I'm saying? That I would give a lot more care about her after those years than I would some chick I just linked up with. We had some vibes. We had, we fucked around, had a baby after about a couple months meeting each other. Like you know what I'm saying? Like there's a difference there.
No, I agree. There is a big difference there. I actually have a cousin. Our children are literally like a month apart. And at the time when she got pregnant, she was not married, but she had been with the father of her child, for a good little minute. But our situations are completely different, unfortunately. Like she has to fight tooth and nail for some of the things that I feel are just so basic. Like you shouldn't even have to, it shouldn't even be a discussion. It should just be an automatic. Um, and then just with the visitation as well, it's just an absolute mess. So I do think that, definitely plays a part. The fact that I am an ex-wife.
Again, people, this does not guarantee. Oh, you're not like this is the thing, because of course there's like, oh, shot with Lux Diamond. Yes, there's a such thing as a bitter ex-husband. We get this,
but she don't got that.
What is the like? What happens more often? Bitter, like baby mama, baby daddy bullshit, or ex-husbands just dropping their entire fucking families and just moving on about their day? Which one is more likely to drop everything and forget about the kids and family and go on about their day? I'm just saying. Which one is more likely?
Aunt is stuck raising a kid. Now she's in her 60s. She's stuck raising a kid because my cousin hated the woman he had the kid with. She hated him, and you know what she did? She gave the kid to a baby on the bus. On the bus, she gave the baby to a bus driver and just walked off the bus. Said, "You can have it." Left.
God damn.
Yeah, she hated him. She hated the kid. She hated all. She hated everything. He hated her. He only put the baby in her because she thought she was acting like she was better than him. He does stuff like
y'all can't tell me it's a different. And the thing is, that's not a unique situation. I have another cousin. He don't care nothing about the kids that he get. He'd give a chick a kid if she give him a tax return. As long as he get the tax return, he got like 8 kids. We're the same age. He don't care about none of those kids. He can't even name them all. He was working at the warehouse, met a dagger, and she was like, "Oh, I want to have a baby with my partner." He said, "I'll give you one." Gave her one. He don't even see the kid. Don't even know it. Like, it's not the same, y'all. Like, so quit acting like it is.
But again, I mean, we speaking to our people, and most of our people ain't even seen marriage, so they wouldn't know. They speaking from a TV. They speak from a lot of us. A lot of people in my comments that feel this way are probably speaking from, oh, I heard, oh, I seen, but through something else on the fucking TV screen, or like Shawty's like, oh, I watch a lot of crime shows. Like, y'all ain't even, y'all granny wasn't married, your dad, your mama wasn't married, y'all, your auntie wasn't married, y'all ain't even see married. So how would motherfuckers even know? How would y'all even know? That's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. For a bunch of motherfuckers who ain't even seen marriage, y'all got a lot of commentary on what the fuck marriage is and what marriage ain't, but I ain't even seen it. A generation of unmarried fucking women and men, but everybody got an opinion on fucking marriage. That's the wild part. That's the wild part. I grew up seeing marriage. My great grandparents were married. Both sets of my fucking grandparents was married. My parents was married. My dad got divorced, got remarried. All my aunties, all my uncles are married. I grew up seeing marriage. I can speak to it. But I also understand that the way I grew up is not the norm with black people. So it's just crazy to me how all these niggas got opinions on marriage and what it is, what it ain't, and what it can't lead to. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't even fucking know. That's the crazy part. That's crazy. Who I had brought up? Aaliyah? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, it is.
How you doing? What's good? What you got?
Oh, I'm very well, thank you. Are we talking about the Hailey and DGG situation, I'm guessing?
That was the gist of the conversation. Yeah.
I don't know, but do you guys think that she's been bitter? Or?
No, I don't. I mean, but honestly, I don't even care what she's doing. And that my conversation was directed toward the men, because whether she's being bitter or not, wouldn't no woman keep me away from seeing my children. And a lot of men, a lot of black men always have excuses as to why they let these women keep them from their children.
I absolutely agree. I just never understood why he's always taken to the internet and telling us his business.
Right. And you can come to the internet and tell everybody, but you can't go to court when you have the money, the resources, and the means to do it. If she was really keeping you from your child.
I personally feel like she doesn't want her child on the internet anymore, because I've seen that kid since the day he was born. And there's so many pictures of him, like everything he does. His family takes pictures of the boy. Everybody's just around this kid. And I'm like, why is everybody around this kid? He's only 1 year old.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, I said my reasoning was never, I don't give a fuck. That's what I've been on the past like week and a half. I don't like to hear excuses from grown ass men. I don't care what that woman is doing. What are you doing as a man to protect yourself from a bitter baby mama? What are you doing to protect yourself from a bitter baby mama stopping you from seeing your child? Like, what you got, and that's where this prompt comes from, because men were in my comments, well, I shouldn't have to go to court. I don't want the government. Well, then deal with your bitter baby mama and not seeing your kid.
It's the same thing. Absolutely, I agree as well. It's the same thing with Dr. Umar as well. With the whole situation, it's like, just take, like, you had time to grow up with the daughter. Why did you not just take the mother to court? As simple as that. They always bring their situation onto the internet. Like, we cannot help you.
Oh, Lord, don't get me started on Umar. No.
Well, that's why when you mention marriage, and he's always talking about marriage, but he has, I think, 4 baby mamas, and he has one in Ghana as well. That
I don't know. I
We
wouldn't know.
know, we know, obviously, you're African, so we know, but he just always talking about marriage or black women are not going to marry. It's like, you're also doing the product of it. You're having all these kids out of wedlock. For what kind of reason is it? Why?
Hey, man. They love Umar. He the savior of the black community.
Savior. He's always say he's the chosen one, but I'm confused which chosen one he is.
He gonna put all the black kids in his school and
Oh,
teach
that
them
school that's been built for 15 years?
Yeah.
It's a very long, it's a very long process to build a school. How can he build a school when he can be so he can build a school to be around children, but he can be around his own children?
I mean, like we just said earlier, deadbeats be quick to take care of everybody else's kids, but not their own kids with that.
And the pit bull.
And
the pit bull.
What's wrong with the pit bull?
Got the pit bull and the Rottweiler, but won't take care of their kids, boy. Like, boy. But yeah, man. Who
Hey, Benny, you got people in the comments. There's a couple dudes down there talking about something. A woman can definitely keep a child from her father, which no, she can't.
I mean,
she can only do that if you allow her to.
That's crazy. Why they in the comments. They more than welcome to come up. They're gonna stay in the comments. I don't pay attention to that.
Bro, she can only keep them from you if you allow her to. Again, if you choose not to fight, just like Chad, if you don't care enough for your kids, got it. She gonna keep them kids away because you're not gonna put a fight forward to go see your children. At the end of the day, I think we've been saying this time and time again. All you got to do is show up, legitly. All you got to do is show up. So the excuse of my baby mom won't let me see my child is like it's just not factual. It's
Right,
just
Marcus.
not factual.
Marcus, you know it's a lie because at the end of the day, a woman cannot keep a man from anything that he wants because a woman cannot even keep a man from her own body. If that man want her body, he can take it from her. If that man want her daughter's body, he can take it from her. So there's nothing that a woman can keep away from a man when he wants it bad enough. A woman cannot keep a man from anything that he wants. He does not see those kids because he don't give a fuck about them. Simple as that.
They scared. To me, if you tell me a woman keeping your child away from you, one, you don't want to be a father. Two, you just simply scared of God knows what. It's too easy to just. Yes, it's going to take time, and I think people got to get over the fact like, oh, it's going to take me a year. So what? That's your seed. That is your child. I will fight tooth and nail to the day I die for my own child. It doesn't matter how long it's going to take. All this, it's going to take too long to get custody. Bull, y'all got to stop with the excuses and just go at the end of the day.
And I wish more men had that type of energy. It's just like, even like for my
yes,
husband.
I have children. I have a child. For the guys in the comments, we're not speaking from not having kids, dog. We speaking as men that have children that would fight for our own children. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, okay. No, I wish more men had that energy. Even my husband default to that type of mindset, and I saw the love that he had, but I was like, what is that love going to do? When are you going to put action towards it? The same way women have that type of energy, they will go to ends of the war back behind their kids. Fathers need to have that same energy. Y'all have just as much equal rights and everything, and a woman gonna only do what you allow them to do, and vice versa. And when she kept the kids for 5 months, and I said, I had to stop advising her as a woman. I had to sit back and say, okay, now what are you going to do now? Now he's going to court. When she said over her dead body, over her dead body, and you going to have to go get a lawyer to ever see your kids again, what you going to do about that? He actually done something about it.
So you married to a man who had children, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So you was trying to. So you basically told him like, you need to go do something about this.
I got tired of advising because a woman can only advise a man to a point you start to sound like you being or you just nagging in his ear. Right. At that point, I have to drop it in his ear and step back and pray and allow him to go drink the water. Outside of that, it's nothing that I can do. And he had to build that confidence and get out of that notion that the system is against you. The only reason why the system is against you because you never attack the system. You never challenge the system. Not saying it's not going to be hard. Not saying you're not going to go against judge that are prejudiced against you. Not saying you're going to go against a judge that probably already feel like they got a story written about you. But if you don't take that initiative, and even if you lose, The whole point of your kids is to know that my daddy fought for us. Because
Virginia,
them kids is gonna come up to a point of time and age where they're gonna figure out who the real problem was.
it's all a lie because Virginia, I used to be uh, I used to be a manager of a car dealership, of a BMW dealership. I know what it looks like when a man wants something. When that motherfucker come in and he got bad credit and he want that 2013 BMW 7 Series that's smoking, I know what a man. He will get them check stubs. He will get that down payment. He will go get them utility bills. He will get them references. He gonna make that shit happen because he want that old ass BMW with 138,000 miles on it and it's smoking, and he want that shit at that 18% interest rate. He don't give a fuck. He want it. I know what it looks like when a man wants something. Okay, it ain't no excuse. A man will commit bank fraud to get what he wants.
I mean by I have to step back. And even men have the excuse, well, I don't know how to do it. I don't know. Let me see something, baby. So much technology and free game out there that to the point there's no excuse for you not to know how to go about it. You can actually draft up your whole court papers on Chat GPT. They can tell you exactly
They
what
not
to
a
do, how
draft
to
up.
say. And there's free forms out there for you to actually go print out and sign and take it to the courts. It's all of that. But it took for him to have to go do that on his own. As a woman, I couldn't do that.
They know how to draft up check stubs. They know how to draft up.
Mine's
They know
not
how to get what they want.
mine's not that type. He's not
I'm saying just in general, a man who wants what he wants, he's not gonna let anything stop him from getting what he wants. That's just a fact. Like, I know what it looks like when a man wants something. He doesn't care. He's gonna get it. He doesn't. What a man does not have is because he don't fucking want it. Simple as that.
Hey man, I done seen a motherfucker dude sell I done seen a dude go in the dealership and say they sold for them goddamn Scat Packs and Hellcats now. So
that shit, exactly.
And if they can't get it through that dealership, you know how they gonna go get it.
Every single one. They shop in every single dealership. They not gonna stop.
It's a reason why them YNs got them strikers for sale on eBay and shit and Facebook Marketplace, because these niggas gonna go buy them. So
exactly, like it's impossible. No, this dummy in the comments is so stupid. Nobody says it's okay to great women. You dumb, stupid motherfucker. I said that a woman cannot keep a man from anything that he wants because a woman cannot even keep a man from her own body. That is a fact. If a woman can keep a man from her own body, then grape wouldn't exist. Slow ass motherfucker.
I mean, he more than welcome to come up and speak his mind, but you know how that go. He gonna sit in them comments because he gotta think before he type. You know, they can't articulate themselves in conversation.
Same one. Ain't this the same New York motherfucker who been here since he voluntarily stepped himself down? Ain't that him?
I don't know.
Like, stupid.
I don't know. Oh, there you go, man. What you got, man? What you got?
Bro, y'all just kind of, I mean, I understand, because I'm a dad. I take care of my kids. I ain't gonna let nobody keep me away from my kids.
So what
but at the same time, it's not as easy as how y'all trying to make it.
Nobody said it was easy.
But I'm saying y'all said listen, okay. Y'all said a woman can't keep a kid. Y'all said a woman can't.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Y'all said a woman can't keep a man away from his kids, but then turned around and said you might have to go through a year of court and all that kind of stuff. Don't that count as keeping him away from his kids?
Stop. So if you have to do something in order to get it, is that stopping you? Or does it take a little bit of effort?
In the moment, yeah. If you have
No.
Yeah, and I agree with that, but that's still
okay. So do you have your children with you?
Yes.
Are you with their mother?
No.
So nothing stopped you from getting to your children, correct?
But everybody don't think like me. Just like how y'all.
So did anything stop you from seeing your children?
It could if I approach the situation like a lot.
You have your children, correct?
Because of choices that I made.
But you have your children, correct?
Because of choices that I made, yes.
Okay, whatever those choices may be, I don't give a damn. but you made the correct choices to have your children, correct?
Yes.
Which means no woman.
What you saying though? I mean, I don't get what you're saying.
That nothing stopped you from getting your children because you wanted your children.
Listen, if you don't make the right choice, bro, if you don't make the right choice, it's a lot of ignorant men out here. Come on now, y'all know that. Y'all know that they be doing stuff. Y'all know how these things play out.
Stop weaponizing your incompetence now.
But that's the thing. You can be ignorant, but if you want your children, you do what it takes to become unignorant and become informed so you can do what you need to do to get your children.
I think the blessings that God give to people, bro, everybody don't realize it because y'all speak from a place where
it's not about blessing, bro. It's about putting forth a conscious effort. That's it. A conscious effort.
People don't get y'all. First off, y'all ain't even not letting me finish my point, anyways. But
you're just
bro,
like, nothing you're gonna say. You came on here. You have your children. You're not
exactly.
So you just want to come.
Exactly.
So you want to come and tell you
because y'all have a narrative. Y'all have a narrative that y'all trying to get.
You just want to come up here to tell us you got your kids. Like what the fuck, nigga? Like you want a pat on the back? You want some cookies, motherfucker?
What's the narrative to tell men to fight for their kids? Is that a bad narrative to push?
Like what are you doing? Like why are you? God ain't got nothing to do with what the fuck you doing. Like what are you talking about? This is what happens when y'all come up here and start fucking talking. You sound
That's that defeative mindset that I said. You already lost because you never counted yourself in.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You got your kids.
It's crazy to me that you sitting talking about we telling people like everybody ignorant, but we in the year 2025 where I could go on TikTok and get legal advice on TikTok about how to fight for my kids. And the fact that you talking about we pushing some narrative, if me telling men to go fight for their children is a horrible narrative, like what are we actually fucking talking about?
Right, you a whole nigga with his kids. Yeah, you right. So what did you come up here to tell us? Yeah, I got my kids.
That a man who has children will identify with
that what you wanted?
Right. It's like how do you identify with deadbeats? But you have your kids. But you are defending a point, a stance that you are not even a part of, according to yourself. So you're either lying or do you identify as a deadbeat? Like it makes no sense.
Lying.
You can unmute yourself, bro. Okay, all right. See, fucking, like what? I'm confused. But whatever.
I think it's at a point that he's just enabling people who lack the well-being to want to put effort to fight and giving them that excuse like, well, they don't fight because they're again, there is no excuse. There really is no excuse. Like we can't sit here up there and be like that brother that just came up here and start enabling people that got these. Well, it's hard. No. We're not enabling no excuses out here. We grown men out here that know you can take the time to look a simple Google search. How do I fight for my kids in court? We'll get the first thing that popped up. You can click on it and get some basic ass answers. What are we talking about?
Or maybe because he's lying.
Yeah, he's definitely. It's something that he's not saying.
It was very hard for him to answer questions, just a yes or no.
I mean, if you got your kids, you not with their mother, but you got your kids. Like, what are you defending the other niggas? Like
he may have been. That's what I was thinking. I was like, he's speaking on behalf of like some friends or someone that he knows.
You right.
Someone else's pain, someone else's experience.
Some niggas he hang around, call him his partners, dap him up. That's what that was.
But that don't make no sense. What your friend's experience?
Maybe we should do a class. Maybe we should do a course on. I forgot the website. I was actually gonna look it up. It's called Legal Resource something.
But that don't make sense to come up here and talk for somebody else's situation. When you yourself not in this situation, it could probably guide them to be in your situation. Like you doing a disservice to your so-called homies if you already found the key to the door and you locking everybody else out. That don't make sense to me.
Man, you ain't gotta do. These niggas will sit up all day Googling NFL stats, looking at NBA stats to put that parlay in to save them and $1 million parlay to set them for financial freedom. You ain't gotta do no damn courses for these niggas, man, bro. At the end of the day, ain't nothing gonna stop a motherfucker from getting what he want. They'll find, they'll move, they plug or leave and move somewhere else or go to jail, and they'll find a new one that week. Yeah, bro, these motherfuckers, they don't give a fuck about them kids. Period, point blank. They don't care about them damn kids. And instead of just saying that, they got to show face, save face, because everybody asks, oh, well, we ain't seen little Dominique, little Ray Ray. What how they doing? Instead of saying, I don't give a fuck about them kids, man, you know, she be keeping me. Mind, I ain't speaking about nothing I don't know, I ain't heard, and I ain't seen with my own two eyes from my brother and my white baby dad. But that's how you know, like, whenever he do pop up, that's how you know, because his mama probably done asked, like, what the kind of kids doing with it? And motherfucker is still posting pictures on Facebook from goddamn when they was fucking 3 years old. My oldest is about to be fucking 15, and well, he 15 now, about to be fucking driving next year. But that's here nor there. Man, you know, they be keeping me from my kids, man. They be, you know what I'm saying, cuz they be whole time, nigga. Hey, bro, hey, man, I ain't trying to hear shit these niggas be saying, bro. I ain't trying to hear shit these motherfuckers be saying. I said, as a person who got a brother who I will spit on when I see him that does this shit with his children, I can tell you right now, I know exactly how these motherfuckers think, why they got these excuses, how they operate, how they move. I ain't trying to hear this shit, man. I'm not trying to hear this shit. For real, man, I will spit on that nigga. I can't, boy. My brother, bro. He's, man, fucking dirtbag, bro. If I ever, he in jail now, but, boy, fucking piece of shit.
The same way about my cousins. Same thing. We all grew up together, like as brothers. We all less than, like, some of us, like, it's 3 of us, and we're less than a year apart. And they don't give a fuck about nothing. They got all these kids, they don't give a fuck about none of them.
Every time, my brother got an excuse every time, like, what, man, she be keeping me away from my kids, man, you know what I'm saying? Mind you, I said, well, Aaron, when the last time you heard from him? She, I don't know. He was like, I don't know, man, like 3-4 months. Oh, okay. All right. Won't get no job, man, but can find them drugs though. That's one thing he can do.
Find some coochie.
Always know where that's at. Can't find your kid. Anyways, man. Who else? Did I bring anybody new up?
I'm about to get off, you guys. But I just wanted to say thank you for letting me up, Benny. Great conversation. All the men and beautiful women speaking on the subject as well. Thank you guys. It was an honor to be on here. But I'm out, and y'all stay safe, okay?
You too, man. Have a good night, man.
You too.
I mean, I was saying most of the dude outside of them, with the New York nigga and the last dude, everybody else that came up here that was a man did what they were supposed to do and got their fucking kids. So I ain't trying to hear that shit. I said that DDG shit was a bat signal to these sorry ass motherfuckers. That's what that was, cause they couldn't wait. See, man, we be trying to tell y'all, cause he be on the stream with his kid all the time. He a good father. Well, why is he fucking complaining on the internet? Go be a good father. Go be
It's like they don't understand that saying shit like this, it goes against it. It's like it's diminished returns that go against everything that they're trying to prove on the other end of the conversation. They try and say, well, we some strong masculine men and people just need to listen to me, you know what I'm saying? Me man, you woman, I eat meat, you eat lettuce. But then every single thing you always talking about, a woman is beating you. A woman is keeping you from something. A woman can defeat you in every single fucking aspect. Now they talking about women can keep you from kids. Women got more privilege in society. It's like, which one is it? You want to be the victor or you want to be the bitch?
Boom. And that is my point. Nobody will keep me. No, can't no woman keep me from seeing my kids, bro. How? Okay, I need some money to get a lawyer. I'm gonna do what I gotta do to get the fucking money to get the lawyer. oh, I need time off. Like, okay, I ain't got like if I like I don't know. I've never been in. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a winner at fucking life. I don't know. But when I want something, I figure out how to fucking go get it. When I want all them fucking cars y'all see me post all the time. When I said I wanted a fucking Hellcat, I figured out how to get a Hellcat. When I wanted to buy a fucking house, I figured out how to buy a fucking house. When I said I wanted to get married and start a family, I figured out how to pick a good ass woman to have a fucking family with. So I ain't looking like these niggas on here. Like when I said I wanted to build another house, when I said I wanted to rent my fucking house out, everything I said, when I wanted to learn crypto, and I got a fucking binder where I sat down and taught myself this shit. Figured it out. Trial and error. Like this excuse, well, we ain't grow up. I didn't grow up learning about any of the shit that I know now. I figured the shit out because I either taught myself or I found the people in the real world that I looked at and said, damn, I want what they got. What can I do to pick their brain to figure it out? Hey man, I put my ego to the side. Again, I told this story the last time we was on live. We was talking about life insurance. And when we had to move, family got bigger. We had to get out of their townhouse. I'm like, look, I got to put my family in a bigger house. We figured out this place to build a house. I didn't know nothing about none of that shit. Random white man at my wife's job. He overheard her talking to me on the phone, asked her, like, you guys looking to build a house? Oh, this is what you need to do. This is what you look for. I'd be more than welcome to talk to your husband about it if he's open. Sure. Sat down with the white man. He sat there and told us everything. Hey, you can negotiate this, that, da. This is what you should do. This is what you look for. Ask this question. Negotiate this. Put your fucking ego to the side. Go out there and find the fucking answers, bruh. That'd be the problem with a lot of black men. Y'all be too fucking prideful. Ego all in the way, and y'all out here taking L's. I got big black man. I got to figure it out because I don't need nobody in my business. Shit. You know what I mean? Fucking old heads that's like that. Okay. Shit. My daddy.
It's like, Benny, everything you just described, that is literally the ritual of what it takes to be a man. Back in the day, you know what I'm saying, tribes had all these rituals when you get the little, you know what I'm saying, the little cross, whatever, you know what I'm saying, you go through the fire, go through the woods, hunt a wolf, whatever. That is the ritual it takes now. To be a fully actualized man, you have to be able to figure this shit out and do it. But they don't want to do it. They defeated. They can't go out into the woods and come back with no pelt. They can't go kill the wolf. It's literally the same thing. Go kill the fucking wolf. Like, they can't do it.
I always say we can say a lot about our great-great-parents and our grandfathers. A whole bunch of kids outside the house. Let me tell you something about them men back then. They figured it out. They wasn't on no 50-50. They wasn't on no, I can't take care of this and that. No, they went out there and figured it out. Even if they had to work day in, day out, 2 jobs, a W-2 with a jet trade, they went and figured it out. That's the difference between the men then and now. And they were still doing the same thing, having families outside marriages, but they figured it out. Yeah, it wasn't no 50-50. It wasn't no, I can't take care of my. They were figuring out and dishing money, sending money where I needed to go.
Well, it was a little cheaper to have a couple families back then.
It was. I give men a break today. It was cheap. But what they kept evolving though. These men, a lot of men they don't know how to utilize their hands to build for their family. And school system is the blame, part of the blame, but some parents is too. But they knew how to work with their hands.
They don't even know how to use their minds.
That's the first step.
I mean, now it's gonna be some niggas that be, oh, you pandering, bro. Like, nah, bro, because I'm tired of, again, like, I hate when when motherfucking grown ass men just be in my comments crying, complaining. But when I post a video about some women, yeah, bro, get them, bro, yeah. But then I talk about y'all, and you pandering, bro, man. You like, nigga, you're acting like the women that raised you. That's what it is. And and that's why y'all clash. Cause I don't have them And I think that's where a lot of that come from with a lot of our black men, my fellow black brothers, is because y'all was raised by the very women that y'all clash with, because that's how y'all fucking act. That's how y'all fucking act. Like, look how they argue. Like when they come up to this panel, they can't answer simple ass question, yes or no. Feel like I'm arguing with my sister or some shit, like a fucking woman.
Right. They act like you gonna try and trap them, like they try and mitigate the answer or something. Like you can ask them a simple cut and dry question that everybody knows the answer to, and they will give you this vague ass thing because they think you trying to trap them or something. Like, it's hilarious.
I said, gotta art like, well, do you have your children? Well, I mean, yeah, but do you have your children? I mean, do you have your children? Yes or no? Well, I mean, yeah. So are you still with their mother? But I mean, it's a situation. But are you still with their mother? No. So nobody stopped you from getting your children? But then we'll get mad because they think you calling them stupid. Oh, you trying me? Now they get into their emotions. They want to crash out. Like a fucking woman, you just got man strength and want to crash out now. Act like a fucking woman. I'm not saying that anything wrong with women, but they complain.
No, it's true.
Y'all,
that's what women say.
Oh, the women so emotional. They think with their emotions. Like, bro, when I be talking to these fucking black dudes, I'm talking, going back and forth with a fucking woman, like my sister, my fucking mama or something. Like, what the, god damn. I said, but it's frustrating, and it frustrates me on TikTok, and that's why I ignore these type of men in real life, because I know what comes from those type of men. Those are dangerous men. Those are the men that get you caught up in situations, or it's like, so I avoid, and I learned early, like, you avoid those men. As a man, you avoid those men because they put you in situations that either you end up in jail or in the dirt. Them be the dude, like, no, I don't hang with them dudes. But they find me on TikTok because they'll see a video of me talking about a woman or something, and then we send out the trigger word child support, and here they come running. Like, nah, man. Fuck out of here, bro. Crazy. I mean, yeah, I had my daddy, you know. I really didn't. I didn't start living with my daddy until I was like 13. Well, like 12, 13, middle school, sixth grade when I moved in with my daddy. I mean, up until then, I was pretty much with my mama. I don't know.
The way a man comes out is literally because he chose to be. Like, there's no, men don't need coddling. There's no excuse that needs to be made. The life that a man lives is the life that he wants. It's the life that he chose. Literally, it don't matter what excuse he tell you, it's because he chose it. The way that he is, the way that he acts, the way that he behaves, he wants to be that way. And there's no such thing as, oh, I didn't see it. Yes, you did. We grew up in the internet era. There are plenty, even in the hood, there are plenty of examples to see. They just didn't want to look. They didn't want to be those. They wanted to be the no good niggas on the corner. But there are plenty of black men still in the hood. They are. People just don't. It's like they ignore those black men. And
then we are that most of these motherfuckers in the hood, you grew up playing ball, some type of ball.
Right. Somebody teach you. Like, there are plenty of black men in the hood. Like there's no excuse. We have all seen them. I think that people make these. It's a discredit to the people who came before us. It's a discredit to our ancestors for you to really sit up here and say that your life is just as hard as they had it back then, and you got so much shit against you, as if this is fucking 65. So basically you're saying that they didn't do shit, that they didn't do nothing, because your life is the same as theirs. It's just as hard. So they didn't fix nothing. That's really what y'all saying when y'all get up here and say about how hard y'all have it. You ain't shit hard. You just don't.
Hey, Benny, I got a question for both. I got a question for both of y'all though, because when it comes to that, y'all, it's like y'all tell dudes that come from those kind of demographics, y'all say the same thing that y'all kind of said earlier, like figure it out. But at the same time, a lot of dudes don't know how to figure it out. They don't got no direction. So we look to guys like you per se, or like, different guys that be on here just talking. They talk like John Cannon, other dudes. I don't know. Just like those kind of just dudes who got a kind of sense of their life put together to kind of just be like, hey, this is what you should do and try X, Y, and Z out, this, that, and the third. Instead of just saying like figure it out. Like that's what niggas would say to their parents.
That's
That's
part
what
of
niggas would
figuring.
say back in the day.
No,
That's part of figuring it out.
But life experience, you can't learn everything from Google searching it. You
No,
gotta have
hold on, bro. But that's part of figuring it out is seeking the information, whether it be the internet, whether it be people that you see in real life. Like you have to go and get that information. If it's something you want, you should inquire. How do I get this? Where do I go? Where do I find? How do I? You know what I'm saying? Like I
it
again,
depends because a lot of industries do be gatekeeping, trying to keep you from,
yeah.
okay,
surpassing them per se.
okay.
So
Well, guess what?
it
There are,
varies.
but we even have social media right now. When you do have the examples of people telling you exactly how to do it and what to do, y'all argue against. Y'all spend more time arguing against the people who will tell you that this is the way to do it. Y'all get up on panels and y'all be in the comments and y'all argue against the motherfuckers who actually made it out.
I mean, today, even this lie, everybody, well, marriage ain't no guarantee, and marriage. So, you got
That's the way
motherfuckers
to
telling
do it.
y'all. You got motherfuckers. At the end of the day, it boils down to a motherfucker that want to will find a way. That's just what it is. And a lot of people don't want to find. They don't want it. It's because it's uncomfortable until you get comfortable with being uncomfortable. When I first like I got comfortable with being uncomfortable very early in life because I was put I was put in a situation at 17 years old, left home, Camp Lejeune, by myself. I had to figure it out. But it wasn't easy. It took time, but like it got to a point where being uncomfortable became comfortable. Putting my pride, my ego to the side, asking questions, being inquisitive. You know what I'm saying? Wanting to learn, being a sponge. You know what I'm saying? Like it was uncomfortable until it became comfortable because I'm like, you know what? I'm getting what I want in life by literally just putting in the effort and going to what you would be surprised. Even white people, racist white people, when white men love to tell you they life fucking stories. When you sit there and you kiss their ass for a little bit and let them talk, they will tell you everything. That's the funniest part about it all. Well, like that's who I learned. Like I said, the fucking he wasn't racist, but the one like the man that taught me how to when we built this house. My staff sergeant that taught me how to fucking buy a car. These were white people, probably the ones that voted for Trump. You know what I'm saying? But like,
They don't want
neighbor, my fucking neighbor.
They
You know
love
what
to
I'm
They
saying?
don't want to listen to you though. They don't want to listen. And then it's like they act like we haven't gone through that uncomfortable shit. They act like we don't know what it's like to unlearn the bullshit. They act like we wasn't all taught the same fucking playbook. We was all taught the same bullshit. We know that shit don't fucking work. But they want to hold on to that shit, and we literally telling them that shit don't fucking work. But they want to just hold on to it when the niggas who they listening to ain't amount to shit.
Nah, they rather listen to Umar though.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll listen to Umar.
It's like they act like we didn't have to go through the process of unlearning that bullshit. They're like we didn't have to go through the process of realizing that the shit that we was taught was wrong. Motherfucker, I'm not even telling you that you wrong. I'm telling you that your teacher was wrong. The shit that you think is wrong. That's what's wrong, but they don't even want to accept that. They think that's an attack. Well, motherfucker, you got to get that shit out your head. Everything that you was taught, if you ain't prepared to unlearn everything that you was fucking taught, then you just are comfortable staying where the fuck you at. Because at the end of the day, you can't say that you motherfucking uncomfortable with your life, but then you don't want to think differently. You don't want you don't want to change the way that you think. You don't want to believe that nothing that you was taught was wrong. When the motherfuckers who taught you that shit, they just got it as they gave it, as it was given to them. They don't know. So it's just like, why are y'all so hell bent on staying the same? An old fool was once a young fool, and a young fool is gonna be an old fool. Your life don't just get better because you get old. It don't work like that.
You got anything else, dude?
Hey, not really. I was just trying to see what y'all's opinion was on the topic and everything.
Oh nah.
But when it comes to, but I did have one more question. When it comes to regards to like, I don't know, like, well, what you had on the topic was like, if you want to should you take your baby mom to court? That's a person by person kind of topic overall, because it's like it depends on the situation from person to person.
It don't, but
Mm.
it
And
don't.
the state, it depends on what state you in. It depends on what the relationship is like between you and the baby
It
mom, or the
depends.
baby mom, if y'all's families, all
As
that
a
stuff.
man, as a man who is very solution based, and I don't like other people to have control over what I want in life. I'm not gonna give it up to we cool, like where we are now in our relationship. Oh, we cool. So that's how. No, I'm a motherfucker that I like paperwork. I like black and white. I like to know what I got and what I don't got. Cause you could wake up one day and you could feel some type of way because I done moved on. I'm with a new woman. We living our best life, and you jealous. And now you want to try to use our children to manipulate me. But guess what? I got this court order right here. So I don't need to wait. I bring my
So you
children.
would take her to court right away after y'all split up. Like,
Yes.
say you was in an instance where you
Yeah,
split up with your
so
girl, you gonna
hey,
take her to
dude,
court right away?
I touched this earlier. I touched this earlier, right? So it's a means of protection, bro. It's a means of protection.
If I was
Like
a
Benny
baby
said, people
daddy,
change.
if I was a baby daddy, yes, I would go. I would put myself on child support. So now I have this is how much you're going to get because I'm not paying back child support, and I'm gonna set it to where I want it to be set. So I'm gonna go to court, put myself on child support, and I'm gonna set up my visitation. Whether it be at minimum, I'm gonna get the state minimum. So at minimum, I have on paper when I'm supposed to see my children. Now, I don't have to play no games. I don't have to go back and forth. I don't have to argue. I don't have to call you. I don't have to do nothing. You know when it's time for me to show up, where my children be here at this time. Like, I don't want to have to deal with you because it's not about you no more. It's about my children.
Yeah, people who get killed by child support in the system is the people who don't take it to court
They're
first.
not proactive.
Right.
They just be like, oh, well, we cool. Well, I was sending her money, and now she mad, and now she, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about to give you power over me like that. This is why I didn't want to be a baby daddy.
Facts.
I'm about to play with me like that.
It's like how many times people got to tell you, like, bro, whatever you do, especially when it comes to kids, bro, make sure you get married, set up your family, set up your foundation. It's like we done seen this story for what our whole existence, and niggas keep running into the same cycle. So it's like,
and that's what I'm saying. They be like, well, everybody's different. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
You have person after person after person after man after man after man. Where this shit is, that's why they all get in my comments when we start bringing up child support. Now everybody, it's a trigger word for these niggas. But everybody is not different, bro. Like a lot of people dealing with the same shit.
There is no unique story about this topic. Like, bro,
that's part of the problem. Everybody think they special.
We all
you probably learned something from the last nigga if you shut up and look at him.
Right. It's like all men. Men may not know everything, but all men know who they want to marry. All men know who they want to marry. And if you know you don't want to marry her, then don't give her no damn baby. Because at the end of the day, if she ain't good enough for a marriage, then she ain't good enough for a lifetime permanent bond through a child. You could divorce somebody and that shit never happened.
Well, that shit never happened. I mean, what you saying has some truth to it, but you
has all truth to it.
No, it's not all truth, because you got to understand, even if whoever you with, people change depending on certain circumstances and shit like that. So I'm not saying
they didn't.
You might want to marry that person at the time. Let's say something serious happens to that person and that person does a complete 180. Then you may not want to marry that person no more. Again, I'm still not going to marry any kids until I marry them. That's just me. That's the standard I set for myself. I don't know about
if you don't want to marry that person, then don't put a baby in them. As simple as that. Because a marriage is a temporary union. It can be undone, and then you can pretend like it never happened. A baby is a permanent lifetime bond. So if she's not good enough for a temporary union, why the hell would you give her a permanent lifetime bond?
I can't argue that, brother.
It did, because it makes sense.
Yeah, well, you're right.
But it takes two fit that. That take two. That's a 2-person thing. So it's like it's two parts to
Thing
that.
you control the nut. You ain't got a nut in it.
True.
She
You
can't make
gotta
a
let it
baby if you don't
marinate.
give her. You control that.
Again,
If you cannot control. Yep.
my biggest fear was being a baby daddy. I made sure I wasn't a baby daddy.
It's not hard. It's really not hard to not become a baby daddy. It's really easy, actually. Very easy.
It was very easy. I protected my seed. Period, point blank.
Facts.
It's not hard. You just gotta want to. I mean, I didn't give a fuck. Like, you don't need that. Yes, I do. Like I didn't have unprotected sex with women. I just didn't. I brought my own shit. I didn't. Like, you wasn't poking no hole. You wasn't doing none of that shit. Like, that shit is not hard.
Niggas want to be baby daddies. That's what it sounds like.
You make the choice to give a woman your sperm. Do you make the choice that you want to be a parent? Y'all do know that you don't gotta give her that. You know you can actually have sex without that, right? Y'all do know that's possible. Y'all do know that it's possible to have sex and not go raw, right? Y'all do know this, right?
What?
So it's like, what do you mean? It's like what's so confusing about? Like, there's somebody coming talking about something, but she consented, yeah. But you make the choice to give her the sperm. You said, I want you to be my baby mama when you gave her your sperm. It's simple as that.
Yeah.
Nah, man, she was on birth. She told me she was on birth control, bro.
Nah, but you're right though. Look, like at the end of the day, bro, like every man got a responsibility to put themselves in the best position possible, bro. Once you start putting yourself in terrible positions, bro, you can't complain about the terrible outcomes that you get. It's kind of like it's like come on, bro. Like, how many times you got to see this shit play out for you to be like, maybe I shouldn't do it too? Niggas just want to be followers.
You know, the same way again, this is the parallel between these men who got all these excuses and the women. The same way that the men, you know what I'm saying, do that is the same way that they complain and say that the women do it.
Nah, they both trash on both ends. Both ends of the spectrum.
Like, they be like, oh well, you know, she had a choice. You had a choice too. Well, she should have chose better, and you should have chose better. Like, and so that's what they do the same shit these women say, but they supposed to be more, logical or more, less emotional and shit.
Right, they emotional. It was an emotional decision to give your sperm to a woman who you don't even know, who you don't even care about, who you don't even like. That was an emotional. You was in that instant that you reacted out of your emotions.
I feel like it's just come down to kind of being, you got to be mature about this shit. If you're gonna be having sex with people, you should be using protection.
A lot of dudes out here don't care.
No, they
and
don't.
Girls be having kids with dudes that just don't care.
Man.
And then it's like you try to get to know somebody, and then you find out their whole situation and the process behind how the situation happened. You like, man, this happened a lot. Like, you see a lot more baby showers than you do weddings. It's like, I'm just saying, it's like, and this coming from an aspect of a guy who is a single guy, but you still try to give people that you meet out in the world a chance. I ain't gonna just write you off just because you a baby mom or whatever, whatever the situation is that got you where you are right now in life. I'm not gonna just judge you by one situation, but then it's like you see the same thing over and over and over and over. It's like it's a habit of, it's a constant behavior of dudes who don't give a fuck just getting girls pregnant because they don't really care. It's like I get what you're saying. What you're saying makes sense, but it's like a demographic of dudes who just don't care and they'll just nut any girl and get them pregnant, and then they just got a bunch of kids out
But it's
there.
not just the dude; it's both sides. Both sides are making the same mistakes over and over
I'm
again.
saying, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I said it takes two people, because it's men and women making terrible decisions. It's not like you taking out a lease on a car or something. You having a whole kid.
This is why I don't give a fuck about what the women got to do with any of this, because you cannot puff your chest out and say, I'm the alpha man, women need to submit to me, like all the shit that these niggas get on here and talk about. That bro, I don't give a fuck what these women do. She can't get nothing from me unless I give it to her.
Facts.
So me as the man who carries myself, I'm not trying to hit, like, I'm not pointing to these fucking women. Yeah, it takes two, but I don't give a fuck about that other half, because I control this shit. She don't control nothing I do. If I did that, if I gave her that baby, that's because I wanted to give her that baby.
That's a
If
fact.
I laid down with her, that's because I wanted to lay down with her. If I gave her that money, took her on that date, like I did that. And that's the problem, is a lot of these motherfucking dudes don't want to accept that they're doing this shit.
Yeah.
It's
A lot of people don't want to take
I'm never
accountability.
gonna point to no fucking. You can the patriarchy, misogynist. I don't give a fuck. I'm never gonna point to no woman and say that's the reason that I did this. Like, how weak does that sound as the man who I'm supposed to be the leader of a family and alpha and all this extra shit, and I'm over here. It's her fault, man. It's her fault. Like, what the fuck?
Well, that's
the one. But then I want her to be up under me and allow me to lead and take control. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Get out of here. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I wasn't raised to do that. I didn't see that shit. Even if like you make a bad decision, bro, that's you. That's on you. You gotta own that shit. That's just much work. It sounds very patriarchal, but I lead in my household. When shit goes to shit, everybody looking at me.
Exactly. It's like if you can't control and lead your own sperm, how you gonna control and lead a household? Yeah, you sound real crazy. You mean tell me you ain't even got control over your sperm?
Not even that. On a base level, every dude has played sports before, and if you had a really good coach, your coach always tell you that we holding you accountable for all the stuff that you do on whatever sport it was. Any mistake you made, it's on you, bro. You hear that shit all the time. So you could take those same concepts and apply it into your dating life in real life. It's always gonna be on you because as the head, you responsible for everything. If it work or it don't work, it's fall on your shoulders. Every man know that lesson. That ain't new. Everybody know that.
But you know what the problem? The problem comes is because they mamas, they sisters,
And I'm saying that in regards to dudes who make. Well, what about these dudes who just get girls pregnant? Like they didn't grow like a dude that didn't grow up in that kind of. He ain't see that kind of dynamic. He don't know what that is. He ain't play sports. He just a nigga that just went to school, went home. He didn't have his dad around really. He just grew up with his mom and his sisters around. And you see this type of dude making the same kind of bad life decisions and just getting the girl knocked up. He got 2-3 different baby mamas, don't take care of none of it.
Well,
And it's a
But
type
that's
of
an
person I'm
excuse
trying
though.
to.
Yeah, but a lot of those
excuse
dudes.
though. Your dad not being around and using that as your crutch to why you making bad decisions is an excuse because you're not the only person in the world whose dad wasn't around. You didn't seen it. I'm saying you didn't seen the story play out.
Exactly.
You making the
because I got to speak on that because that don't hold at all because exactly the type of person that you described, single mom, right? I'm 27, California. I was a nerd, didn't play sports, do none of that shit, but I still have me and my girl been together 5.5 years, and you got to take accountability for your actions, bro. Like I had cousins in gangs like 20-30 minutes away, and at some point you just have to like realize the bullshit around you. You got to zone it out, and you got to take accountability. If you want to make the life you want to make, like you got at some point you have to. It is what it is, bro. Sometimes being a man sucks, but hey, you can't complain about it. It is what it is. Like some shit, like racism or whatever else, you could apply it to a lot of shit. It's not fair, but it is what it is, and you got to navigate around it. That comes with being a man, at least in my opinion.
It absolutely. It ain't no excuse. At the end of the day, give a microphone to anybody on this motherfucking planet, and they will tell you how hard their life has been, how fucked up people have treated them, and how messed up the world and how the world is against them. Every single person can tell you that because that is their life, their lived experience. So everything that they went through, they feel like it was the worst thing in the world. So having a story don't make you special. It don't make you unique. It makes you actually common as shit. Like, tell me to cry somewhere else. Nobody don't care about that. And that's just the way that it is. Like,
especially as no motherfucking grown ass black man.
Absolutely. Man. Nobody want to hear that. Like, because the thing is, you're asking for more than you willing to offer. Like, you cannot sit here and say that y'all need to be so sorry for me, I need sympathy, but then expect people to treat you as a man. Like, it don't work like that. It don't work like that. If you want the reward, you gotta pay the price. Them dudes that you were talking about, the dude we don't discuss here, but a lot of those dudes, they get girls knocked up because they're homeless and they need somewhere to stay.
Homosexuals.
Sexual deadly, boy.
Oh God, my cousin was like that. My cousin was like that after high school. He knew he ain't had no. He made bad decisions. He ain't want to go into the military. He ain't want to get no job. He ain't want to do nothing. First thing he did was knock a chick up. She got on Section 8. That's where he stayed. They was about to argue. He got another chick. Like,
see, one thing I don't understand is
that's reality.
Why people don't take advantage of joining the military more often. Like, that's another thing. Like,
that's fighting the white man war. Oh.
Bro, like, one of the best things I ever did was join the Air Force and changed my whole life, bro. I got out my situation, got a crib, set a foundation for my, like, I don't understand that. We complain about shit like that, but we have options to better ourselves right in front of us. Like, bro, you could literally join the military and change your whole life.
Nah, man, fighting the white man war and committing acts of genocide.
Bro, whatever.
Yeah, it is what it is. It really just comes down to like, what are you willing to do? You know, if it was ever that bad for me, yeah, I would have joined the military. If you got to do what you got to do sometimes.
Yeah, first of all, wait, time out. Saying if it gets that bad for me, like it don't have to be bad to join. My life was perfectly fine before I joined the military, but just like DeAndre said, like at the end of the day, like the foundation I set, not just for myself, but for my child coming up in this world. Like, yeah, like I done heard it a million times. Oh, you black doing it, fighting what? Like that shit dead to me. Like, okay, whatever. Like you working 9 to 5, you got a boss too. Like, what are we talking about for? But at the end of the day, it's just like Dre said at the bottom, like, bro, like. That whole shit, like you can set yourself up foundation. Like, it's probably one of the best decisions. I'm going on 13 years now. Like, probably one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. Yeah. This whole. This
why I ain't want to get on there, because I mean, see, here come the comments. That's the only this weird ass nigga. But that's what they do.
Let me get off that. We're not talking about that.
Oh no! I didn't mean no disrespect or nothing.
I know.
I got an older cousin that was in the military that was trying to get me to join as well. It's just like back there in college, he just like he guided me in the way that like he said it like because he went into the military, but he said that like, hey, you like he tried to guide me towards the life that he wished he kind of had. Not that he was like trying to live through me or nothing, but he was just like, hey, go to college and try to do this, I didn't mean no disrespect or like say.
I ain't talking about. I'm talking about the weird people.
I didn't take it disrespectful. I know you didn't, bro.
Yeah, my bad. I just want to make sure. I didn't want to come in here being.
Nah, bro. It's just people in the comments talk about stuff. Is the military the only way? We're not saying it's the only way, but it's one of the quickest ways.
So black people that it was bad to go to like that. Going to the military was a white man's war, but like working a white collar job or working a corporate job.
And making a white man rich is the same shit.
It just seemed like it's the same thing, but a little more.
We done have this conversation every time we get brought.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's kind of crazy how backwards that is.
That's how that be. It is what it is. But anytime you got you got homeboys that join the police or something, you know how it go. It is what it is. But at the end of the day. I got my check for the rest of my life, unless that orange man do some dumb shit. But for right now, I got a check for the rest of my life, though, and medical insurance. So fuck them. But yeah, man, I'm just tired of the excuses. And the thing is, if you are a young fella in the comments or on the live, you done scrap it on through. Like at the end of the day, bro, you can take from this, put your ego to the side, open your fucking ears, and take some shit in, man. Because if you always want to cover your own ass as a fucking man, because at the end of the day, nobody cares. Ain't nobody trying to hear your excuse but your granny. Ain't nobody, what I'm saying? Like, and the woman you probably sleep with for the time being. Like, nobody cares about your excuses. Nobody wants to hear your excuses, bro. They don't. And you can't claim to be the alpha man, the leader, and want women to respect you and submit to you. Like, I feel like the reason a lot of these, and I say it all the time, the reason why a lot of y'all have issues with black women or women in general, but specifically black women, because that's who y'all always talking about, is because y'all act just like them. Like, you don't think that these women pick up on your bitch made act, like you know what I'm saying, bitch assness. You don't think they pick up on that? They do. They do. And usually it reflects in your friend circle. You know what I'm saying? It reflects in your friend. Like, it was, if you ever, whenever I used to go out, I used to be very mindful of the type of men I kept in my circle. Because even if you solid and wanted, but the women will pay attention to your friend circle. And then if you can even have, he might not even be your partner. He could be a friend through another friend. He just with y'all, right? And he the lame, or he doing some cornball shit. Women will pick him and be like, oh, that, and then say you try to go holler at her, because this is a situation that done transpired before. I don't talk about nothing I ain't never fucking did. You go and you try to holler at her, she be like, I mean, you cool, but I mean, you hang with that nigga over there. And he be like, ah, shit. And you can't even say nothing. You be like, nah, that ain't my, I don't know. Nah, you can't even say nothing. You got the X on you already. So I used to be very mindful of the circle I kept because they pay attention to that. So if they look at your circle, bitch assness, they look at you, bitch assness. Like, what the fuck you think? And they gonna treat you like that. So that's probably why y'all get the results y'all get. Because other men pick up on this. Like other men, we pick up on this. We pay attention to you. We can sniff this shit out. That's why it's important to bring the men, you ladies, it's important to bring the men you talk to around other men that can sniff out bitch assness. You know what I'm saying? Because they're gonna we can tell.
Yeah, you're not gonna. They not as a woman, you're not gonna be able to judge a man's character or the same way a group of
You can't
men.
hide that as a man. You can't hide that. Bitch assness in a man can't be hidden. I'm sorry, it comes out like it's like a perfume of stinks. Of sissiness. It comes out.
What is a
as a woman, if you
textbook
got real men
definition
in your
of bitch
family?
assness though? That's I need it.
You said what?
You said what now?
No, I'm saying like it just comes like I could like within the first 5 minutes of a conversation with a dude, like
You can tell when these niggas weird.
right, you can peep weirdness, bro.
True.
Like, you know,
One key factor you can tell is basically how a nigga disagree. You have a conversation with men and he don't disagree on a certain topic. How he respond when he disagree, you already know what time it is, bro.
Or how he act around women.
Yep.
Facts.
Or if you're having a facts-based conversation that's about facts, and he's bringing his opinion into a facts-based conversation, and he's literally trying to argue the way he feels against actual facts. Like if I'm saying that the sky is blue, I don't care that you feel that it's purple, nigga. The sky is blue. You know what I'm saying? It's like that, and it's just like they have so many issues with black women because black women have the same lived experience as them. They was in the trenches with us. They know that, nigga, I've been through the shit. I'm not gonna feel sorry for that. So that's why they have the issues versus another woman can be like, oh, well, you know, it's so hard to be a black man. I know I'm so privileged to be white. So I understand your plight, black man.
He cooked. He cooked.
Ain't trying to give a fuck about that. She's like, nigga, I was there. Shut the fuck up.
That's that's why they like to be fetishized, bro.
Yeah, I never understood how you can say someone somebody from another race like understands you. Like I never understood that. Like how is that possible, bro? Listen, being in the military, bro, you get placed in the most whitest of states. I felt uncomfortable in these places, bro. I'm like, bro, I don't belong here, bro. Like,
I'm dipping out, yo. I appreciate you having me on the panel, yo. Appreciate the shot, yo.
I ain't gonna be on here. I said Chad ain't gonna keep me up till 3:00 in the morning.
Chad preaching over here.
I roll forward tonight, anyways.
I gotta write papers and shit tomorrow that I should have wrote 2 weeks ago, but whatever.
All right, y'all.
But yeah, man, who here? Oh yeah, all right, Marco. Yeah, man, this shit. You know. He said somebody got me if they live. I don't give a fuck. They ain't come to my live. Shit, I don't give a damn.
That's bitch ass in this behavior. We was just talking about it.
Yep.
Man, people are too invested in TikTok and the lives and trying to get all the clicks and the views and stir up nonsense.
They ain't gonna come to my live because the two dummies that came to my live. See what happened to them. And them be the type of dudes that I don't hang around. Them, the New York dude that just talk. But y'all be on my ass when I be getting on New York dudes.
New York people, specifically them dudes, but they come on here and they just show their ass every fucking time. They can't shut up. The dudes can't ever shut up. That's why. We always got into it with them when we was in the Camp Lejeune and shit, man. Because I didn't start running in New York dudes till I got on the East Coast. Like that's why we always got into it with them, because they just don't know how to shut up. They just think they like, bro, be quiet, stop talking, and just be wrong. Just be so wrong and think, because they ain't never left the little four corners of that borough, but they just think they just know the world because they from New York, B. Hey, I don't give a fuck. I'm from Queens, nigga. I will beat your ass. Good Lord. Nah, I was at Lejeune. I mean, I used to be up there in goddamn Fayetteville all the time. Fayetteville, Greensboro, Goldsboro, Raleigh, all them. I used to be up and down North Carolina shit.
You from the DMV, Benny?
Nah, I'm from Louisiana, but I got stationed out in Lejeune. That was my first duty station. Then I got moved up to security forces in Norfolk, and then I've been out here ever since.
Okay. You said you're getting your bachelor's in history, right?
Yeah.
You think you're gonna go to law school, or?
I'm about to switch to political science because ODU requires a upper level Spanish, and I keep failing. So, so I'm about to switch to political science.
Okay.
But yeah, I've been going for history up until now. But you were saying what?
Oh no, I was just asking because, like, I seen your videos and all that jazz. So, I don't know. I was just curious. I never hopped on your lives. I've seen some stuff. Like, you make some pretty interesting videos, so I was just curious.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I try.
Hey, I had hopped out of the live for a while. Am I the only person who has a good relationship with their baby moms? Or they all toxic?
Maybe. I mean, that was my point of this. The conversation was because everybody apparently just everybody got a bitter baby mama. So I'm like, well, y'all always complain about bitter baby mamas, but y'all don't go and do the proper steps to protect yourselves from these bitter baby mamas, so you don't have to deal with bitter baby mamas. You know what I'm saying? So that was my whole premise of the conversation is like, what do these men who are always complaining need to do so they don't have to deal with that shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, if I was in a situation with a toxic woman as a baby mother, like, I wouldn't want to, I wouldn't let her have control or power or a say so over what I got going on. So I would just, like, what's child support? You know what I'm saying? Like, I would put myself on child support so I can pay this money, and you gonna get your money and leave me the fuck alone. Like, I'm gonna get my visitation so I can get my kids when I need to per court order, and you can't do nothing about it. And if you do, I'm gonna call the police, and now I'm gonna get full custody. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, because I'm not gonna play games. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about you. I'm here for my children, and that's it. We split for a reason. And I was just talking towards those type of men who always complain about bitter baby mama. But if you got a good relationship with your baby mama, shit, tell these other niggas so they can have.
I mean, like I said, we were 19 when we had our kid. We tried to make it work. Like, we kind of knew each other, but we try to make it work, but it ain't pan out. And the first year was a little rocky, but like, we cool. Like, I get my daughter whenever I want. She stay at my house. She stay at her house. Like, we ain't on no child support. The state was like pressing her about putting me on child support. Like, she had to tell the judge and them people like 5 times when we was in court, I don't want him on child support. Like, stop trying to make me put him on child support.
Okay, I mean, you find the one that ain't gonna do you dirty. But I'll talk to the motherfuckers who always crying and complaining about their baby mama. Oh, she keep me from my kids. She stopped me from seeing my kids. Okay.
Yeah. No, I feel, because my brother sound just like you. His ex girl, him and her are cool. They go to he go after work every day and go see him. But yeah, no, me personally, yeah. If this relates to like the DDG conversation, he coming on this internet crying. If it's me, I would have gone to court. I'm not gonna play these games.
All right.
Yeah, put me on child support. I don't care. It's my kid anyways. I'm gonna and in my opinion, I think they don't even charge you too much in child support anyway. So even if we did go through the courts, okay, they're gonna probably undercharge me anyways, and I'll pay extra. So it's not a big deal to me because at the end of the day, I look at it as that's my kid. It takes two to tango, and I want to see my kid as much as I can. And hopefully we could work out a kind of conversation. Like, yeah, we'll go to courts and I'll have a minimum, but hey, I'll call him up and go see him after work or whatever. I want to, have a good relationship. But to come on I feel like to come on the internet and cry about it and try to play victim or whatever he's doing, just go to court, bro. You're talking to the wrong people. He got money. There's no point to come on here crying. Go talk to a lawyer.
And the funny thing is, you said that my partner was like that. His baby mama he was sending her like $1,500. You know what I'm saying? And she listened to her fucking mama and her fucking her homegirls and shit. You need to put him on child support, girl, because he a firefighter. So she thinks she gonna, hit his pockets and shit. Firefighter, and he get disability from the Marine Corps. So she thinking he gonna hit his pocket. They fucked around and got down. Only awarded her like $450. You just took damn near $1,000 pay cut, dummy. Cause you want to go run to the court. They only awarded her like $450. I said, see, mind your fucking business. Just shut the fuck up.
And back on the topic when y'all was talking about the military, I couldn't chime in. I was getting my son together, but I work at a school. I'm in the military myself, but I work at a school too. And I tell kids, like, especially from the hood, I'm like, look, if you have nothing and you live in the hood, you in the projects or whatever the case may be, the one sure way to get a step up in the game is to go to the military. And I give you the cheat code for the ASVAB, bro. Tell you exactly what to study and everything. So you ain't even got to be 11 bang bang if you don't want to. But if your family have nothing and you want to at least get your mama a crib or something, and you want to get into this real estate stuff and, different things like that, bump what everybody is talking about, bro. Just go ahead and suck it up. You know what I'm saying? Knock you about 3-4 years out, whatever the case may be, and get it over with if you don't want to stay the long haul. You know what I'm saying? To take whatever job they give you and, transfer your GSTs and use the free education and use your work experience, and you can pretty much get in a decent position to take care of your life.
You fighting the white man war. You're over there selling your soul as a black man.
That's because y'all are offering a real solution, and they have no interest in actual, tangible, realistic solutions. They want to hear convoluted ass bullshit that's irrational and it means absolutely nothing. Those are the only solutions that they want.
We fighting so hard to have teachers. All you need is a degree, and they'll give you a job, and they'll wait for you to pass the other tests you need. So if all this fails, you can be a teacher.
They don't want to do that. They say this education system it miseducate the kids and all this other stuff. I'm like, everybody, there needs to be a baseline, stupids. Like, you mean it like you can complain about the education system all you want to. At the end of the day, your kid needs to know what that Asian kid know, what that Indian kid know, what that white kid know. There needs to be a baseline, and your kid needs to meet that. You can teach them anything in addition to that, but for you to sit here and say that the baseline education means nothing and that kids should opt out of it, it's stupid. It makes no sense. You need to know what they know at the very minimum.
Look, man, hey, fighting the white man war. Boy, I got me a nice, comfy job, making all this money. Well, I only got to go to work 2 days out the week. And I go to work, probably I show up by 9:30. I leave at about like 1:30, 2 o'clock at the latest. I'm getting about 3-4 different checks. Shit. Hey, man, white man war did me all right.
Look, I came across an old head, you know what I'm saying, Sergeant Major, man, and he was like, look, if you join, I promise when you get back, you'll be on ADOS, and right after that, you'll be on AGR orders, bro. You could be at the crib making money, You ain't gotta go nowhere. You get your BAH, you get everything, and you just ain't nothing about your life gonna change.
Look, man,
and I networked and used that to my advantage, bro. Like,
but that white man did me alright, but I ain't gonna lie, he did me alright. So my back might be fucked up, my feet toe up, but hey, he did me alright. Nah, I can't. Shit, did my daddy alright too. He just paid off his goddamn. He just bought a brand new truck, paid that bitch off. Goddamn, but paid his house off.
Low key, it did them all right. That's what got them started. When they came back from the war and the VA loan and all that stuff, that's what really got the white middle class to be the upper class and all this other stuff, was the military, the baby boomers coming back.
Yep.
It was the military. So when they talk about all the white man and all that, it's because of the military. These motherfuckers ain't no geniuses. They gave you the same access.
I'm gonna tell you, you go to the military. Most of them retired from there or went to a federal job and transferred. That's why everybody ain't leaving. That's why them people ain't leaving them federal jobs, because you transfer your time of service from the military. You could have did like, let's say you did 4 years, 6 years in the military. You go to a federal job, then you can take that 6 to 8 years and then transfer that over. That's my, you know what I'm saying? That's what I was gonna do, but then I left.
my granddaddy,
my daddy did it.
My granddaddy did that, man. He went to the IRS after he got out.
Man, got four fucking, man, there's people up at my old job, 55 years of fucking service. Like, what? Mm-hmm. Retirement check is fat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on, man.
Only millionaires I know are ex-military. And they're millionaires now because of, they came back. Now they're old, but the only literally black millionaires I know are because of military. They came back, they got their house, flipped that shit 2, 3, 4 times, and now they millionaires. Got all these benefits. Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Literally.
I wouldn't be able to buy no much. Man, that VA loan is, that's the cheat code of life. But I ain't, bro, this house, I didn't pay. What did we pay? We paid out of pocket, which even then, I'm looking back at it, I shouldn't even did that. We just paid out of pocket for the extra little bullshit upgrades we had got. And we paid like, but then they had waived. I didn't have to pay none of them fees and shit because I got 100%. So I didn't pay no clothes. I didn't pay none of that shit. The only thing, and then we ended up getting money because we had our own loan, but then we negotiated that against the builders. That's the only reason why we went with them. But then we turned around and the white man that I talked to, he told us, he was like, okay, go ahead, finance with their lender, but then you can refinance after that. He was like, now a lot of people tell you don't do that, but he was like, you can call and you can talk directly to the bank and refinance it, because that'll get you from up under, like, any type of, because sometimes the builders be doing like, they be like,
yeah, no, I feel you exactly. It makes sense because we got our,
you get the cash incentive. We got like 10 grand of incentives. Like I said, I didn't come out of pocket for nothing, but the upgrades, which was like some stairs and some trim and some shit, some bullshit that we should have just rolled into the loan. But that was it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just bought a whole fucking $450,000 house, built it, came out of pocket with nothing because we used the fucking VA loan. Didn't they had to worry about none of the, because they have to inspect it, right? Because the VA ain't gonna sign off on the loan unless their inspector comes out and look at the property. You know what I'm saying? So it's even then, how people be having these horror stories like, oh, stuff be breaking in your house, bro. I got American Home Shield. Hell, our microwave just broke. I called them motherfuckers. I pay $100. They come out, they look at it, and they was like, oh, well, you got to replace it. They send us a fucking $800 gift card for Lowe's, and we just got to go pick our fucking microwave up. Oh, bro. Shit, man. Bro, my property value on this house, we paid like $455. It done jumped up to damn near $800-something thousand. And we built this in 2020. Beginning, we moved in December, like right before Christmas 2019. So this year be the 5th year we've been in the house.
Oh, I believe that. What's the rate? I know that rate is good.
Oh, my rate 1.9. I ain't going nowhere.
Bomb.
I die
Yeah.
in that house.
Yeah.
My rental property. We paid some bullshit ass townhouse we bought out there in Virginia Beach over there by the outlet that we rent out. Man, we paid like $120,000 for that 3-bedroom, two and a half bath, little townhouse. Boy, that area done jumped. Like all my properties done doubled. Damn near doubled. The builders that built my house this house I'm in now built the same builders built another subdivision, and those are $1 million houses, and they're the same house. They just got different cosmetic shit, but it's the same floor plans is what they built over here. So that's basically the projection of where we're headed. $1 million fucking house. Like, come on, man. So, like I said, a white man did me all right. I ain't complaining.
Then one thing you'll notice eventually, after talking to these same motherfuckers, their answer to everything is basically do nothing. That's an answer to everything. Just do nothing. Because every time you come up with a specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-constrained goal that has an actual call to action to it, they just shut it down. And their opposition to that is just do nothing.
Hell, even when I was telling like some people that had bought houses, I'm telling them like, hey man, you should get American Home Shield, just put a warranty on your house. Shit, like when we first got it, it was like $70. You know what I'm saying, for both our houses. Now for the plan we got, it jumped up to like $120. But shit, nigga, I pay that because I said they done fixed our AC, they replaced our washing machine and our dryer. They done all you gotta do is pay the $100 for them to come out and look at it. I'm gonna pay that shit every time.
Man, the fact that y'all even got a washer and dryer is great in the first place. Because out here in California, I just got mine last year. We got with our builders Lennar, and they didn't even give us a washer dryer. They didn't even give us a fridge. A lot of times,
we had to buy a washer and dryer. We did get them to put a fridge in though in the garage, but it's like a little bullshit and white.
Yeah,
but they just good in the garage. But like, man, shit, boy, man, folks, man. Shit, white man did me. Hey, I ain't gonna say I do it again, but I did it my once and I got my benefits and got the fuck out. But even when I was telling people about American Home shit, they was like, oh man, it sounds like a scam, bro. All right, okay, all right. They fix all my shit. So I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
All I do is call. It's like how they be like, well, that's why I'd rather rent because I could just call my maintenance man. That's what I do with American Home Shield. They come fix. Hell, some shit came off my roof. They can't fix my fucking roof. They come fix everything. I will pay that $100. I get my money back because that washer and dryer alone, when they replaced that, shit. They also, because we had, you get the front loader when they got the stands too. So they gave me the money for the stands and the fucking washer and dryer, but we kept the old stands. Man, it was like fucking $2,500 all together.
These motherfuckers, they be happy with their life. They talk shit and complain, but overall, they happy because they don't want to change it. They just want you to think. They just want to give off the perception because they think that they can convince you that they think. It's like they want to convince you to think that they actually want more, but we really don't care.
Right.
They don't want more, and that's okay. I just wish they would have just admit that to themselves.
Yeah, no, life is, it is what it is. Honestly, like, there's shit to complain about, but
you can tell when someone full of shit.
Even one of my partners, man, back home, I tell this fool he drive trucks, right? And he always complaining because he in and out these fucking trucking gigs or whatever. He's like, man, I'm always on the road, man. I'm just so. I said, hey, man, look, the company I work for, we contracted through the MSC ships. MSC ships are the merchant seaman ships that resupply the Navy vessels and shit. So I'm like, okay, hey, bro, I'm gonna send you. I sent this man all the information. Even sent him some people I follow who, that I know of on TikTok. That's their entire page or whatever. And they help people and, tell them what they need to do, all that extra shit. And I'm like, hey, bro, they do, virtual job fairs, all this shit. And I'm like, that'll get. I was like, you get in, you get your pack. They give you like I forgot what it's called, some kind of special passport. You get a secret, your secret security clearance. They gonna certify you in whatever you doing, brother. You gonna be straight. You get on the work, make your paper, make your bread. You gonna be, different countries, all type of shit. You ain't got no kids, you ain't got no woman tying you down, bro. You go do that shit for a couple years, stack your paper, and you know what I'm saying? You leave off of there, and you be set, you be good. Sat there and talked to this nigga about an hour and a half, 2 hours, sent him all the information. Guess what that motherfucker did? Not a goddamn thing.
Yeah, that's why you can't waste your time with people, because you could give people the game. Like, you could give people, I see people on here talking about like, oh yeah, like shit should be free. You give people free game and they don't want it. They don't want to listen. You can give them free game, tell them all the shit, and it's super easy. You got to do something simple. Don't want to do that shit. And it just really comes down to, like, if you want to change your life, you could really change your life. Like, you want to complain or you want to do some shit, And like you said, that's why I don't waste my time, because I try to put people on before. Like, I'm trying to put you on, bro, but you don't want to do it. And it's not even like you got to put in hella work a lot of times. It's like I feel like you got to do bare minimum shit to get what you want in life.
You can give them the answers to the test, and they're gonna still ask you to take it.
I mean, it is what it
Literally,
is.
you can give them all the answers, and they're gonna be like, "Man, you take it though." Nigga, I'm giving you the answer sheet.
But then a point at, like, people like myself or whatnot, Chad, like, people who ain't successful and done did good for themselves. Ah, man, well, everybody ain't had the same opportunity you did. Everybody ain't do it. Nigga, the fuck? I didn't, like, it ain't like somebody just said, here's the opportunity, black man. Like, what the fuck, nigga? Like, nobody give me shit.
Right. It's because they can only be happy for you once they know that you have struggled to their level of satisfaction. Once they know that you have suffered to their level of satisfaction, they will not be happy for you any other way, because literally they will say that shit. But then as soon as you give them your backstory about all the shit you've been through, then they'll accept it. But you shouldn't have to even do that. You shouldn't even have to do that.
Unless I was a white man selling them a course, then they'll believe you then.
Take it unequivocally, right. Right.
Believe it that,
So, right.
It is what it is, but yeah, man, I'm about to get off this thing, man. It was great. It was a good convo, trying to get back to being more consistent with my lives. But niggas be raising my blood pressure, and I ain't got time for this shit.
Who you telling? All right, it's been real. All right, I'll see y'all later.
Man, but hey, y'all be safe out there. Y'all be easy, man.
All right, partner. I appreciate it. It was a good conversation.
Oh, anytime, bro. Anytime. Y'all be easy, bro.